Chapter 212. No one spoke. There was dead silence in the prison cell. Any other questions? The Black Prophet's cold voice rang out. No one answered. Until a crisp, childish male voice rang out. Yes. Everyone's gaze once again converged on Thales. But he did not speak immediately. Thales heaved a long sigh. He looked exhausted, as if he was hesitating, or deep in thought. After a while, the second prince's voice rang out with difficulty. His Majesty. Did he know about this plan? Before I left for the north? The Black Prophet did not speak. But Thales already understood. So, the rumors are not wrong. Thales raised his head with a gloomy expression and looked around at the crowd. His gaze paused slightly on Little Rascal, who was at a loss. The Constellations colluded with the Calamities and murdered King Nuvan in an attempt to cause civil strife in Extet. A sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. Why? The image of the old, tired, but powerful, white-haired king flashed before Thales' eyes. He was dispirited. If it was to ensure that Extet would not invade Constellation, then I could have achieved it through diplomatic mediation. In fact, we have already achieved it. In his vision, Little Rascal lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly. There was only endless silence on the other side of the black hole. Raphael did not bother to hide his faint smile. Just a few hours ago. Thales looked dejected. His eyes were in a daze. It was as if he could see the king's head rolling to the ground again. King Nuvan proposed to form an alliance with us. His tone was gloomy and hoarse, as if he wanted to incorporate the suffering and torture of the past few days into his words. The Walton family and the Jade Star family. We helped him keep the feudal vassals in check and maintain the existence of the Walton family after King Nuvan's death. In exchange, he would do his best to maintain the peace between the two countries and give us time to recuperate, Thales said weakly. He felt a headache and his mind was in a mess. The predicament brought about by Mariah's death has been easily resolved, and now, Waya opened his mouth in shock. Cohen was slightly startled, and then seemed to be deep in thought. Miranda remained silent, her expression cold. Thales closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, which was filled with fatigue and exhaustion. Now, everything that King Nuvan said was gone with the wind and clouds after his death. Calamities, Lampard, assassination. The disaster of Shield District. Damn it all. The strange black hole on Raphael's arm trembled. Ha. What answered Thales was the Black Prophet's cold and hoarse laughter. The laughter continued for several seconds. Thales started to frown. Put away your pointless naivety, Your Highness. You are not like this in the Hall of Stars. Finally, Murat's laughter turned into cold words that echoed faintly in the empty prison cell. Do you really think that we will rely on your diplomatic mission to create a miracle and put an end to the war? As he listened to the Black Prophet's mocking words, Thales took a deep breath and held back the impulse and anger in his heart. The problem was already solved, he said through gritted teeth. With Dragon Cloud City's power, Extet and Constellation could have coexisted peacefully. Solve it? The Black Prophet interrupted him. Of course. The genius prince used superb means to persuade King Nuvan to stop causing trouble for Constellation, the Black Prophet said flatly. His words were full of what Thales heard as a lame and unpleasant mockery. The two countries that were on friendly terms welcomed peace from then on. How long? The head of the Secret Intelligence Department changed the topic. 5 years? 10 years? Or 15 years? Thales exhaled impatiently. With an extremely uncomfortable rhythm, the Black Prophet's cold laughter rang out slowly. Your Highness, do you really think that an alliance between the two families can maintain the peace between the two countries? Do you think that the great dragon's ambition and greed can be dispelled by the prince waving his hand at Dragon Cloud City on horseback and nodding to the archdukes in the secret chamber? The Black Prophet's voice suddenly rose. There was a hint of solemnity and sternness in his words. Even Tormund and Riker couldn't do this 600 years ago. Thales was slightly startled. Do you know how many times King Nuvan dreamed of planting the red dragon flag on Broken Dragon Fortress in the past 30 years and bringing the northern territory of Constellation under the rule of extensions? The words of the head of the Secret Intelligence Department were like a venomous snake's tongue, hissing and making people feel inexplicably terrified. It's been 12 years. From the king to the archdukes, from the nobles to the commoners in Extet, they dream of going south again. The Black Prophet sneered. The 3 archdukes have never stopped provoking us at the border. Dragon Cloud City has been testing us every year. Why do you think Prince Mariah went to Constellation as an envoy? Cohen lowered his eyelids and added silently in his heart, revise the fortress treaty. Thales stared at the strange black hole on Raphael's arm without saying a word. They are not nameless pawns. The Black Prophet's words came slowly from the black hole on the young man's arm. They are Northlanders. They are born to wield swords in battle. They are Northlanders who have been famous since the uncivilized era. You better remember this for the rest of your life, Your Highness. They have the ancient Northland customs of joining the army and killing the enemy as their pride. They have strong bodies honed in the cold and hardships. They have a tenacious army forged with blood and honor. They have the hunters and commoners who can draw their winter pine longbows halfway without training. They have the invincible heavy cavalry who are good at charging with mystic guns and spears. They have the glacier sentinels and white blade guards who dare to fight the orcs head-on. They also have the enlisted soldiers who have no complaints about serving and sacrificing themselves. They can travel dozens of miles in a day with just a few pieces of bread. They have the elite standing army who undergo training 3 times a year and can withstand 70% casualties without collapsing. There was a chilling aura in Murat's words. They are born for war. Hearing all this, Miranda's expression grew colder. Recalling the battles of the past 3 years, she slowly clenched her fists. The Black Prophet paused for a second. The lights in the prison seemed to have dimmed, casting everyone's faces in shadow. Thales pursed his lips. But, the Black Prophet did not let him continue. Little Prince, have you seen the war 12 years ago? The Black Prophet's words made Miranda, who was supporting Raphael, stiffen. The swordswoman could not help but frown. Have you ever seen the Northland heavy cavaliers charging at us, the heavy swordsmen and axemen swarming up the city walls in an overwhelming manner? Have you heard the sound of siege awls hammering on the city gates and catapults bombarding the city walls? Have you seen corpses strewn all over the fields and starving people everywhere? Have you ever seen the eyes of the starving people who have lost all hope as they wander in a daze? Do you know how long the Northern Territory has been desolate? Thales clenched his fists, but he felt that he had nowhere to vent the strength in his hands. The scar on his palm began to ache again. Before his eyes, the light infantry under Broken Dragon Fortress who swore to besiege them and did not flinch even when facing the ferocious beast like Araka Murch, those Northlanders. At the same time, Miranda's face became extremely pale. She seemed to see the past again. A nightmarish past. It was a vast expanse of white snow. Raphael pursed his lips slightly. Intentionally or unintentionally, he grabbed the swordswoman's hand and exerted a little force. Cohen, who saw all of this, sighed in his heart. Miranda, and Raphael. The 2 of them were the ones who experienced those disasters most directly. Thales stared at the squirming black hole. His mind in a mess, he gulped and sighed. We have reached a consensus. Nuvan is old. He needs to be concerned about the king's death, the survival of the Walton family in Cloud Dragon Spear, the game between Dragon Cloud City and the Archdukes, not Constellation. The one who answered him this time was the red-eyed young man. You've hit the nail on the head, Your Highness. Raphael raised his head slightly. His red eyes shone under the everlasting lamp. The biggest problem is that Nuvan is old. Yes, he may still be able to restrain Extet and the 9 archdukes with his skills and remaining power, allowing Broken Dragon Fortress and the Northern Territory to be peaceful for a few years, the young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department said coldly. But what happens after that? Thales' breathing suddenly stopped. The foul air in the prison, which was already unpleasant to begin with, seemed to have become even heavier. A long sigh came from the other end of the black hole. In Ekstead after King Nuvan's death, it does not matter who ascends the throne. The Black Prophet's voice seemed to carry a hint of exhaustion. But what do you think the new king will rely on to reap the greatest benefits and reputation with the smallest cost, in order to prove, accumulate, and consolidate his position and prestige as the successor king? And what methods will he use to appease the archdukes who lost in the king's selection? What bargaining chips will he use to reward the archdukes who supported him? Thales closed his eyes and exhaled a breath that had been gloomy for a long time. He knew what the Black Prophet was going to say. Isn't it Constellation in the south, which has yet to recover its strength and whose royal family is unstable because of the disaster 12 years ago? Murat's voice became extremely cold. Isn't it Cold Castle, Overwatch City, Lonely Old Tower, and Broken Dragon Fortress that Ekstedt has been eyeing for 300 or 400 years? Isn't it the supreme glory of reuniting the great Northland where their ancestors lived for generations? Thales' heart trembled slightly. He subconsciously looked at Little Rascal, and a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. King Nuvan wanted him to marry his granddaughter. Under the premise that Jadestar and Walton took care of each other, one of their children would inherit the Jadestar surname, while the other would inherit the Walton family name. From then on, Constellation would have an excuse to meddle in Dragon Cloud City's internal affairs and restrain Ekstedt. It could ensure the survival of the Walton family, and increase Constellation's prestige and bargaining chips. But, what about the other way around? If something happened to him, Thales, would Ekstedt and Dragon Cloud City also have a bargaining chip to interfere with the Jadestar royal family and demand from Constellation? As he thought of this, Thales felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly remembered the saying of the one-eyed dragon Duke of Constellation, the Koster Nanchester family: there is a price for every battle, and there is a reward for victory. Raphael quietly let go of Miranda's wrist and calmly continued his superior's words. Defeat Constellation, take down the fortress, and unify Northland. No matter which of these three goals is achieved, it will be enough to add color to the new king's crown and lay the foundation for the throne of the king. The Black Prophet's cold snort rang in the air. Even the black hole in Raphael's hand trembled. The conflict between Constellation and Ekstedt will never disappear because of the decision of one family, even if you are crowned in the future, Murat said flatly. We fear them. Just like how they are afraid of us. So, once there is a chance, a benefit, and a condition, how can they not go south? Thales lowered his head. The Black Prophet's words gave him a sense of pressure that was almost tangible. Once they go south, how long do you think we can hold on with our orphans, widows, and defeated soldiers in the Northern Territory when faced with such an opponent? Lady Sonia Sasir is known as the Fortress Flower and is stationed at Broken Dragon Fortress. People say that if Sonia blooms and does not wither, the fortress will be impregnable. It may seem glorious, but did you know that on the first day she set out to defend the fortress, she made a will and entrusted it to the royal family for safekeeping? It has been 12 years since then. Because she knows that one day in the future, when the northern wind blows and the great dragon roars and rises into the sky, the fortress flower will wither in the north, never to return. Do you know how much we have paid in exchange for the peace of the fortress treaty? Do you think it is just because of the cunning fox of Constellation's glib tongue? Do you know how much we have paid to maintain this fragile peace, to protect the dying Northern Territory and the weak kingdom from the scourge of war? All of Thales' words were stuck in his throat. He felt an indescribable annoyance surge in his heart. The nobles are all blaming His Majesty, blaming him for bringing an empty and fragile kingdom to fight the desert war that had no benefits to speak of 5 years ago. The Black Prophet's voice sounded eerie and cold, but it contained a deep sense of power that made one's heart palpitate. However, those fat, short-sighted vermin will not know, and do not want to know, that if Constellation did not fight the seemingly crazy desert war after the bloody year, if we did not use a desperate victory to display our national strength, if we did not pay a terrible price to wash away our determination, if we did not use the skulls of the orcs and the altars of the barren bone people to prove that our swords are still incomparably sharp, when Cohen heard this, he suddenly understood. Wyatt even clenched the sword hilt in his hand so hard that it made cracking sounds. The Black Prophet's voice continued, I am afraid that as early as the winter 5 years ago, the born king, Nuvan VII, who shrouded the entire northern sky and ruled over the entire Northland, would have torn up the fortress treaty and brought the Northlanders, armed to the teeth, to take back what they lost at the negotiating table. There would be no dispute over the royal succession, and no day where you would be addressed as Your Highness. Do you think that after Nuvan, there would not be another king like this? Thales did not say a word. He only stared fixedly at the empty ground. Raphael nodded slowly. The young man continued the Black Prophet's words and said expressionlessly, and after 5 years, Extet gradually figured out our trump card. The Desert War's confusing and deterrent effect was no longer there. You saw it in the Hall of Stars. With just a slight poke from Lampard and Arund, the split between the royal family and the nobles made those Northland barbarians fearless. Why do we carry out dragon's blood? Raphael lowered his head and said calmly in the darkness, this is the answer. This is also the meaning of the dragon's blood. What we want is not just a few years of false peace. We don't want to live in fear every year. We don't want dangerous negotiations and confrontations. Raphael's face was pale and his pupils were blood red. With a complicated expression, he bowed slightly to the prince. What we want is for the kingdom, which is in a disadvantageous situation, to not make things worse for the kingdom. We want peace and stability in the north of Constellation for decades, or even centuries, so long that Constellation can recover from the great damage of the Bloody Year. So long that your family's name and rule become stable again. So long that we can become powerful again and be fearless, just like in the past. With this goal in mind, even King Nuvan's life and death become insignificant. Thales raised his head. He had a realization. Lampard's actions signified the shattering of the myth of Extet since its founding. It proved that the so-called Rykuru joint ruling pledge was just a piece of paper. The creed that Northland believed in was also powerless. Raphael smiled faintly. More importantly, an archduke openly committed regicide. Since then, there has been a precedent. The earliest precedent was the mourning Archduke of Prestige Orchid Region, Tam-En. Thales snorted weakly. His gaze drifted to Little Rascal, intentionally or otherwise. He was not the first. Little Rascal, who had not dared to breathe loudly since the beginning, raised her eyes and met Thales' gaze. However, all she could see in the latter's eyes was endless exhaustion and gloominess. Raphael frowned slightly. He stopped talking. I understand now. Thales sighed. His own understanding surfaced in his mind. What you need is not revenge, rebellion, or even someone's death. After a deep sigh, the second prince continued their conversation. Instead, you need to tear off the disguise and whitewash of Rykuru's vow. You need to make the most deep-rooted conflict in Extet public, the opposition between the king and the archduke, and incite it into an unmanageable chaotic situation. For example, if an archduke of Extet succeeded in regicide through violence and conspiracy, it would bring an unparalleled shock to the children of the Northern Wind and the Dragon. It would also bring a devastating blow to the Northland faith forged by Rykuru. It would break the principle that the 10 archdukes had scrupulously abided by for nearly 7 centuries. For example, under the legend of the founding of the country by the hero and the dragon, he would provoke the archdukes into thinking that they should not have. He would provoke their strange thoughts outside of the King's Selection Congress. He would provoke their other ambitions outside of the joint ruling pledge. He would also provoke the greedy thoughts that they could only think about in their dreams during their 600 years in Extet. More importantly, and more urgently, there was Nuvan's death, Lampard's rebellion, and even the possible civil war in Extet that would follow. All of these would cast a shadow and precedent on the next king of Extet. It would also make the new king wary and suspicious of his 9 co-ruling archdukes. It would also make the archdukes suspicious of their common elected king. When that time came, King Nuvan's magnificent feat of gathering 7 archdukes and hundreds of thousands of troops to invade the south and cross Broken Dragon Fortress would no longer be so easy to achieve. Raphael nodded in affirmation of his words. Although he understood the reason for the Secret Intelligence Department's actions, Thales still could not feel happy. His heart was as heavy as ever, as if there was a sharp thorn in it, constantly making him feel uneasy. For some reason, Kessel's words appeared before his eyes again. Fight for constellation, die for constellation, live for constellation. Thales shook his head, as if that could lighten his heavy mood a little. Obviously, he failed. Did the Secret Intelligence Department succeed? Thales finally sighed and asked the question he wanted to ask the most. If they succeeded, why am I here? The black hole shuddered again. The Black Prophet spoke. Out of Thales' expectations, this time, Murat Hansen actually asked a question. I am also very curious. What happened in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael's expression changed and became solemn. According to the plan, you should now stay in Heroic Spirit Palace and spend the night as Extet's distinguished guest under heavy protection. Then, when the vassals are at odds with each other after this, you should return to your country by virtue of your neutral status, the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said with a slightly heavy tone, but for some reason, King Nuvan decided to leave Heroic Spirit Palace and even brought you out of the palace, so much so that you fell into Lampard's hands. Thales' heart tightened. The person who brought him out of Heroic Spirit Palace was not Nuvan. It was, he involuntarily glanced at Little Rascal. She had seen Asda. She had also seen Black Sword and their confrontation. What else? The prince asked calmly, intentionally or unintentionally skipping over this question. Apart from that, Raphael raised his eyebrows slightly. Our plan also ran into some accidents. There are still 10 minutes before the time you mentioned. Murat's cold and hoarse voice was still unpleasant. Tell me about it. Raphael's gaze became solemn as he looked around at the crowd. Countless undecipherable thoughts flashed across his eyes. Finally, these thoughts converged into 3 words, which he softly uttered. Calamity. Chapter 213. Lampard stuffed a ball of roasted meat into his mouth while staring at Thales, making Thales uncomfortable. The Anti-Theft chapter, please support the original. Respect the author's work. You're calmer than I thought. The Archduke said slowly. Thales sighed. Perhaps. He walked to the table, climbed onto a chair, and sat down. But in the face of an enemy who owes me hundreds of lives, I really can't think of any other expression. Even anger seems unnecessary. Lampard picked up a wooden wine cup and poured it into his mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. The Archduke put down the wine cup, wiped the wine off with the back of his left hand, grabbed a piece of hind leg meat, and took a bite. According to the news from Constellation, you really don't look like a 7-year-old child. When life is not easy, you have to learn to mature earlier. Thales shrugged. Eat up, this is good venison. Lampard pushed a plate of roasted meat over. The Prince of Constellation can't starve to death in my military camp. Thales stared at the crudely made plate of roasted meat and frowned. You've got guts. Your counterattack was indeed beyond my expectations, Lampard said coldly. Who made this decision? Maybe I should reward him properly. He ruined all my years of planning. You. Thales pulled the plate in front of him, drew his dagger without looking up, and started cutting the meat. Lampard raised his eyebrows. This is your decision, Your Grace. Thales cut the venison and said calmly, you killed half of our men on the first day I stepped into Extet's borders. You forced us to choose the path that was most disadvantageous to you. How long have you been standing here looking at the fortress opposite you every day? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? I guess it's not easy to maintain the supplies, food, and lodging for more than 10,000 people? Thales shrugged. I'm really worried about Black Sand Region's finances. He picked up a piece of venison the size of a thumb and put it in his mouth. It tastes good. Lampard stopped eating and drinking. He stared straight at Thales with a fierce look in his eyes. You know, the Archduke said slowly, I originally planned to spare your life and only kill the people around you. Thales frowned. His venison was not cut very well. But we ran into the Mystic Gun unit. That level of attack. Thales snorted softly and began to cut off a piece of meat. They wanted my life, didn't they? That was an accident, Lampard said calmly. Accident. Thales was so angry that he laughed. He put down the dagger in his hand. Your mystic gun, however, he was immediately stunned. Wait a minute. Putre had said that Lamba was not mad. In that case, Thales stared blankly at Lampard. Could it be that was an accident? Thales asked in disbelief. It was an accident. Lampard placed his arms on the table, his eyes burning. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. After a long while, Thales opened his eyes and said with certainty, "You did not send the Mystic Gun Squad." "I didn't." Lampard put down his glass and shook his head slowly. "You didn't intend to kill me either," Thales continued. "I didn't." Lampard's eyes were burning. Thales gritted his teeth. "I see." He exhaled and laughed. "The one commanding the Mystic Gun unit is someone else. Lampard had no reason to kill me from the beginning. The Mystic Gun unit is an uncontrollable killing weapon. No matter how stupid he is, he won't use this kind of thing against me." Thales sighed. Lampard grabbed the wooden plate of venison, pulled it in front of him, and grabbed a piece of meat. "You're much smarter than I thought." Lampard's expression was unpleasant. He stuffed the meat into his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Now you understand why we met here, right?" "Yes, I understand." Thales wiped the dagger with his sleeve and put it back on his waist. He sighed and said, "It's just that I really didn't expect that the famous Archduke of Black Sand Region's Mystic Gun unit would be so easily tricked into giving him the right to command." Lampard suppressed his anger. "That officer is called Hardy. He has been in charge of training my Mystic Gun unit since 3 years ago. The commander of the unit fell ill this morning, so he was only temporarily in charge." "How is he?" Thales asked quietly. After the signal to retreat was sounded, he still ordered a second attack, but there were soldiers who immediately questioned his orders, Lampard said gloomily. Then, Hardy did not hesitate to slit his neck and committed suicide. "We are still investigating the person behind him. This also explains why you hurriedly blew the signal to retreat after only one shot." Thales sneered. "Even the command malfunctioned." "I'm sorry, I really don't know what expression to use at this time." Archduke Lampard pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. "Their goal should be to use you to kill me, or to use my death to plot against you." Thales sneered. "I think it's more likely the latter. My enemies are all in the country." "The higher you stand," Lampard said quietly, "the more enemies there will be. So, the sudden accident also made you cancel your plan." Thales snorted. "Were you originally going to humiliate me by capturing me and see if the fortress would waver?" There was silence. Lampard opened the bottle of rye wine beside him and filled his empty goblet. "I hate to say this, but King Kessel made a good move. He pushed you out," Archduke Lampard said calmly. "The moment you stepped into my military camp, I could no longer take down the fortress and the Northern Territory. And the oath he made in Renaissance Palace was equivalent to forging a suit of armor for you with the ownership of royal power." Lampard raised his goblet and said quietly, "If you die in Extet, no matter who did it, the neighboring Black Sand region will only suffer." So, once you realized that you could not take down Broken Dragon Fortress, and realized that there were actually people eyeing you covetously, you immediately changed your attitude and wanted to rope me in? Thales said coldly. Lampard drank a mouthful of wine expressionlessly and said, "Kessel's oath dispelled some people's desire to take your life, but it also aroused the ambition of others to take your life. Today's Mystic Gun is just the beginning. We have a common enemy lurking in the dark, whether it is for the throne of Extet or the throne of Constellation." The Archduke of Black Sand Region's voice was steady and solemn. "From the moment you stepped into Extet and Northland, our interests were tied together." "Yes." Thales lowered his head. His voice was steady and indifferent. "My death in Extet is not a good thing for either of us. I will allocate 2,000 men, led by Kenvita, my most trusted subject, to escort you to Dragon Cloud City. Archduke Lampard's expression softened a little. You will go straight to the Walton family's territory. The king's emissary is already waiting for you. But my men died on the battlefield. They stood in front of me and were pierced by knives, swords, and spears. Thales raised his head. His expression was gloomy. We have also killed many of your men. Lampard closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment. Thales stared at him expressionlessly. Those warriors, whether they were my soldiers or your subordinates, they will not have died in vain. They died a worthy death. Lampard opened his eyes. It is precisely because of their sacrifice that we can understand each other, and that we can sit here and make a difficult choice for the future of our two kingdoms, even if it is extremely difficult. We have never been enemies. Our enmity on the battlefield was only forced by the situation, Lampard said softly. For the future, so that today's senseless bloodshed will not happen again, we should cast aside our past enmity. This is what we should do. War is for peace, isn't it? Thales suddenly smiled. Well said, Your Grace. He chuckled with an indecipherable expression. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Just as you said, from now on, we have no reason to be enemies. The Archduke nodded and raised his wine glass. You ate my venison. According to Northland's customs, you are my guest. This is good rye wine. Lampard pushed the wine glass over. His gaze was profound. And according to Northland's customs, we are allies after drinking the same glass of wine. From manpower, information, resources, and financial resources, I will provide you with all the conveniences in Ekstedt. Our enemies will not have any chance. Archduke Lampard nodded. Until you leave Ekstedt and return to Constellation. Even until the day you. Chapter 2:14. On a high platform in heroic Spirit Palace, the Star Killer stood beside King Nuvan with his strange blade. Your Majesty, those Constellations have requested to look for their prince on their own, right? Switch to the anti-theft chapter when you wake up. King Nuvan propped himself up on the platform and narrowed his eyes as he looked down at his city. This is Dragon Cloud City that belongs to the Walton family. The king exhaled slowly. Let them go. King Nuvan's voice sounded a little tired. Maybe I can find my granddaughter on the way. Compared to the current situation, perhaps the Walton family is really secondary. King Nuvan sighed heavily. Nicholas nodded and turned to pass the order. Not long after, the Star Killer returned to the king's side. This time, his expression was solemn. The patrol team has reported back. We have locked on to the approximate location of the calamity. King Nuvan's expression changed. He turned to Nicholas, and his gaze regained its shrewdness and decisiveness. In Shield District, there were two teams that did not respond for more than half an hour. Then, their corpses were discovered. They had been reduced to pieces, the commander of the White Blade Guard said slowly. Shield District? King Nuvan pondered for a moment. Very well. The old king looked at Dragon Cloud City beneath him again and said flatly, turning people into pieces. Is there any information about that calamity that I need to know? There was silence. Then, a peaceful voice rang out. Yes, Your Majesty. Behind King Nuvan, the master of the secret room, the Red Witch, Kalshan bowed her head respectfully. If possible, please evacuate Shield District and the bordering districts as soon as possible. If necessary, you may even evacuate the residents out of the city. Beside her, Nicholas took a deep breath. That much? King Nuvan frowned. I have to evacuate half of the city for a calamity. Please believe me, Your Majesty, Kalshan said slowly in a gentle tone. The price of half of Dragon Cloud City, it's better than the entire Dragon Cloud City. Your Majesty, did you see it? Nicholas hurriedly rushed to the high platform and reported to King Nuvan. The old king stared at Dragon Cloud City beneath the high platform. He stared at the furthest, lowest, largest, and most populated district. Ah! King Nuvan gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. I saw it. Just now, a giant blood-red monster suddenly appeared there, followed by countless tremors and screams that could be heard clearly even in heroic Spirit Palace. Then, the monster went silent again. However, a few minutes later, another loud bang rang in the air. The entire Shield District shrank by one floor at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is really unexpected. Apart from Raikuru, I am probably the first Northland king who has the fortune to witness it in more than 600 years. King Nuvan's words were laced with a heavy hostility. King Nuvan clenched his fists. Anger and hatred surged in his eyes. The monster that I've only seen in pictures since I was young, Hydra, Kilika. Raikuru's mortal enemy. King Nuvan slammed his palm on the stage. The veins on his hand bulged. Nicholas gritted his teeth. He cast a glance at his own blade and slowly tightened his grip on the hilt. What happened to Shield District? King Nuvan controlled his tone and asked calmly, how many residents have been evacuated? What about the patrol team's report? Behind him, the Red Witch, Kalshan, walked forward with a solemn expression. She looked at the smoke-filled district in the distance and sighed slowly. When she raised her head again, the Red Witch's eyes regained their clarity and calmness. Your Majesty, the Red Witch said flatly, forgive me for being blunt. I'm afraid it's already. Kalshan bowed slightly and respectfully. There's no more Shield District. At the edge of Shield District, Nicholas turned a giant tentacle into ashes with a smooth slash. Behind him, countless shadows of swords and blades could be heard. The elite warriors of the White Blade Guards were carrying out their duty to end more and smaller tentacles. The Star Killer frowned and walked down from the battlefield. In the distance, King Nuvan, who was tightly surrounded by a dozen guards, narrowed his eyes and looked at the captain of his personal guards. Your Majesty. The sound of hooves could be heard from afar, along with the loud reports of the cavaliers on the horses. The secret room sent news that Kilika has disappeared. Very good. King Nuvan's expression changed. He nodded and said to a noble behind him, this proves that our strategy is effective. That calamity, it does not dare to face the Soul Slayer Pike head-on. Nicholas, who had just gotten rid of a tentacle, walked forward. We used the best strategy against the blood calamity. On one hand, we used a small number of elites and legendary anti-mystic equipment to attack its vital points. On the other hand, we divided and surrounded it, cutting off its source of power, Your Majesty. The Star Killer's expression became solemn and his eyes shone. We suppressed it. King Nuvan nodded heavily. Behind the king, a few Northland soldiers rode over on horseback. They brought along a few noble bureaucrats who were in charge of delivering the news. They continued to deliver the news. Also, Your Majesty, we still do not have any news about the Prince of Constellation and your granddaughter. King Nuvan's expression did not change, as if he did not care about his granddaughter's life or death. Also, the nobles and the residents of the other districts are talking about it, especially the residents you evacuated. Many of them saw that monster. There are all sorts of comments about the Calamity's invasion. Many of the militias who have been enlisted have requested to immediately change their equipment and join the battle. The situation is a little chaotic, and the patrols are somewhat unable to keep the situation under control. Reply to Madame Kalshan. Continue to monitor that thing and keep the news flowing. King Nuvan turned around and frowned slightly. He thought carefully and then decisively ordered, also, inform the chief garrison officer to disperse the patrols and pacify the civilians one by one. In the name of the king, this place will be solved very quickly. Ordinary troops without anti-mystic equipment will not be of any use. No one is allowed to conscript or gather troops for any reason. The few bureaucrats nodded and continued to report the situation. The outskirts of the city are very close. We also received news when we evacuated the residents. Your 6 counts and their vassals have already sent fast horses and messenger crows 3 times, requesting to bring their troops into the city as reinforcements. bringing thousands of people to feed that calamity? The king rudely interrupted them. Reply to them that the Waltons have seen their loyalty, but this is not an ordinary battlefield. A large number of troops will only make the situation worse. One of the clerks quickly recorded the king's words. Another said worriedly, also, the 4 archdukes have requested your majesty that for your own safety, you should immediately return to Heroic Spirit Palace and explain. King Niven nodded and nonchalantly waved them away. Let Leespan deal with those nobles, including the archdukes. Just say that the king is hunting at the front lines. Under such circumstances, it's best for them to shut up. After giving the order, the heralds rode away on fast horses. You know, they actually have a point. You should stay in Heroic Spirit Palace, your majesty, the Star Killer said calmly. The king shook his head. Almost all the White Blade Guards have been mobilized, and we can't summon troops into the city. Staying in the empty Heroic Spirit Palace with 4 archdukes and their personal guards with ulterior motives? King Niven snorted coldly. Your king just killed an archduke not long ago. I think I know which option is safer. Nicholas nodded and shook off the blood on the severing soul's blade. At this moment, your majesty, boss, look. A White Blade Guard pointed at the sky and shouted. In the night sky, a spark flew high up into the sky above Shield District. What followed was a sharp sound. The White Blade Guards shuddered in unison. A signal arrow. This means. Nicholas' gaze shifted. It's the first group from the east. They've found a big guy that's hard to deal with. We have to immediately. At the same time, a similar spark bloomed in the sky from another direction. At the same time, there was a sharp whistle. King Niven frowned. 2 places. But in the next second, a third signal arrow rose from afar. At the same time? That's not right. King Niven stared at the sparks and frowned. We've strictly assigned the routes. We've divided them into 2 directions, east and west, and gradually encircled them from the edge of Shield District. While the 1st and 5th groups are clearing the route in front, the troops at the back should not have encountered the big guy. Just as he spoke, a 4th signal bolt appeared not far away. Nicholas' expression changed drastically. There are so many signals at the same time. There's only one explanation, your majesty. A few seconds later, Nicholas panted and said, a new monster broke out from the ground, so other than the 1st and 5th groups, the others have also encountered it. He could not finish his sentence. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a loud rumble was heard. In the smoke and dust, a blurry and indistinct gigantic creature appeared in the center of Shield District, swinging its countless tentacles. Everyone present stared at the monster, the multi-headed snake, Kilika, dumbfounded. How could this be? King Niven gritted his teeth. Looking at the nightmare monster that had reappeared, he took a deep breath and looked at the warriors around him. It's such a big target. Isn't it afraid of the Soul Slayer Pike's ability? Gleeward, King Niven stopped talking. The old king's expression was unpleasant. He had obviously realized something. There was a few seconds of silence. Then, Nicholas put the severing soul's blade into the scabbard on his back and slowly crouched down. He tightened the straps on his legs and nodded solemnly. Your Majesty. I request that we depart immediately. The Star Killer regained his extreme calmness. He said softly, we must slow down the work of clearing these tentacles. I think I need to bring the severing soul's blade, to save Gleeward as soon as possible. Everyone present stared at the monster, the multi-headed snake, Kilika, dumbfounded. How could this be? King Niven gritted his teeth. Looking at the nightmare monster that had reappeared, he took a deep breath and looked at the warriors around him. It's such a big target. Isn't it afraid of the Soul Slayer Pike's ability? Gleeward, King Niven stopped talking. The old king's expression was unpleasant. He had obviously realized something. There was a few seconds of silence. Then, Nicholas put the severing soul's blade into the scabbard on his back and slowly crouched down. He tightened the straps on his legs and nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, I request that we depart immediately. The Star Killer regained his extreme calmness. He said softly, we must slow down the work of clearing these tentacles. I think I need to bring the Severing Soul's blade, to save Gleeward as soon as possible. Everyone present stared at the monster, the multi-headed snake, Kilika, dumbfounded. How could this be? King Niven gritted his teeth. Looking at the nightmare monster that had reappeared, he took a deep breath and looked at the warriors around him. It's such a big target. Isn't it afraid of the Soul Slayer Pike's ability? Gleeward, King Niven stopped talking. The old king's expression was unpleasant. He had obviously realized something. There was a few seconds of silence. Then, Nicholas put the Severing Soul's blade into the scabbard on his back and slowly crouched down. He tightened the straps on his legs and nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, I request that we depart immediately. The Star Killer regained his extreme calmness. He said softly, we must slow down the work of clearing these tentacles. Chapter 2:15. At that moment, Thales figured out many things. Outside Dragon Cloud City, Nicholas once told him that the king's men were investigating within Constellation and found clues about the Disaster Sword's assassination of Mariah. Furthermore, the assassination attempt on Thales at the fortress was also related to the Disaster Sword. The two clues combined and implicated Archduke Pofrit. But Miranda and Cohen had already confirmed that the Disaster Sword was just a cover to lure them here. In other words, the information obtained by the king's men was also a lie. It was an excuse to draw King Niven's attention to Pofrit. The problem was, who in Extet was qualified and capable of being King Niven's eyes and ears, investigating cases on his behalf and sending back fabricated information? And now, Thales looked at the red-robed lady before him with a complicated gaze. He watched her cross her hands and stand calmly and kindly in front of the thick door. Not only that. Why did Lampard's grand operation not alarm Dragon Cloud City? Why could his army enter the city without anyone knowing? Why could he easily find so many connections? Thales took a deep breath and brought his attention back to the present. Raphael stood in front while Cohen and Miranda stood on his left and right. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department was no longer as indifferent as before. Instead, it was replaced by intense vigilance and solemnity. I thought it would be someone coming to change shifts or patrol, but... Cohen looked suspiciously at the Red Witch, who had a faint smile on her face. He carefully whispered, the situation is bad, right? Who is that old lady? Very bad, Miranda replied softly behind Raphael with her hand on the hilt of her sword. I think that's the Red Witch. Cohen did not speak anymore. His eyebrows furrowed again. Thales tightened his grip on Little Rascal behind him and felt the slight tremble in her palm. He took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. If the Red Witch is involved, that means, Madame Calchon. Raphael looked at the old woman before him coldly. No wonder I was able to sneak in so easily. You knew I would come, so you set up a trap. Calchon looked at him quietly and suddenly grinned. I've been dealing with the kingdom's secret intelligence department since I was 8. The old woman's expression was peaceful and her eyes were calm. I know you all too well. Raphael's expression changed slightly. Thales frowned. 8 years old? Is child labor popular in the darkroom? He cursed silently. As for you. You are still too young, little friend, the Red Witch said plainly. If it were Murat, he would have noticed something was wrong when he entered the city. Raphael did not speak. Her red eyes trembled slightly, but the tension on her face did not relax in the slightest. Having been exposed to the secret intelligence department for many years, he was deeply aware of the terrifying power hidden in this seemingly frail old woman before him. Damn it. Cohen tilted his head, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. That's the Red Witch? Is she ambushing us? Ralph shook his head, his face serious. He felt something in the wind. As you can see, Miranda's gaze was fixed on the door behind Kalshan. I can sense that there are many people lying in ambush outside. Moving stealthily and breaking out of the encirclement by surprise. This was their greatest advantage, but now it was gone. Wyatt gritted his teeth with an unpleasant expression. The attendant in front of Thales whispered, "She's standing very close to us." "At this distance, maybe we can." "No," Miranda answered crisply. Cohen furrowed his brows. "Why?" "Because she's the Red Witch." Raphael's gaze did not waver. His lips parted slightly as he answered for Miranda. "Only a fool would believe that she would intercept us unprepared. We can't act rashly." Hearing that, the police officer gritted his teeth in indignation. "I've probably encountered half of all the bad luck in my life today." "Look for other exits," Miranda said in a low voice. "If it doesn't work, we'll break out from her. They're definitely well prepared." At this moment, Madame Kalshan, who was sitting opposite them, laughed softly. Her laughter was old, but warm and peaceful. As her laughter rang out, everyone on Constellation's side looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Raphael Lindbergh, a homeless orphan in the Great Desert, and now the young man that the Black Prophet values the most, Kalshan said with a smile, "Is this how you repay the Arun family who raised and nurtured you for 12 years? Why, is Duke Arun not good to you? Why did you betray him?" Raphael did not move. Thales' expression changed. He glanced at the other two people worriedly, but Miranda did not seem to notice, while Cohen looked puzzled. "But you also know, look at your eyes." Kalshan sighed and continued, as though she felt sorry for Thales, "You can never become one of them." In Thales' eyes, Raphael's back was still unmoved. But from his half-cut sleeve, the prince noticed that the tendons on Raphael's wrist tightened slightly. "He's wavering," a voice whispered in Thales' heart. "And you, Miss Arund." The Red Witch turned her head and looked at Miranda, revealing a mother's loving gaze toward her daughter. "Have you ever thought about it?" Miranda was startled. "Why Raphael? Why him?" Kalshan said slowly, "Why did the Black Prophet choose him, who has no power or influence, instead of any noble with a bright future?" The cold-looking swordswoman could not help but frown slightly when she heard this. "Don't listen to her." Raphael turned sideways to face the Red Witch, his expression as though he was facing a great enemy. "Don't listen to even a single word. Look at your father. If you still care about the Northern Territory and don't want this precious land to be taken away by despicable means, Northland girl, Extet will always open its doors to you. Northland belongs only to Northlanders." The Red Witch smiled at her. Thales frowned slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. But Miranda only frowned and said nothing. He did not know what she was thinking. The Red Witch turned her head again and looked at the tall, blonde figure. Cohen, who was worried, felt his scalp go numb. "Ah, Officer Cohen, Caribbean from Walla Hill." This time, Kalshan smiled brightly. "You, wait." Cohen's expression changed and he interrupted her. "Stop talking nonsense, old woman." Recalling Raphael's warning, Cohen's face tightened and he grabbed the hilt of his sword fiercely. He shook his head violently and said nervously, "I won't listen to a single word you say." Miranda rolled her eyes and exhaled through her nose. Raphael raised his eyebrows slightly. "This guy is so nervous that he's incoherent." But the Red Witch only shook her head and smiled at the impolite Cohen. Her expression was peaceful. It was as though she was looking at a naughty child. "Oh, no, young Cohen." Kalshan shook her head and said helplessly, "I just wanted to say, you're really handsome." Cohen's fierce and ferocious expression froze. He was not the only one. Thales also raised his eyebrows. "Huh? What?" Cohen looked confused. He blinked his eyes and asked in surprise, "Did you just say?" "I said, don't listen to what she says." The Red Robe's words confuse the mind, and the witch's curse bewitches the mind. Raphael exhaled fiercely and looked around. The Red Witch, Kalshan, is extremely good at lying. You can't believe a single word she says. She's the only person in the world who can deceive the Black Prophet. Kalshan sighed and shook her head helplessly. Her gaze seemed to say, is that so? Thales was slightly shocked. Deceive the Black Prophet? He remembered his confrontation with Murat in Mindy's hall, Murat's psionic ability, and the time he barely passed the interrogation with Yodel and Serena's help. And the Red Witch can actually deceive that old man in black? Isn't that the nemesis of Murat's psionic ability to detect lies? Cohen, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Wait a minute. She lied? Cohen blinked and was a little puzzled. He turned his head and said, but she just said I'm handsome. Miranda and Raphael turned their heads together and shouted angrily at the same time. Shut up. Cohen had no choice but to shut his mouth resentfully. God, I have a feeling. Why sighed. She can reduce our morale by half with just her mouth alone. Ralph mumbled indecipherable words. Thales did not speak. He only stared at the Red Witch with a numb scalp. She was clearly alone, but at that moment, the second prince felt that even if all of them were tied together, they could not compare to one person on the other side. There are no other exits. Miranda retracted her gaze from the corner and shook her head. What do we do now? Cohen exhaled and whispered in dissatisfaction, do we just wait? I'll stall for time. All of you slowly spread out. Raphael curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. Thales did not know how he managed to practice his ultimate skill of speaking without moving his lips. He said, look for an opportunity and attack together. See if we can capture her. According to rumors, the Red Witch's abilities are not high. Raphael narrowed his eyes. But be careful, she may be carrying equipment similar to the alchemy ball. Okay. Wait, what do you mean by rumors? It literally means, according to rumors. However, in the next moment, Thales became the next person the Red Witch spoke to. Prince Thales. The old woman looked at the prince with a complicated expression. Her expression was one of pity. It is my honor to see you again. Thales' expression changed slightly. Of course, it would be my honor as well. If I wasn't in prison and you weren't on Lampard's side. Your Highness. Raphael shook his head slightly at Thales and narrowed his eyes. Lies. Thales nodded. The second prince kept repeating Raphael's words about the witch's curse in his heart to remind himself to be careful. Compared to the time he faced the Black Prophet in Mindy's hall, compared to the feeling Murat gave him, compared to the huge pressure that made his nerves taut all the time, this old woman gave him a vague sense of unease, which made his hair stand on end and made him feel inexplicably terrified. Especially the panic and apprehension he felt about what she was going to say next. Kalshan sighed and shook her head at him with a sincere expression. The wrinkles on her face moved slightly, as if she was very helpless. I'm really sorry, but since you've already come to the kingdom of the Great Dragon, since you'll be returning to prison in a while, you may never be free again, the old woman said mournfully. Do you have anything else to say? Do you want me to bring it to her? Thales frowned slightly and secretly became vigilant. Who? Who else could it be? Kalshan sighed. Her expression was subtle and there was a smile on her lips, as if she was recalling something. Of course it's beautiful and intelligent, Madame Therangerana. Chapter 2:16. Thales took a deep breath and stared at the Red Witch in front of him. Even though Asda had answered his questions about being a mystic, Thales still had many doubts about his own physique. His primary suspect was still his mysterious mother, especially after hearing the Queen of the Sky's baffling words. The second prince's chest heaved slightly. Why did you mention this name? She's lying, Thales thought. The Prince of Constellation's first middle name was a rare name, it was not a secret. Kalshan's eyes narrowed into slits as she flashed a gentle and friendly smile. At the banquet, you talked about a mother's pain of longing for her son. Kalshan opened her eyes slightly and looked at Thales with an amused gaze. Of course she wanted to repay you. The Red Witch's gaze flickered and she enunciated each word meaningfully, in the same way. Thales clenched his fists slightly. God. She knows something. At least she knows that's my birth mother, Prince Thales. Thales was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked at Raphael. The latter shook his head slowly with a solemn expression. Please remember, no matter what she does or says now, it's all for her own purpose. If you need answers, the Secret Intelligence Department is always at your service. We have enough information in our treasury. Thales turned his head. His gaze swept past Miranda, who had a heavy heart, Raphael, who had a solemn expression, and Cohen, who had a puzzled look on his face. He frowned, took a deep breath and nodded. That's right. At least not now. Kalshan sighed slightly. Sometimes I admire Murat's ability to teach his students. The old woman turned her gaze and looked straight at Raphael. Every one of his students is so outstanding. Be it those who are loyal to him or those who are his enemies. Raphael snorted coldly. Miranda slowly walked to the left of the Red Witch, while Cohen moved to the other side. In the face of such an obvious action, Kalshan seemed to be completely unaware. This made Thales even more uneasy. Prince Thales. The Red Witch's gaze became fierce, which was rare for her. Remember my advice at the banquet? All the difficulties you have experienced are nothing compared to Murat's. His loyalty is the deadliest poison, Kalshan said solemnly. The more loyal he is, the more dangerous he is. I'm sure you've already experienced this. Thales shut his mouth and frowned. Raphael shook his head. This is too ironic coming from the mouth of someone who betrayed King Niven. Karshan smiled. The tragedy of the Secret Intelligence Department is that your master is only a Jade Star. The Red Witch shook her head nonchalantly. The Jade Star who rules over Constellation forever. But the monarch of Extet is always changing. So, the secret room is only loyal to Extet. Kalshan paused for a moment and her smile became cold. When the king can no longer represent Extet, we will choose the most advantageous route for Extet. Thales was struck by a thought. When the king could no longer represent Extet. Could it be, betrayal is betrayal? Cohen could not help but say, especially when Niven is still the king. His footsteps were getting closer and closer to Kalshan. I didn't want this to happen either. Kalshan glanced at Miranda and Cohen, who were getting closer and closer. She shook her head and sighed. But when we found out, it was already too late. Thales frowned. What do you mean? I mean. Kalshan raised her head. Her expression was solemn, which was rare. Now. The Red Witch's voice suddenly rose. At the same time, she retreated hastily. Cohen and Miranda were startled. Asterisk boom. Asterisk before anyone could react, a huge explosion came from above their heads. It shook Thales so much that his entire body trembled. His ears rang. The ceiling was broken open. Countless stones poured down from above their heads, bringing with them gusts of dust. Amidst the flying dust, Thales coughed and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. What happened? But before he could even react, he was pushed by Waya, who had quick reflexes, and fell backwards. Waya unsheathed his single-edged sword and slashed at the stones above their heads. A few stones were sliced open and smashed against the surrounding empty space and walls, bringing up even more dust and obscuring the figures of Raphael and the others. Thales and Little Rascal both lost their balance and fell on the ground a meter behind them. Forget about her. Raphael's anxious shout came faintly from the front. Return and defend. Ralph swung his remaining left arm and generated a cyclone, intending to scrape away the dust. But a sturdy figure in a military uniform descended from the sky. He landed in front of Ralph. In his blurry vision, Thales vaguely saw the figure calmly avoid Ralph's hidden blade. Ralph, on the other hand, flew to the side under the effect of his psionic ability. But in the next moment, the sturdy figure instantly exerted force and struck with his elbow. Ralph's figure paused heavily. Asterisk thud. Asterisk amidst the dust, the phantom wind follower's body flew backward and crashed into a prison cell. No! Waya's furious roar rang in his ears. The power of eradication surged into the attendant's sword-wielding hand. He stood in front of Thales and charged towards the figure in the dust. Amidst the endless pain, he swung his sword without any regard for the consequences. The wind from the sword brushed against his face. Thales had no choice but to close his eyes. Impulsive, a deep male voice rang. The sturdy figure did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the tip of Waya's sword. Waya's single-edged sword slashed into the enemy's shoulder. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sound of the blade cutting through iron was heard. But the tall figure immediately swung his right arm, pressed it against Waya's neck, and gave it a forceful push. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Waya's figure flew backward, and his head hit the wall of the prison cell solidly. The attendant fell to the ground in defeat. T. Thales gritted his teeth. As he coughed, he pulled Little Rascal, who was equally at a loss, to her feet. As soon as he looked up, he saw the tall figure in the dust. The enemy pulled Waya's sword from his shoulder armor, tossed it aside, and walked towards Thales. Thales did not have time to panic. He instinctively retreated. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Raphael appeared from the dust and swiftly swung his sword at the back of the enemy's head. His arm trembled, and a strange sound came from his muscles. The tip of his sword blurred, and it whistled shrilly in the air. The tall enemy suddenly turned around. As he turned around, a thin blade with a smooth arc was instantly unsheathed from his waist. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk it was a blade rarely seen in the Western Peninsula. It was a light cavalry blade that shone with a golden luster. The moment the enemy drew his blade, Thales felt the air around him tremble, and it became hotter than ever before. The instant the temperature rose, it was as if someone had suddenly lit a fire in the air. It reminded him of the bombardment from the mystic gun. The enemy turned around and slashed at Raphael's blade. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk the saber and longsword collided, but the sound produced was not the usual collision of metal, but a shrill sizzle. Raphael's blade broke in an instant. The broken blade hit the wall, and was immediately repelled. Ah! Raphael gritted his teeth and groaned in pain. His sword-wielding left hand was ablaze, and he was forced to retreat. In the dust, the enemy swung his saber nonchalantly. The blade was not on fire, but it strangely drew a string of sparks in the air. Thales watched in shock as the powerful enemy defeated the three of them in an instant. He was terrified. Miranda and Cohen appeared at Raphael's side at the same time, and their swords whistled. Miranda's sword wavered, as if she could change at any time, while Cohen's attack was fierce and powerful. The enemy did not panic. He lowered his left shoulder, and just like how he dealt with Waya and Ralph, he pounced on Miranda. That weapon was strange. She could not fight him head-on. Seize the rhythm and force him. Miranda's gaze shifted, and the Pegasus music was activated. The tip of her sword was aimed at the enemy's crotch. However, contrary to her expectations, the enemy did not even try to dodge. Instead, he went straight for her sword. Under Miranda's shocked gaze, her sword stabbed into the enemy's waist. Just as the blade was about to penetrate deeper, the enemy's waist trembled, and the blade slid out from his waist, bringing with it a gush of blood, but avoiding the vital parts. In the next second, the enemy lowered his body and rammed forward. His iron-like left shoulder slammed into Miranda's right chest. As the swordswoman staggered back and groaned, the enemy ruthlessly struck her with the hilt of his blade. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Miranda fell to the ground in pain from her chest and abdomen. Cohen's sword came from the enemy's back. The enemy snorted. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the blade pierced the point where the enemy's armor and arm guard met, and blood gushed out. Before the blade could pierce into his body, the tall enemy quickly turned around, and with the pressure from the two pieces of armor, he abruptly pulled the blade to the side. Then he swung his blade. But contrary to the enemy's expectations, Cohen was not affected by his strange movements. The police officer let go of the hilt the moment he turned around. Cohen pounced on the enemy with a fierce expression, and lowered his body to avoid the enemy's fierce blade. The police officer hugged his waist tightly, pressed down on the enemy's forearm, and exerted force with both legs. The enemy let out an "oh," as if he was very surprised. Bang. Under Cohen's terrifying impact, the two men fell to the ground together, bringing up another cloud of dust. Clang. The enemy's saber fell from the sudden impact. Cohen, who was on top of the enemy, roared with a ferocious expression. He slammed his elbow down, and hit the enemy's abdomen. Thud. The enemy grunted. But Cohen was immediately grabbed by the shoulders by the enemy, and the enemy suddenly sat up. The enemy suddenly and forcefully headbutted Cohen's nose. Bang. The police officer, who was seeing stars, was about to use his arms to break free from the enemy's chains. But the enemy reacted quickly and pushed forward. As Cohen staggered and regained his balance, he kicked out. Thud. Behind the two men who were fighting fiercely, Raphael swung his left shoulder a few times. With a strange sizzling sound in his arm, the flames on his left hand strangely extinguished. Raphael gritted his teeth and kicked the sword on the corpse of a guard, and moved forward with the sword. But Cohen's figure staggered and fell from the front, and Raphael had no choice but to support him. Miranda struggled to get up from the ground and joined them. The next second, Raphael's footsteps stopped, and he did not move. "What's wrong?" Cohen asked, clutching his abdomen and panting in pain. Raphael did not answer, but his expression was unpleasant. The smoke and dust dispersed. The tall figure had already picked up his golden saber again. His blade stopped at a little boy's throat. Behind them, little Rascal was trembling as she looked at the two of them. Miranda sighed. On the other side, Waya supported Ralph, who was coughing violently, and looked at the situation in disbelief. "Step down," the enemy, who came alone, said coldly, "you have lost." Raphael and the others frowned. Hello." Feeling the chill on his throat, he smiled helplessly as his scalp went numb. "Lord told ya." The tall enemy, one of the 5 war generals of Ekstedt, the Fire Knight of Black Sand region, Ram Tolja, coldly held the saber in his hand and nodded in response. Chapter 217. This is bad. Thales sighed in his heart. I didn't even have time to pull the police out. Little Rascal sat on the ground in a daze as she watched the blade pressed against Thales' neck. Everyone in the field had unpleasant expressions on their faces. From the moment Tolja broke through the ceiling to the moment he defeated 5 people and took down Thales, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Miranda stopped the hot-headed Cohen, who was about to charge forward with clenched teeth. The police came back to his senses. He wiped the blood from his nose and looked at the mess around him. Then, he looked at the enemy who had suddenly appeared. In a daze, he recalled his teacher Zadie's words, "One day, when you realize that you can end a battle in an extremely short amount of time, you'll probably be close to supreme class, damn it." So this newcomer, Cohen clenched his fists. Looking at the prince who was being held hostage, he felt extremely gloomy. Raphael looked at the Red Witch at the door, then at the Fire Knight and Thales on the other side. His expression was gloomy. He actually came from above. Waya looked at the broken ceiling in shock, then at the rubble around him. Cohen gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. "Just a little bit more, what do we do now?" Miranda assessed the current situation and sighed. A round of applause came from the direction of the thick door. "Fire Knight, you really live up to your reputation." The Red Witch reappeared in front of the thick door. She was smiling from ear to ear and was friendly. What a beautiful move. Tolja pouted and turned his gaze to Thales. He looked at the blade in front of Thales' throat. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the current situation. Thales chuckled at him and desperately tried to think of a way to escape. Even though the chances seemed very slim at the moment, the Supreme Class Tolja, the mysterious Red Witch, and the soldiers in the gatehouse. It's nothing. They're not at their best. Tolja shook his head. They're injured, and they're distracted by your words. They can't even fight properly. Raphael and Miranda looked at each other. Their breathing quickened. An acrobat who only knows how to use psionic abilities. The Fire Knight glanced at the indignant Ralph, then at Waya, who was leaning on his sword. And an impulsive and desperate fellow. Tolja then glanced at the other three. These few are also not that good. You, kid, are close to the Lamita realm? Heh, Tolja said to Raphael in disdain, don't joke around. With those powers that don't belong to you? Raphael's expression didn't change, but Miranda's eyes flickered. Tolja then turned his gaze and stared deeply at Miranda. Little girl, those moves of yours are fine for a one-on-one fight. As for fighting with your life on the line. Humph, Tolja turned to Cohen. The police officer also stared at him fiercely. But Tolja suddenly smiled. You're not bad, tall guy. The Fire Knight nodded slowly. There was approval in his eyes. Among these people, only you know how to kill efficiently. Cohen was stunned. Who knows, you might be the one with the highest achievements among them, Tolja said calmly. Cohen looked at Thales, who was being held hostage by him, and felt a wave of frustration in his heart. Thales anxiously looked at each of his own people, but he could only see exhaustion and powerlessness on their battered bodies. Karshan stepped forward. The Red Witch is good at lying. Am I right? Karshan raised her eyebrows. There was a profound look in her eyes. However, lies don't need to be weaved with words. The Red Witch looked at Raphael, whose expression was unreadable. She smiled faintly. You're not the only one who's stalling for time, my friend from the Secret Intelligence Department. Tolja glanced at the 5 people around him and frowned. But, is it really necessary with just these few people? The Fire Knight shook his head with a disdainful look on his face. The soldiers can completely deal with all of them. Karshan smiled. There was no hint of impatience. First of all, the Red Witch said amiably, we want them alive. It's easy for accidents to happen in a chaotic battle. Secondly, forget about the others. Karshan turned to Raphael. There was a subtle look in her eyes. But this person, after all, he's close to the Lamita realm. It's very likely that you won't be able to hold back and kill him. Facing Raphael's hostile gaze, the Red Witch said flatly, he's also from the Secret Intelligence Department. He may have other means, such as the alchemy ball, or committing suicide before being captured. After all, it wasn't easy to force him to show himself. Raphael did not say anything. So. Karshan smiled again. Can you hand over the Staff of Constellation now, my dear Raphael? Raphael seemed to be a little tired. He staggered. Cohen wanted to support him, but Raphael had already put his hand on Ralph's shoulder before he could. Raphael leaned against Ralph's shoulder and panted a few times. Then, he steadied himself and stared at her. There was a subtle change in his expression. The Staff of Constellation is not with me, the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said slowly. You don't have the Staff of Constellation? The Red Witch grinned. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes rippled slightly. Without that equipment, how could Morat let you be in charge of the Blood Calamity? We don't have to rely on the legendary anti-mystic equipment to mobilize the Calamity, Raphael said coldly. Madame Karshan did not speak. She only stared at Raphael quietly. Your prince is right in front of you, the Red Witch said softly. You know that your choice will affect his safety, right? Everyone turned to look at Thales. Thales was stunned. What? My safety? But at this moment, Thales frowned. With his back facing the Red Witch, Ralph moved his shoulder and broke free from Raphael's grip. The phantom wind follower quietly made a hidden gesture at him. Stall. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Stall? Thales frowned. Raphael, what is he waiting for? Raphael raised his head. I don't have that thing. Raphael's pupils narrowed. He still did not relent. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Oh. I see. The Red Witch's tone was calm and natural, as if she did not care. But in the next moment, her words made everyone frown. All right, Lord Tolja, the old woman in the red robe said softly, please, cut off one of the prince's fingers for me. Thales inhaled sharply and widened his eyes. What? Raphael closed his eyes. Hey. Cohen could not hold it in anymore. He said in dissatisfaction, he's just a child. Kalshan curled her lips and raised her arms to her abdomen, revealing her wrinkled hands. He's a Jade Star, a descendant of the imperial family. That's enough. Tolja also frowned. His gaze lingered on Thales' hands, then he turned to look at the Red Witch, seemingly dissatisfied. Really? A little boy? A finger? Kalshan looked at the Fire Knight and suddenly burst into laughter. Of course I'm joking. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. The staff of constellation that can suppress most mystics. Kalshan shook her head helplessly. Then, a smile appeared in her eyes. How can it only be worth a finger? How about an eyeball? Thales shuddered again. He was almost cut by the blade. Hey, wait a minute. Thales quickly raised his hands, but Tolja immediately turned the blade. The surface of the blade pressed against his skin, and he felt a chill. Star. Staff of constellation, right? This time, he succeeded in attracting everyone's attention. Kalshan turned her gaze to Thales. I heard that you are known for your precocious intelligence, your highness. The Red Witch flashed her kind smile again. But at that moment, Thales only wanted to stay as far away from that smile as possible. Kalshan said kindly, perhaps you can convince him to cooperate with us for the sake of your body's integrity? Thales gulped. He turned his gaze to Tolja, who was staring at him coldly, and smiled awkwardly. The second prince looked at Raphael, but the latter only looked at his feet. Cohen nudged Raphael, but he still did not respond. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Red Witch, putting on an expression that said, I'm very cooperative. Stalling for time. Right. The staff of constellation. The second prince looked at the blade in front of him, drenched in sweat. That. Actually, Raphael doesn't have it with him. Kalshan stared at him without moving. Her eyelids narrowed slightly. Thales felt goosebumps under her gaze, but his face was almost numb from laughing. Is that so? Finally, the Red Witch sighed. Then you're going to lose one of your eyes. Thales was shocked. Kalshan looked at Tolja and nodded gently. Really? Miranda said unhappily. Cohen clenched his fists and gathered the power of eradication. Kalshan smiled with her eyes narrowed and shook her head at them. Hey, Madam Kalshan. However, Tolja, who controlled Thales' life and death, sighed and looked at Kalshan. He's just a child. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the Fire Knight gratefully. Is that so? Kalshan raised her eyebrows and then smiled. Then forget it, Thales did not dare to move. He watched the interaction between the Red Witch and the Fire Knight. But I heard that Lord Tolja's knife technique is exquisite and subtle, and that you can cut a fly? The old woman smiled faintly. Tolja narrowed his eyes. The Red Witch said gently, then why don't you show us? How about I cut off his right eyelash with my knife? Thales' heart clenched again. Right eyelash? Tolja snorted and looked at Thales. The knife in his hand slowly moved. It's not impossible, the golden blade grazed past Thale's eyelashes and finally stopped on his forehead. The blade gently touched his right eye, as if measuring its distance. Tolja snorted softly and his saber trembled slightly. "Boy, don't blink, or you'll regret it." Feeling the coldness of the blade slowly grazing his face, Thale's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, wait, I know. He could not take it anymore. Before Tolja's blade cut down, he shouted, "I know. I know where the Staff of Constellation is." This time, not only Kalshan and Tolja, but even the people of Constellation looked at him. Tolja stopped the blade in front of his neck again. "The people from the Secret Intelligence Department don't know, but you do?" The Red Witch asked faintly. Her tone was filled with deep suspicion. Thales exhaled and blinked his right eye hard. After all, it belongs to the Jade Star royal family. Thales, who had recovered, smiled awkwardly. Besides, the Secret Intelligence Department did bring it, for the blood calamity. Kalshan narrowed her eyes. "Oh." Thales rolled his eyes and tried hard to think about the current situation. He had to come up with an excuse that she could believe so that he could stall her. "Last night, the blood calamity was sealed," Thales said with a resigned smile as he panted slightly. "But I am certain that this is neither the Soul Slayer's pike nor the Star Killer's blade." The Red Witch frowned. "That's right. When the Soul Slayer pike, severing Soul's blade, and their masters were found, the blood calamity had already been sealed for a long time." "So, how do you know?" Kalshan asked slowly. Raphael's gaze changed. His expression was subtle. "Because I know." Thales licked his lips and his brain worked frantically. "There's someone else who got the Staff of Constellation. He was the one who sealed that calamity." Kalshan's expression finally froze. Cohen and Miranda also looked at each other, bewildered. "Who?" she asked softly. "The one who sealed the calamity?" Thales took a deep breath and slowly uttered the answer he had thought of. "A man, all alone. He's a strange swordsman." He gritted his teeth and said, "He's holding a strange black longsword." Chapter 218. The first to react was Tolja. The Fire Knight's hand tightened slightly. Thales felt the coldness on the side of his neck deepen. The back of the golden saber was directly pressed against his skin. The second prince did not dare to move, fearing that Tolja would turn his hand around and turn his neck red. "A strange, black longsword?" Tolja narrowed his eyes. "A man with almost no special characteristics?" Thales could only nod. "Interesting." The corners of Tolja's lips curled up slightly. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. "An acquaintance." Raphael frowned and looked at Thales with a very complicated gaze. "Black sword?" Kalshan gently clasped her hands together. "Are you talking about Black Street Brotherhood's black sword?" Cohen was momentarily stunned when he heard the news. "Brotherhood? Why would Constellation's Black Street Brotherhood?" "I don't know." Thales opened his mouth carefully with widened eyes, afraid that his throat would come into contact with Tolja's blade when he moved. "Probably." Kalshan stared at him quietly. "The Secret Intelligence Department gave the Staff of Constellation to Black Sword," the Red Witch said softly. Raphael did not say a word. He only stared at Thales in silence, even ignoring Cohen's action of cupping him from behind. Thales forced an awkward and ugly smile to show his tacit agreement. "Please. Who the hell knows about the Staff of Constellation?" And that Raphael has no intention of speaking at all. Thales thought fearfully, "Mr. Black Sword, I'll have to use you as a shield." "You shouldn't mind. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh anyway." However, a few seconds later, the old woman suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha." Kalshan smiled and shook her head. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and amusement, as if she was watching a child fight. "Morat must be very troubled by you." "Liar." Thales' eyes widened slightly. "Huh. The Red Witch sighed. How do you think I knew about the Secret Intelligence Department's plan in advance? Kalshan raised her wrinkled eyes. There was a deep chill in her gaze. Did I know that they wanted to use the calamities to launch a conspiracy? Thales was slightly startled. When you were still on your way to Dragon Cloud City, Prince Thales, an old friend from the Blackstreet Brotherhood used a messenger crow to ask us for help. Kalshan swept her gaze across the people in the field. Her gaze lingered on Raphael for a moment. He is being forced to the north by the Blood Bottle Gang and has no choice but to rely on your diplomat group. Thales took a few seconds to understand the meaning of this sentence. Then, he shuddered a little. In an instant, a chord was opened in his brain. His brain. His brain of a string. At that moment, he did not even care about the blade on his neck anymore. Are you talking about Ramon? Thales asked. Him. Raphael's expression was still calm and he did not say a word. On the other hand, Waya and Ralph looked at each other in astonishment. I see. Ramon didn't ask me to use a messenger crow to contact Blackstreet Brotherhood. Thales came to a realization and mumbled absent-mindedly, he wanted to contact all of you. The Red Witch sighed softly. There was a profound look in her eyes. Ramon is very quick-witted. He guessed that his predicament was the work of the Secret Intelligence Department, Kalshan said calmly. So he contacted the secret room directly. And I know Murat too well. He must be planning something. Raphael sighed when he heard this. The person from the Secret Intelligence Department looked at Thales with a strange expression. Why was a doctor of unknown origin allowed to use the diplomat group or Black Sand Region's messenger crow? And you didn't notice where he sent the message? Thales was slightly stunned. He immediately recalled the history of his contact with Ramon. He could not help but feel awkward. He could not possibly say that Ramon told him about the relevant knowledge of magic and they exchanged it, could he? But this was not what he needed to worry about the most at the moment. The people from the Brotherhood knew about the Secret Intelligence Department's conspiracy. The Red Witch walked past a few figures and shook her head slowly at him. But you said that the Secret Intelligence Department colluded with the Brotherhood and even gave the staff of Constellation to the Brotherhood's leader? Thales could only smile bitterly. I'm not as good as Murat, Kalshan said flatly. But I can still tell when it's a lie. Thales felt his scalp prickle as he met her gaze. This is bad. Kalshan snorted with a smile and looked at Raphael again. Don't beat around the bush, little friend. The Red Witch's gaze became serious. You may not have it with you, but I know you have a way to get it immediately. Raphael frowned slightly. Cohen and Miranda could not help but look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. The Secret Intelligence Department of Constellation has mastered a mysterious transmission ability since a long time ago. The corners of Kalshan's mouth curled up slightly. The Red Witch's eyes were filled with great interest. From small voice messages to large weapons and even living people, you can ignore distance and transport them to your destination in an instant. Thales was stunned. Transmission ability. Voice, ignore distance. Cohen's expression changed. Miranda also frowned. Waya, on the other hand, looked suspicious. That black hole on Raphael's arm earlier that looked like the mouth of some creature, Raphael did not speak. He still looked at the Red Witch with a calm expression. It was as if he was not even here. Give me the staff of Constellation. The leader of the secret room's expression was still gentle and amiable, but her words were getting more and more serious. If you don't want to see your prince meet with any misfortune. Thales' face immediately turned pale. Tolja snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. At this moment, a soft voice that no one had heard for a long time rang weakly from the corner of the prison cell. It was filled with grievance and dejection. From a long time ago, is that all you know? Everyone was slightly stunned. They then looked towards the corner where the voice came from. Thales could not turn his head because the back of the knife was pressed against his neck. But he was also shocked because he recognized the owner of the voice. The neglected little girl, little rascal, was leaning against the wall. Her face was pale as she trembled and looked at Kalshan. "Aren't you from the secret room?" Little rascal bit her lower lip tightly. Her eyes were filled with pain and fear. "The secret room is the shadow cast by the dragon's wings," little rascal murmured. "But why?" Little rascal's expression changed, as if she had recalled the most unbearable memory. "Why didn't you report to His Majesty?" Little rascal's eyes were filled with tears and her entire body was trembling. "You just waited for the calamity, watched them in Dragon Cloud City, watched everyone." Thales furrowed his brows. He remembered the people who ran for their lives, the people who suffocated in the air, the people who were separated from their flesh and blood, and the completely destroyed Shield District. Kalshan seemed a little surprised. She stared at the dirty little girl in the corner with a complicated expression. A few seconds later, she sighed deeply. "I'm very sorry." To everyone's surprise, the Red Witch bowed slightly in little rascal's direction. "Lady Alex Walton." Cohen's eyes widened abruptly. He stared at little rascal in disbelief. Miranda raised her eyebrows. Hearing this name, little rascal seemed to be startled. She looked at Thales with a panicked expression. But Thales still had the back of the knife pressed against his neck. He could not see her expression at all. "Even if we know that Murad is behind this." The Red Witch's voice rang. "The secret room is still at a loss," Kalshan said sincerely and sadly. "The Secret Intelligence Department has concealed the news and their whereabouts too well." The Red Witch straightened her body and shook her head. "It's too late. The Blood Mystic arrived in Dragon Cloud City a long time ago. We didn't know the Secret Intelligence Department's plan, and we had no way to defend ourselves." Kalshan's voice was low and her gaze was bleak. "We could only watch the diplomat group get closer and closer." Little rascal snapped out of her shock and fear. She clenched her fists and raised her trembling head. "Then you should report this to His Majesty." The girl gritted her teeth hard. Tears could not stop flowing from her eyes. "That's the king of all extensions. So many people died in Dragon Cloud City. He can definitely prevent these things from happening." The Red Witch raised her head abruptly. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at little rascal solemnly. "Our king?" Madame Kalshan murmured softly and uttered the king's name. "Nuvan Riker Cadian Walton?" The person in charge of the secret room smiled faintly. "Believe me, for the past 30 years, I've respected him immensely." She nodded. Her eyes were filled with respect and nostalgia. "At least, during most of his reign, he was a good king. I'm already prepared to report this to him." Kalshan's expression changed and she uttered the next sentence. "If he didn't hide it from me and planned to sell Dragon Cloud City to Constellation and betray Exted in order to continue his family." Everyone's expression changed. "What?" the shocked Cohen could not help but ask. Little rascal's face was pale. She stared blankly at Kalshan. "Yes, my dear lady." The Red Witch sighed softly. "I intercepted King Nuvan's messenger crow to the Supreme King of Constellation. He wants to rely on the power of the nine-pointed star to save the cloud dragon spear that is in danger. He wants to use the marriage between you and the young prince to intimidate the new king." Kalshan's gaze became extremely fierce. For this reason, he did not hesitate to let Constellation obtain a bargaining chip to meddle in Extet's affairs. In the future, he even let an heir with Jadestar's blood take over the first territory of Extet. Apart from Raphael and Thales, almost everyone widened their eyes. Even Tolja could not help but turn his head to look. Everyone's gazes simultaneously shifted to little rascal, then to Kalshan, and finally to the second prince who was being held hostage. At that moment, Thales only felt complicated. The scene of King Nuvan passing the ring to little rascal appeared before his eyes. "My God." Cohen's mouth formed an O shape. He stared straight at Thales. "Is this the truth behind King Nuvan wanting to form an alliance with us, Your Highness?" To let the descendants of the Jade Star royal family and the Walton family inherit the Archduke of Dragoncloud City? As the king of Extet, the Red Witch shook her head slowly. He shouldn't have done that. There was only one thing I could do for Extet. Raphael raised his head. A strange light flashed in his red eyes. So you went to find Lampard, he said softly. Kalshan did not speak. She only looked at the enemies before her with a calm expression. Thales stared at the Red Witch in a daze. His mind was in a mess. This is the biggest joke, the second prince muttered subconsciously. So, your betrayal was not an accident. Because of this, you want King Nuvan's life. Thales closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He felt physically and mentally exhausted. The Secret Intelligence Department and the Secret Room both want his life. You're practically working together, under these circumstances, even if King Nuvan has the army of Dragoncloud City as his backing and the White Blade Guards as a barrier. Thales silently uttered the next sentence in his heart. How can he not die? At that moment, he really felt very annoyed. Kalshan snorted softly. Her expression was subtle. It has been hundreds of years, but the Secret Intelligence Department has always been silent. They quietly weave a night of shocking thunder in the deep clouds. The Red Witch's eyes were filled with a strange color, like a chess player who had just won. In contrast, the passive Secret Room can only lay eggs in the Secret Intelligence Department's nest, borrow the thunder and lightning of the Secret Intelligence Department to break all obstacles in Extet. You want to see the Extension vassals fight like beasts, bleeding non-stop? Kalshan smiled slightly. Then we'll let the fight end in the first round. Raphael could not help but clench his fists as he listened. The Red Witch tucked her hands into her sleeves again. You want both sides to fight to the death with equal strength. Then we'll push the situation completely towards one side. Cohen and Miranda exchanged a look. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. You want Extet to descend into a chaotic situation of endless disputes over the throne and endless suspicions over power after Nuvan? The leader of the Secret Room shook her head slightly. Then we'll give you Chapman Lampard. Raphael pursed his lips, closed his eyes, and sighed. So, Nuvan lost his sight and ears, and was powerless to fight back against the Calamity and Lampard. He stared at the ground in a daze. Our backup plans all failed. I lost, Raphael said dejectedly. Kalshan snorted softly, and her expression became amiable again. I know what you're thinking, little friend. The Red Witch nodded slightly and looked at Little Rascal, who was on the verge of tears. Since things can't be done, then capture a Walton descendant and bring him back to Constellation as a bargaining chip, right? What a pity, Kalshan seemed to shake her head regretfully. The next moment, her expression became solemn. Murat, why is he in such a hurry? The Red Witch raised her head, and her eyes shone brightly. He even let a young boy like you do such a thing? Why is he in such a hurry to groom you like how he groomed his heir? The silent Raphael still did not speak. Miranda thought of something and was shocked. Kalshan, who did not get an answer, flashed a confident smile. She then spoke softly, her voice filled with exhaustion and dejection. He doesn't have much time left, does he? As soon as she said this, all the Constellations were slightly stunned. Raphael furrowed his brows even more. Tell me, how much longer can he hold on? The Red Witch said faintly. There was a hint of worry in her tone. 5 years, or 10 years? Raphael pursed his lips. Thales stared at Kalshan in a daze. Murat's figure appeared in his mind. The old man who could force Gilbert and Gines to retreat with just a word, the old man who could see through lies with his eyes. He actually, in the next second, Kalshan took a deep breath, as though she wanted to suck away all her emotions. Forget it, let's not talk about him. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Let's get back to the main topic. The Red Witch clapped her hands. As she clapped, many people walked in through the thick door. There were soldiers of Black Sand region dressed in patrol uniforms, as well as ordinary people dressed in different uniforms. There were men and women, and they looked like commoners. But they all looked at the people in the prison cell with unfriendly expressions. The soldiers of Black Sand region held their weapons and walked into the prison cell, arriving before the constellatiates. The commoners walked quietly behind Kalshan, not saying a word. Thales sighed. Tolja chuckled. Seeing the scene around her, Miranda's expression changed. Cohen lowered his head in pain. What do we do now? The police officer gritted his teeth and said softly, troubled. Stay calm, Raphael replied in a low voice. The Red Witch smiled faintly. If you still refuse to hand over the staff of Constellation, the prince is not the only one I can use to threaten you. There are also your companions. Raphael stared coldly at Kalshan. The Red Witch bowed slightly and nodded at him, revealing her usual kind smile. Thales looked at the numerous soldiers in the field, watching them stand in formation and block the exit. His heart turned cold. It's over. Now. He felt the chill on his neck and glanced at the indifferent Tolja. What should I do? But at this moment, boom. A deafening roar rang out. Kalshan raised her head abruptly. Gravel and dust came crashing down from above her head again, stirring up a cloud of dust in the prison cell. The soldiers of Black Sand region unsheathed their weapons subconsciously. Before anyone could react, a few figures suddenly descended from the sky. Just like Tolja before this. The Fire Knight realized that something was wrong. He quickly reacted. Thales felt his arm tighten. Tolja grabbed his right hand tightly and controlled it in front of him. The dust was so strong that Thales could not open his eyes. He could only rely on his hearing to discern the situation in the field. As the figures flashed, countless sounds of fighting could be heard in the dust. The clashing of metal and the angry shouts of the soldiers rose and fell. Swoosh. Bang. Clang. Quick, defend. Be careful. Retreat. Protect. In a short 10 seconds, accompanied by the sound of a few bodies falling to the ground, the chaotic sounds disappeared and the field gradually quieted down. The dust finally dispersed. Thales was still held tightly by Tolja, the blade never leaving his neck. The Fire Knight furrowed his brows and coldly observed the situation in the prison cell. The prince saw everything in front of him clearly. He was shocked. There was a big hole in the ceiling where the Red Witch had been standing just now. The soldiers of Black Sand region, including the people from the secret room, all retreated to the position of the thick door. They looked at the uninvited guests in front of them with nervous and surprised expressions, the invaders who had descended from the sky. They were more than 10 valiant warriors. Their gazes were fierce and their movements were agile. They were dressed in light gray armor and had machetes covering their faces. Some of them were even equipped with excellent arm shields and crossbows. At this moment, the invaders were in formation. They stood in front of the soldiers of Black Sand region, separating them from the Constellatiates and Tolja in the prison cell. Beside these warriors who had suddenly appeared, many enemies had already fallen. Behind the defense line, the Red Witch stood in front of Raphael and the others with an unpleasant expression. She was far away from the protection of her own people. Kalshan's situation was very bad. There was a white longsword with a strange curve in front of her neck, and her right arm was tightly clamped. The hostage-taker behind her said coldly to the soldiers of Black Sand region, "Everyone, back off, for the sake of this lady's carotid artery." Cohen stared at the invaders in a daze. He exchanged glances with Miranda and Waya, unable to hide the shock and bewilderment in his heart. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. "Who are these people?" the police officer asked in a low voice. Miranda shook her head and looked at Raphael, who was still silent. Looking at the warriors who had suddenly appeared, Thales' pupils shrank. Wait a minute. This attire, he carefully looked at the warriors' equipment, and then his mouth fell open in shock. Thales recognized these people. The silent confrontation lasted for a few seconds. Then, the Red Witch, who was being held hostage, sighed. So, the rumors are true. She retracted her gaze from the blade in front of her neck and said to the hostage-taker behind her, as expected, you built an emergency secret passage in the gatehouse? The Red Witch narrowed her eyes. She glanced at the invaders around her, and then at her subordinates, who had been forced to retreat outside the thick door, and said in a low voice, you can even hide from the secret room. I have really underestimated you. A low laugh came from behind her. Snowblade and Dragon Wings, since the day Extet was founded, we have been mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The hostage-taker revealed a pale face and leaned over to whisper into Kalshan's ear, being wary of the secret room's every move, this is what we should do. Raphael saw the newcomer's face, and he frowned. Under Miranda's and Cohen's surprised gazes, Raphael walked forward with an unfriendly expression and arrived beside Kalshan and the invaders. You're late. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said coldly to the newcomer, you almost got us killed. The newcomer raised his eyebrows, and his pale face moved slightly. It takes some time to gather our scattered brothers. The newcomer's gaze went past Raphael. He looked at Tolja, who was holding Thales hostage, and fearlessly cast a provocative glance at the Fire Knight. Hey, Tolja, it's all thanks to the noise you made. Otherwise, we would have had to search for you for a long time. Tolja frowned and let out a low, unfriendly growl from his throat. Thales stared blankly at the pale-faced man and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The newcomer raised his eyebrows, and his gaze lingered on little rascal in the corner. Also, you better be polite. The pale-faced man shook the blade in front of Kalshan's neck. After all, I'm saving your life. The Baron Bone kid from the Secret Intelligence Department. Chapter 219. Don't move, madam, Nicholas said coldly to Kalshan, who was in front of him. I'm nervous and afraid that you'll take out some special alchemy ball. So, I'm ready to rip your throat open at any time. He tapped the back of his blade with his index finger. The Red Witch lowered her shoulders and fell silent. Thales stared at Nicholas, who suddenly appeared, in surprise. He then looked at the other white blade guards. Nicholas? He stared at the Star Killer, who was holding the Red Witch hostage, in confusion. Why are you? But Thales did not manage to continue. Tolja's grip on his shoulder suddenly tightened, and Thales hissed in pain. When Waya saw the prince's condition, he was so angry that he tightened his grip on his sword. Tolja dragged the back of his blade around Thales' neck, forcing him to raise his head as high as he could. Thales observed the situation in pain. Tolja and he stood in the inner layer of the prison cell, and little rascal was still behind them. The Constellations stood in front of them, looking nervously at the prince who was being held hostage. Nicholas, on the other hand, stood behind the Constellations, restraining the Red Witch. Behind Nicholas were the White Blade guards. They stood firmly by the thick door and stared at the soldiers outside with vigilance. Beautiful move, Star Killer, the Fire Knight of Black Sand region said calmly to Nicholas, but don't forget, I have an even more important bargaining chip. The Star Killer tilted his head and glanced at Tolja with a disdainful expression. Then do it. Kill this prince. Nicholas snorted softly. I've disliked him for a long time anyway. Thales widened his eyes. What? Tolja furrowed his brows. Nicholas swung the severing soul's blade on Kalshan's neck a little. It reflected the light from the everlasting lamp. He smiled faintly. After you're done, perhaps they can give you a different nickname, such as, the Star Killer's gaze swept past Thales and he grinned at the Fire Knight. The second Star Killer? Tolja glared at Nicholas fiercely, his eyes almost burning. That's our prince. Cohen observed the stalemate. He exchanged a worried look with Waya and whispered, are we just going to watch? What else? Miranda looked at Raphael, who was beside Nicholas, then at Tolja and Thales, who were behind them. She then swept her gaze over the White Blade guards and their enemies, and sighed softly. This is no longer our battle. At this moment, the Red Witch who was being held hostage spoke. White Blade Guards, Extet's Dragon's Imperial Guards, she said softly. You're standing on the wrong side. Kalshan did not seem to have the slightest awareness of having a blade pressed against her carotid artery. She smiled naturally and smoothly. Your opponents are the people behind you, the Empire. Nicholas raised his eyebrows slightly. The Red Witch sighed softly as if she was extremely regretful. It was their secret intelligence department who planned all of this, such as the calamity and the king's death. The expressions of the constellations, including Thales, also changed. All right. Kalshan was right, Thales thought anxiously. The second prince glanced worriedly at the White Blade Guards, but their expressions were hidden behind their masks. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Raphael, who was standing next to Nicholas, sighed softly. Oh, this problem, it's very complicated to explain. But now. He walked to the front of the two of them and looked at Nicholas seriously. He looked at the blade in his hand that was pressing against Kalshan. Shouldn't we think of a way to escape first? Nicholas suddenly turned his head to look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. His gaze was cold. Raphael endured the piercing glare and put on a fake relaxed smile. You know, the heir of the Walton family is also here. Perhaps this is not a good time to chat, especially with the Red Witch who has countless lies. Nicholas looked at the innermost part of the prison cell. Little Rascal was momentarily stunned before she realized that he was talking about her. She could not help but turn pale. If you really want to help, boy from the Secret Intelligence Department, then don't block my way. Nicholas' eyes shone with a cold glare and his tone was stern. Raphael sighed softly. Otherwise, the Star Killer continued in a harsh tone, do you want to be trapped here? Perhaps they will bury your ashes under the gatehouse. Raphael was silent for a second. He looked at Tolja and Thales behind him, then at Nicholas and the Red Witch in front of him. He raised his eyebrows slightly. I understand. At this moment, Thales raised his eyebrows. He saw Ralph make a secret sign language gesture at him. Step back. Thales was slightly stunned. For the sake of the late king, Lord Nicholas, the Red Witch said slowly, don't do anything stupid. Nicholas looked around the room. His gaze lingered on Raphael and the Red Witch for a second each. We don't need you to tell us what to do, Madame Kalshan. The Star Killer snorted coldly. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. The shame of the White Blade Guards can only be washed away with blood. The sound of palms rubbing against handles came from the White Blade Guards' hands at the same time. Kalshan's gaze became fierce and she shouted, then what do you want to do now? There was a rare hint of coldness in the Red Witch's words. After the king's unfortunate death, Extet experienced a rare disaster. All of you should stand on the kingdom's side, on the Northlanders' side. Instead of colluding with our enemies and shamelessly seeking personal gain. Kalshan's words echoed in the prison cell. Under Tolja's knife, Thales exhaled in fear. Nicholas suddenly laughed. His laughter was cold and sarcastic. Extet's disaster? Our enemies? The Star Killer gritted his teeth. The chill in his eyes was threatening. Don't pretend to be righteous, hypocritical old woman. From the moment your people started spreading fake news about the so-called disaster sword and started diverting His Majesty's attention for Lampard's actions, you betrayed him. The Red Witch narrowed her eyes. You and your informants worked together with His Majesty's enemies. You pretended to be deaf to Black Sand Region's actions until His Majesty died in a shameful assassination, until they stood here, Nicholas said coldly beside Kalshan's ear. Who do you think these brothers of the White Blade Guards managed to escape from? Thud. The White Blade Guards changed their footsteps in unison and turned sideways to face their enemies. The sudden movement made the soldiers of Black Sand Region even more nervous. Kalshan sighed. The Red Witch stared at the blade in front of her neck and said flatly, about this, if you are willing to, I swear in the name of the secret room that I can explain. Nicholas let out an indecipherable nasal sound. Why don't you explain to His Majesty? The Star Killer narrowed his eyes. Oh, I forgot, he was already killed by you and Lampard. The moment he said that, the atmosphere in the prison cell became even more tense. Don't be so narrow-minded, Lord Nicholas. The Red Witch put on a mournful expression. She glanced at Tolja and Thales. The White Blade Guards have never been a person's private weapon. You should be loyal to all of Extet, to Northland, Nicholas interrupted her. I am not the narrow-minded one. The Star Killer's tone was cold. If you in your secret room can't even be loyal to one person, then don't hypocritically claim that you are loyal to Extet. Madame Calchon furrowed her brows slightly. At this moment, something strange happened. Nicholas pressed his left hand on Calchon's back and pushed her out. Tolja's pupils immediately contracted. How? Raphael, who stood in the middle, suddenly pushed Miranda, Cohen, Waya, and the others away, perfectly avoiding the Red Witch's path. The shocked Red Witch was pushed towards Tolja and Thales, who were at the innermost part of the cell. Thales looked at Madame Calchon, who was staggering towards them. He looked at the Constellations who moved aside to make way for her. He suddenly understood. He remembered the conversation between Raphael and Nicholas just now. It was a planned exchange between the two of them. If you really want to help, don't block my way. Tolja watched in shock as the Constellations parted and the Red Witch's figure drew closer. He hesitated for a moment. Then, Nicholas appeared behind Calchon with a cold expression. Whoosh, the Star Killer's weapon stirred up a gust of wind. He did not hold back and slashed down towards the Red Witch's head. It was as if he was going to take her life right there and then. Tolja did not hesitate anymore. He still held on to Thales tightly as he charged towards Nicholas and the Red Witch. Clang. The Fire Knight's left hand held Thales in place, while his right hand blocked the fatal slash that the Star Killer had aimed at the Red Witch. At this moment, the frowning Red Witch managed to gain her footing by his side. But in the next moment, Nicholas' eyes suddenly shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Ah! The Star Killer roared furiously. Great power surged out of his hands. The Fire Knight's golden saber immediately let out a sharp sound of metal scraping against each other. Tolja's expression changed as he fended off the enemy with one hand. In that second, he decisively let go of Thales. He gripped the hilt of the saber with both hands and blocked the great power that Nicholas had unleashed. Thales, who had broken free from the Fire Knight's control, did not care about anything else. He followed the signal given to him by Ralph, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and rolled backwards. He bumped into Little Rascal, who was supporting him from behind. The two of them crashed into the wall together. The disheveled Thales no longer cared about the situation in the field. He was thinking about the conversation between Raphael and Nicholas just now. They did not just say that one sentence. Do you want to be trapped here? Trapped here? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, Thales felt a tremor under his body. What's wrong? Little Rascal asked in surprise as she hugged him. He did not know how to answer. He did not have the chance to either. Bang. There was another loud sound of earth and rocks exploding. The ground under Thales and Little Rascal suddenly sank and cracked open. Again? The thought emerged in Thales' mind. In the next second, both of them sank into the cracked ground. He did not know whether it was Ralph's psionic ability or the effect of the explosion, but the air in the room began to howl again. Dust rose, blinding everyone's vision. Thales hugged Little Rascal tightly and shut his eyes. Bang. He felt a pain in his buttocks. Then, he and Little Rascal fell into a pile of soft sand. Everything around them was dark. Thales propped himself up with difficulty. Beside him, Little Rascal's coughing could be heard continuously. Above them, the sound of a fierce struggle came from the cell they had been in earlier. They were not the only ones who fell. Your Highness. A figure pulled him up. Waya's anxious voice traveled into his ears. Are you all right? Before Thales could answer, a dozen more figures fell from the sky and crashed into the sand. Amidst the flying dust, Thales covered his mouth and nose tightly. Enduring the pain in his buttocks, he pulled Little Rascal up. He felt gloomy. Why do these people like to play this game so much? Act according to plan. Let's go. Nicholas' voice came from the darkness. There will be backup at the end of the secret tunnel. Our men will bring up the rear. Before Thales could complain, he and Little Rascal were picked up by the waist by a tall and muscular figure, one in each hand. Little Rascal cried out in surprise. Damn it! Cohen's exasperated voice rang above Thales' head. It's too dark, I can't see the road clearly. In the midst of the chaos, the sound of bodies falling and the intense sounds of weapons clashing could be heard from above. Soon, the sounds were getting closer. Star Killer. Another loud crash was heard. The Fire Knight Tolja's furious roar came from behind them. Stop them. The intense sound of metal clashing could be heard. Throw a few torches down. It was the Red Witch's voice. Even after such a huge accident, she still commanded calmly, before that, anyone who tries to move is an enemy. Thales felt a chill in his heart. The pursuers are here. Follow that mute-masked man. In the darkness and chaos, Nicholas roared as he fought against the enemies in the dark. He can sense the direction of the wind at the exit. That mute? The police officer took 2 steps forward and said impatiently, I can't even see where he is. In the darkness, Thales felt that Cohen's arm was about to choke him until he fainted. His Sin of Hell's river was activated without warning. Waves surged into Thales' eyes, and his surroundings were suddenly filled with strange colors. Shut up, big guy. Thales gritted his teeth and angrily knocked on Cohen's arm. Listen to me. The police officer, who was holding him, immediately froze. Thales forced himself to calm down. He found Ralph in the chaotic field of vision, the figure that was emitting a faint green light. He then said to Cohen, take 5 steps forward, no, 2 steps for you, then turn left. Hurry up. Thales did not feel any movement. He anxiously urged, don't just stand there. Cohen seemed to have come back to his senses. He followed Thales' instructions and took a step forward. Wow. The police officer carefully took a step forward. When he felt the solid ground beneath his feet, he asked in surprise, You can see? Thales was slightly stunned. Go straight ahead. As long as you eat more animal livers and fruits, Thales lied without batting an eyelid in the field of vision of the Sin of Hell's river. You can also find light in the darkness. In the darkness, Cohen nodded skeptically. Amidst his bewilderment, Cohen followed the path that Thales pointed out and ran after Ralph. The sounds of fighting behind them became more intense. In Thales' field of vision, a dozen of them followed Ralph and ran into a narrow tunnel in the dark. Nicholas. Tolja's furious roar came again. Don't even think about it. The next moment, a bright light suddenly shone from behind them, illuminating their surroundings. Thales narrowed his eyes and saw his surroundings clearly. The tunnel they were in was very narrow and full of dust. Even the ground was uneven and stony. Ralph took the lead, moving like the wind. Thales and Little Rascal were held in Cohen's arms, while Miranda and Waya followed closely beside him. Everyone was running nervously. The white blade guards protected them closely behind them. Only the Star Killer and Raphael were nowhere to be seen. The light behind them grew brighter and brighter. Thales could not help but grab Cohen's arm and turn around. Then, he was stunned. There was nothing behind them. There was only a blazing fire. It was as if an invisible, huge fire snake had rushed into the small tunnel and was about to devour them. The surrounding temperature immediately rose. This is the rising sun saber. The Star Killer's furious roar came from behind them. Damn it, Secret Intelligence Department. If you don't want to be roasted, get out of the way. Amidst the fire, two figures appeared in Thales's eyes, which had been modified by the sin of Hell's River. One of the figures emitted a light that was like countless needles, scattering in all directions. He pushed the other gray figure away. Then, the hedgehog-like figure, probably Nicholas, suddenly swung his saber at the back of the tunnel. The next moment, the fire snake seemed to have crashed into an invisible barrier and was blocked in front of the two. It was like a vertical wall of fire. This reminded Thales of the air mystic's air wall. But he could see clearly in his field of vision that the thing that blocked the flames was another strange, invisible barrier that glowed yellow. It was connected to Nicholas severing Soul's blade, which was also glowing yellow. You can't run. The Fire Knight's furious roar came from behind the flames. Do you still have alchemy balls? The ones that can explode? In front of the fire, the gray figure turned around and asked Nicholas, who was beside him, you can't hold them off for long. They will catch up to us sooner or later. Thales could tell that it was Raphael. Just now was the last of the guard's stock. If we use them, we'll have one less. In the field of vision of the sin of Hell's River, Nicholas, who looked like a glowing hedgehog, raised the severing Soul's blade and blocked the growing flames. Is there really no more? Raphael's voice came. Do you think that's a snowball made by hand? Nicholas turned his head and said angrily to the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, do you think you can take one out so easily? Raphael did not speak. He turned around abruptly and swung his left hand in the direction of the flames. A ball-shaped object was flung out by him. Damn it! When he saw the ball, Nicholas shouted in exasperation, why didn't you say so earlier? Then, he and Raphael both turned around and dashed out. The moment the Star Killer turned around, the raging flames seemed to have lost the obstruction of the barrier and surged towards them fiercely. In the next second, bang. Following the violent explosion, Thales felt his field of vision suddenly shake. Another cloud of dust flew into the air. Everyone could not help but cough. Their legs became unsteady. Boom. The rumbling explosion was accompanied by the sound of countless rocks and soil pouring down. Everyone could not help but stop in their tracks and turn their heads to look behind them. The flames gradually became smaller until they completely disappeared. What disappeared along with them were the two figures. Thales narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. He knew that the tunnel behind him had collapsed. The surroundings returned to darkness and silence. Only the sound of everyone's panting rose and fell. My God! This was Waya's panicked voice, don't stop. No matter what happens behind you, don't stop. This was an unfamiliar voice. It was probably one of the White Blade guards. His words were filled with long-suppressed anger. Go. Miranda's decisive voice rang in the darkness, I'll go find them. Cohen was stunned. But, in the next second, the sound of Miranda's light footsteps was already far away. Don't just stand there. A White Blade guard said coldly, we're not out of danger yet. Cohen exhaled unwillingly. Thales could feel him turning his head to look at the darkness behind them. Thales sighed. If you're worried, then go and take a look. Thales felt Cohen's arm tighten. Let me take His Highness. Waya panted. He can't be trapped here. Cohen shuddered slightly. A few seconds later. CK. The police officer cursed. In the next second, Cohen stomped his foot fiercely. Then, he turned around and strode away. The group of people followed Ralph and hurried on their way without making a sound. They kept running. In the seemingly endless tunnel. Amidst the seemingly endless danger. In the bottomless darkness. Running toward the only way out. Thales stared at the darkness behind him in a daze. The sin of Hell's River kept gathering in his eyes. A few minutes passed. Finally, Thales' eyes moved. In the deep darkness behind him, a glowing porcupine-like figure appeared. Then, a grayish figure appeared. And a figure that was emitting white light. Because there's only one, of course we have to be careful. Raphael's voice came faintly from the darkness. I don't have the habit of bringing the alchemy ball around. Nicholas, Raphael, and Miranda caught up with them. Oh my God. Oh. Cohen heard Raphael's voice. He turned his head and did not even care that he tripped. I thought you were really buried inside. Beside Raphael, the star killer mumbled something in a low voice. His voice clearly traveled into Thales's ears amidst the messy footsteps. He seemed to be saying, miser. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. They escaped. All right. Nicholas' voice came. It was a lot calmer than before. There should be no more danger. After all, we're in the secret passage. The group probably knew that they had escaped danger. Their footsteps slowed down and they started walking. Thales and Little Rascal were put down. Thales leaned against the wall and subconsciously patted his chest. His mind was blank. He felt that he had passed another obstacle. Speaking of which, Cohen's puzzled voice came from the darkness. Why don't you light a fire? The police officer said impatiently, do you have to run like a blind man? The ventilation here isn't very good, Nicholas said flatly. If you want to suffocate to death, of course you can. Cohen immediately fell silent. Right. In the darkness, Wyatt leaned against the wall and panted slightly. Isn't this gatehouse the line of defense to protect Heroic Spirit Palace? How can there be a secret passage to sneak in? The tunnel was silent for a moment. During the Third Peninsular War, Nicholas' voice came leisurely. The Night Wing King occupied the other districts. Only Axe District, this place, and Heroic Spirit Palace were left. When Heroic Spirit Palace was isolated and helpless, sealed off from all sides, and cut off from supplies, this was the last chance of survival the Northlanders dug out. Phew. Cohen exhaled. His tone was filled with the joy of escaping from a great disaster. Thank you, Night Wing King. You're so great. Everyone fell silent. Even if he could not see, Cohen could feel the Northlanders' murderous gazes in that instant. The sound of Miranda's elbow came from the darkness. And Cohen's pained cry. I was just. A few seconds later, the police officer's awkward voice rose. Just kidding. After the war, this secret passage became top secret. Even the secret room had to be kept a secret. Nicholas snorted in disdain. Only the commanders of the White Blade Guards of every generation knew about it. In the darkness, the Constellation's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Even the White Blade Guards stopped in their tracks. Thales was stunned. Wait. The prince raised his head and looked at the needle-like figure in his field of vision. His tone was full of surprise and bewilderment. Are you talking about the commanders of the White Blade Guards of every generation? Nicholas said nonchalantly, yes, what's wrong? Cohen sucked in a cold breath. Miranda, on the other hand, sighed. The commanders of every generation. Thales exhaled in pain. Was the commander before you also considered the previous generation? Nicholas' breathing instantly froze. Raphael sensed that something was wrong. His questioning voice rose behind him. Is there a problem? Thales turned his head. With the vision given to him by the sin of Hell's River, he looked at the front of the tunnel. It was pitch black in front of them. It was their only way out. Yes. In the darkness, Thales said weakly, Anne. Chapter 220. In the dark, Thales followed the fleeing crowd and walked anxiously. The White Blade Guards had already divided into 3 teams. One team went forward to scout for danger, and another team stayed behind to guard against possible pursuers. The last group of guards stood guard around them. Nicholas walked at the front of the team and sighed deeply in the dark. When did this happen? He asked hoarsely. No one answered him. Then, Miranda's voice came from the side. If I had to guess, the swordswoman said flatly, it was from the beginning. Nicholas was silent for a second. He might have just been tricked, the current commander of the White Blade Guards said dejectedly. You know, Black Sand Region fabricated information about the disaster swords and passed it to Caslin, Thales exhaled. He felt the mental exhaustion begin to attack him again. No matter what lies ahead, please, hurry up and end it. Enough, the impatient Cohen replied to the Star Killer. He walked at the back of the team and his voice was a little loud. Your hypocritical former boss personally appeared to deal with us, the police officer said mockingly. He hid among the soldiers of Black Sand Region and knocked me down with 2 punches. Then you should feel honored. Nicholas raised his head abruptly. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly in the dark, not everyone is qualified to take 2 punches from Caslin. Cohen furrowed his brows and was about to retort, but Raphael interrupted him. Raphael narrowed his eyes. To be able to persuade the ground shaker to help. Now we know how they quietly and effortlessly deceived us into opening the gatehouse. Nicholas lowered his head and did not speak. No one saw that at that moment, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Thales thought of something. Wait, if Caslin knew about this secret passage from the beginning, the prince muttered in the team, then how did you still have the chance to sneak in? Nicholas raised his head. But the person who answered was Cohen. Maybe he wanted to wait for all the White Blade Guards to arrive, the police officer said through gritted teeth, then finish us off again. The others did not speak. The atmosphere became very oppressive. Look, they were guarding us. First, they waited for the Secret Intelligence Department, then the White Blade Guards. Before Cohen finished speaking, he said indignantly, besieging the enemy and attacking the reinforcements. Is there a more vivid tactical example than this? Nicholas punched the wall fiercely. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Even in the darkness, everyone looked at him. The Star Killer raised his head and exhaled. Nicholas' gaze turned cold again. Go to hell, Caslin, the Star Killer said coldly. Raphael snorted softly, his meaning unclear. At this moment. Perhaps, outside of the debate. Thales' voice cut in abruptly. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice. What should we do? The second prince said quietly, if this is the only exit of the secret passage. Nicholas clenched his fists lightly. The Star Killer suddenly laughed. We don't have a choice, he said softly, don't we? Therefore, the group of people could only continue to walk on the secret passage in a strange atmosphere. Waiting for the unknown dangers on the road ahead. Walking towards the equally mysterious exit. Thales sighed softly. But at this moment, he could only abandon all distracting thoughts and focus on moving forward with the team. Another child's figure moved to his side. A soft and gentle voice traveled into his ears. Thales. I can't escape, can I? Little Rascal's expression could not be seen in the darkness, but Thales could hear the sadness and despair in her voice. Thales sighed. He was already annoyed. Right now, he was not in the mood to comfort the little girl. Don't worry, Thales said absent-mindedly. Even if there's an ambush ahead, we'll definitely find a way to escape, but Little Rascal's voice suddenly grew louder. No. She seemed to be a little agitated. Thales was slightly stunned. I'm not talking about that. She panted in the darkness, her voice terrified. I mean, they all found me. I can't escape, I can't leave. Little Rascal's reaction even made Nicholas and the others, who were talking on the other side, involuntarily look at her. It was only then that Thales realized what Little Rascal was talking about. She means. Thales moved closer to Little Rascal. The second prince held his breath. He felt Little Rascal's body rise and fall slightly beside him. They called me Miss Walton. Little Rascal whispered quietly, trying her best to keep her body steady. But Thales could still feel the fear in her heart. Thales' mood darkened. They won't let me go. Little Rascal had already unknowingly sounded like she was about to cry. So that's how it is. They had agreed in the butcher's shop. This little maid had planned to sneak away after escaping danger. But now, Thales raised his head and glanced in the direction of Nicholas and the others. The white blade guards found her, the Red Witch recognized her, and Lampard knew that she was here. King Nuvan had not only left her a ring, an identity, but also a curse. A curse that once she joined the game, she could not leave it. The prince's heart was filled with sadness. Not only that. Thales immediately thought of the present after King Nuvan's death. Dragon Cloud City was in chaos. The Walton family's future was in jeopardy. The Cloud Dragon Spear might not be able to rule this city anymore. Extet, the kingdom of the great dragon with 600 years of history, was about to fall into an unknown whirlpool. Its future was uncertain, and its fate was uncertain. Also, Lampard was leading his army and vassals to pin the crime of assassinating the king on Thales' head, even though he was not completely innocent as the Prince of Constellation. He was continuing to carry out his conspiracy in the dark that no one knew about. What does that ambitious and ruthless person want to do? Where will he bring Dragon Cloud City, Extet, and the two powerful countries in the Western Peninsula? And these, Thales turned his head. In the darkness, he could vaguely make out the little maid's silhouette. Were these things really something that this little girl, who had experienced life and death in a single night and was sobbing softly in the darkness, could bear? Thales sighed softly. He felt Little Rascal's hand in the darkness. It was a pair of small, dusty hands, trembling and cold. Little Rascal's hand shrank slightly. "Are you afraid?" Thales asked softly, using his softest tone. Little Rascal's sobs stopped for a moment. "Yes." She nodded in the darkness where no one could see. "I'm sorry, but it's right to be afraid," Thales said flatly. Little Rascal's breathing suddenly froze. "I'm as afraid as you are," Thales' voice rang beside her ear. Little Rascal was stunned. "So we have to remember it." The prince recalled that night in Red Street Market. He could not help but clench his fists slightly. Remember this fear of being at the mercy of others, of being unable to make your own choices. "I hate this feeling," Thales muttered. "This disgust even surpasses the fear I feel." Little Rascal did not speak. She listened to Thales quietly. "So, try to hate it. Hate this situation where you have no choice but to become a Walton." Thales held her hand gently. "Then, you will no longer feel afraid of becoming a Walton." Little Rascal said softly, "Disgust?" Thales pressed his hand against hers. "Yes. It is precisely because of this disgust, to avoid this fear, to be able to choose freely one day, that we will become stronger," he said in an unquestionable tone. "No matter who you want to become, there is no need to be afraid. When you can face the future without fear." The prince took a deep breath. For some reason, at that moment, Lady Jine's figure actually appeared before his eyes. It was the day she wore high-heeled boots and strode valiantly into the Hall of Stars alone and arrogantly behind the king. It was the unique demeanor she had when she turned a blind eye to the countless gazes around her. Thales' pupils constricted slightly. "At that time, you will definitely not be controlled by anything, and will definitely be able to make your own choice." Little Rascal sniffed and fell silent. Thales, on the other hand, was lost in his own thoughts and did not speak. Soon, the first batch of white blade guards returned to meet up with them. When they heard their footsteps, Cohen and the others nervously unsheathed their swords. However, the other party brought a few strange pieces of news. "What? You didn't find anything?" Nicholas furrowed his brows. "No." One of the leading guards shook his head in the dark and answered his superior's question, "Whether it's an ambush, a trap, or someone in the open, we didn't find anything. We're already at the exit." The Star Killer furrowed his brows slightly. "Is this normal?" Raphael's voice came from behind. Nicholas shook his head. It shouldn't be like this, the commander of the White Blade Guards muttered. Caslin should know about this secret passage. Cohen's voice also came from behind. Could it be that he still doesn't know about this place? It's possible, Miranda said softly. Or he was delayed by something. Maybe they're lying in ambush outside the exit. Wyatt raised his eyebrows. His voice was filled with worry. Waiting to catch us all in one go. Thales exhaled through his nose and interrupted them with a sound. All right. The second prince felt a headache coming on. It's useless no matter what we say. Thales said dejectedly, no matter what's waiting in front of us, we only have one answer, don't we? They could only move forward. There was no way out. Just like how he did on the battlefield in front of the fortress. They could only move forward. Everyone in the darkness fell silent again. With an indescribable sense of nervousness, they continued on their way. For a few minutes, only the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the darkness of the secret passage. The pitch-black darkness, the dull and monotonous rhythm, and the fear in their hearts caused the atmosphere to become more and more solemn. Because of this, Thales could only count the number of steps in his heart to relieve his increasingly depressed state of mind. Finally, when Thales did not know whether it was the 728th or the 827th step, the walls on both sides of the road in front of them began to reflect a faint light. Everyone's spirits were lifted. But their nerves, which had just relaxed and eased, also tensed up. That's the exit. Nicholas placed his hand on the hilt of his knife and whispered to the people behind him. Be careful. The group immediately fell silent. Cohen exhaled, shrugged his shoulders, and slowed down his pace. Miranda and Raphael remained silent, as if they had a tacit understanding. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that he would startle some unknown entity. But as their field of vision became brighter, they moved forward faster and faster. As they gradually approached the exit, the light in front of them grew brighter. Then, the exit appeared clearly in front of them. At the end of the dark tunnel, there was a hole that emitted a piercing white light. Nicholas sighed. Everyone's nerves also relaxed. It was not because of safety, but because they had been in a dark and oppressive environment for a long time, even their minds had become abnormal. So, the moment they saw the exit, they felt as if the thing they had been anxiously waiting for had finally come to an end. Even though, this is not a good outcome. A silhouette stood at the exit quietly. Thales' heart sank. Is it the person who will receive us? He asked softly. Of course not. Nicholas shook his head. He no longer lowered his voice. He's not stupid enough to stand at the hole. The Star Killer's expression became very calm. He seemed a little relieved. Cohen sighed. The White Blade Guards quietly spread out and protected Little Rascal's surroundings. Miranda pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword and opened her mouth slightly. Are you ready to fight? Raphael narrowed his eyes. Did you see who that was? I couldn't see his face clearly. The corners of Miranda's lips curled up slightly. But that figure is too familiar. Cohen frowned. Familiar? You mean Croche? Nicholas ignored the argument behind him. He gestured to the people behind him and strode forward alone. He walked towards that figure. The figure turned his head slightly. Light shone on his face. When everyone saw the person's face clearly, they were suddenly shocked. That was not the ground shaker, not Caslin. We meet again. Nicholas walked 10 steps away from the person and sighed softly. Madame Calchon. In front of him, the Red Witch smiled slightly and nodded amiably as usual. Thales stared in disbelief at the Red Witch who appeared before him again. He turned his head to look behind him, then turned back to look at Calchon. How could she be so fast? As expected, Caslin told you about this secret passage, Nicholas said coldly. The Red Witch smiled faintly. I only found out about it just now. Don't blame him. The old woman observed Nicholas' position and then raised her eyebrows slightly. It's close enough, Lord Nicholas. The star killer stopped in his tracks. His hand was still pressed on the severing soul's blade. Where is he? Nicholas had to squint because of the backlight. He could not see the situation outside the cave clearly. Kalshan looked at him and sighed. He won't show up. Nicholas tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. Humph, Nicholas looked elsewhere. His voice was full of disdain. Coward. Behind him, Thales frowned. They're standing too far away. They can't hear anything. He tried to activate the Sin of Hell's river, but he had used up too much of his power of eradication while searching for the way in the secret passage. He called out a few times, but the Sin of Hell's river did not respond. Miranda had a strange look on her face. Why is it only the Red Witch? Maybe it's an old trick. Cohen shielded Thales' side tightly and looked around suspiciously. That big guy with the blade might be hiding in some gutter, planning to suddenly jump out like the last time. Be on guard, Raphael said calmly. This time, we don't have backup. Hey, Waya said softly, when will they start fighting? Thales watched the two of them talking. His heart was heavy. We'll find out. Nicholas' gaze returned to Kalshan. What about you? Where's Tolja? The star killer sized up Kalshan and estimated the distance between them. He said coldly, where's your ambush? The Red Witch sighed slowly. Outside. Kalshan nodded and bowed slightly. Archers you can't imagine are lying in ambush in the most tricky corners. They're all good snipers and assassins in the secret room. As for Black Sand region, I didn't plan to let them participate in this hunt. Nicholas' pupils shrank slightly. He hated this feeling. It was the feeling of being locked down on the battlefield. His eyes gradually got used to the light. He looked through the hole and saw the scene outside. It was still empty. Nicholas looked back into the Red Witch's eyes. His pale face moved slightly. Aren't you afraid that I'll hold you hostage again? Kalshan flashed a friendly smile. Oh, I'm prepared this time. I'm afraid you won't have it so easy. The uneasiness in Nicholas' heart grew stronger. He fixed his gaze on the old woman and did not speak again. Then what are you waiting for? The star killer said coldly. Do it. Or do you think that as long as you block this place, we'll surrender obediently? But to his surprise, Kalshan shook her head. Of course not. I do have all the advantages, the Red Witch said flatly. But that's not what I want. Pointless violence and death won't help. We haven't finished talking either. It's only a conversation between the White Blade guards and the secret room. It's only between the blade and wing. Nicholas was slightly startled. I believe that he is very well now. Another uproar came from the noisy hall. Two guests actually started fighting on the table. Thales suddenly realized that he was subconsciously following Kalshan's words and continuing to speak. He quickly shut his mouth and looked at Kalshan warily. However, the other party still smiled in a friendly manner. I'm relieved to know that he's doing well. Please forgive his shortcomings. After all, as a mother, I still understand my child. Kalshan nodded in relief. Then, she sighed and said, Little Yoder has a rare kind heart. Thales flashed an ugly smile. The scene of Yodel swinging his sword in the dark and taking a person's life appeared before his eyes. Benevolent? He could not help but feel puzzled. Yodel's mother? Why is she in Ekstet? This old lady, wait a minute. Old lady? A memory flashed through his mind like lightning. Ah! Thales looked at Kalshan. He shuddered and cried out in surprise. The old woman was still smiling at the second prince of Constellation. Her posture was elegant and her expression was kind. Thales remembered. On the day he left Eternal Star City and set off for Ekstet, the king and suzerains came to see him off. The last person who came forward to talk to him was a terrifying old man dressed in black and holding a cane. When you reach Ekstedt, please help this old man pass a message to an old woman. You will know when you see her. Don't tell me you are. Thales widened his eyes. Kalshan was still smiling kindly. I'm sorry, but, seniors seem to have mentioned something related to you. Thales realized that he had lost his composure and said embarrassedly, you know, senior. The old woman, Kalshan's smile became even brighter. Let me guess, is it a sinister old man who likes to hide in the dark and wears black all day long? I heard that he has started using a cane in recent years. Thales frowned. Do you know Murat? His vigilance was immediately raised to the highest. A person who can be specially mentioned by the head of the Secret Intelligence Department. Other than dangerous, he really can't think of any other adjective. Hearing the Black Prophet's name, Putre frowned and looked at his prince. I can imagine how you feel, Your Highness. Kalshan smiled. I think, knowing him is not something to be happy about, is it? Thales had an answer. Maybe Murat is reminding and warning me. The second prince sighed. He said, if I meet an old woman in Ekstedt who takes the initiative to come up to me. I'm sorry, these are Murat's exact words. It's okay. That old man looks polite, but he doesn't know what manners are. Kalshan shook her head nonchalantly, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. Heartbreakers are best at provoking people's hearts. I won't fall for it. Heartbreaker? Thales opened his mouth slightly in surprise, then tried his best to close it. There's a lot of information contained in this sentence. He tilted his head and said awkwardly, in fact, the Black Prophet. I mean, Lord Murat Hansen, asked me to bring you a message. He actually asked a prince to bring me a message. Kalshan raised her eyebrows. Under her narrowed eyelids, a pair of smiling eyes were revealed. I'm really looking forward to it, Your Highness. Thales only felt that the old woman's kind smile in front of him gave him a lot of pressure. Compared to the overbearing, almost tangible pressure he felt when he faced the Black Prophet, this Granny Kalshan revealed information that made him frown with a gentle and friendly attitude. It really made him feel awkward and helpless, and he did not know how to defend himself. He said. Thales laughed dryly. Don't cross the line. As soon as he finished speaking, Thales suddenly realized that the old woman in front of him revealed a strange expression. Don't cross the line. Kalshan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She sighed and lowered her head. Her expression was complicated and indecipherable. She murmured faintly, so what? Before the puzzled Thales could react, Kalshan put away her reminiscence and smiled again. You're in a difficult situation now, Your Highness. You're struggling to survive in the gap between Constellation and the Dragon, and you're also struggling to stay afloat in the maelstrom between the king and the Archduke. Kalshan sized up Thales with a gentle gaze. But please believe me, compared to Murat, these are not worth mentioning. The next moment, under Thales and Putre's puzzled expressions, the old woman nodded gracefully and turned to leave. Thank you for your time. Thales retracted his gaze from the old woman's slowly departing figure. He could not help but notice that all the nobles, servants, and guards on the old woman's path bowed respectfully to her and made way for her. Thales frowned. He could roughly guess the other party's identity. Oh my God, Waya exclaimed softly behind them. I just saw the Red Witch. Thales turned his head and looked at his attendant. I'm sorry, I thought they all. Waya's face was full of surprise. You know, they don't easily appear in front of people. Them? Thales exhaled and helplessly grabbed a piece of buttered bread. So, my guess was right? That Granny Kalshan, she is, that's right, Putre replied with a solemn expression, using the bardic poem he was good at. The stars shine, and the dim places are pitch black. The great dragon soars in the sky, and the shadows under its wings are endless. Thales and Waya looked at the barred vice diplomat together. That lady is a terrifying figure who is as famous as the Black Prophet of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Putre's eyes were filled with fierceness as he said softly, "She is the person with the highest authority in Extet's secret room. The Red Witch, Kalshan." Thales, who had a huge headache, rolled his eyes. To be able to establish a foothold in Extet's palace as a woman and let people call her the evil witch legend. Be careful, Your Highness. She's definitely not just here to watch the show. You may not believe me when I say this, but after I saw that lady, Thales put the bread into his mouth dejectedly and looked at the two Northlanders who were fighting fiercely with their bare fists in the distance. He said listlessly, "I miss Morat so much now." Also, who is Yodel? Putre looked at Thales doubtfully. Does he serve the royal family? This, a royal secret. Thales picked up an iron fork and stabbed it into the onion in front of him. The secret protector of the Supreme King of Constellation is actually the son of Extet's head of intelligence. Sigh, another bottomless pit of gossip. In this banquet specially organized for the Prince of Constellation's arrival and the gathering of the 5 archdukes, the Prince of Constellation, as the one being welcomed in name, was undoubtedly neglected. Fortunately, nothing troublesome happened. Some Northland nobles who were here to watch the show would occasionally come up to greet him, and Thales could also return their greetings appropriately under Putre's advice. It was not as if there were no drunkards who came up to provoke him. But Lord Merk could always mobilize his men at the right time and drag away waves of drunkards. Chapter 222. The stern-looking, white-haired Count Leespan was sitting at the long table in the Sword District's disciplinary hall. He raised his head with a stern expression and asked aloud, "Say that again?" In front of him, a lean and strong middle-aged Northland noble bowed slightly with a stern expression. This middle-aged noble was dressed in regular clothes. His every move carried the military style that even the day before the bitter cold winter could not wash away. A soldier discovered it. The person in charge of the disciplinary hall, the chief garrison officer of the capital, Viscount Lysden, narrowed his eyes. The routine report sent back from Heroic Spirit Palace is very strange. The password at the gatehouse is not quite right. His expression turned cold and his eyes shone with a light that was as sharp as a sword's edge. It seems to have been tampered with, Your Excellency. Count Leespan frowned. As the Prime Minister who had served King Nuvan for many years and the most trusted vassal of Dragon Cloud City, Count Leespan was always the last person to speak at the Imperial Conference. His words were usually the final word. For example, the resolution passed a month ago to allow the troublesome Prince of Constellation to come to Extet. Ever since King Nuvan personally handed him the ring that symbolized the authority of the Prime Minister, Count Leespan had been through countless storms in his political career that spanned decades. He could be said to have seen many things. But at this moment, Leespan felt that everything he had experienced in the past 2 days was almost equivalent to the first half of his life. First, the king summoned all the archdukes to a room. Leespan stood in the Hall of Heroes with a frown as he watched King Nuvan propose a duel that was almost suicidal. Then, he watched King Nuvan kill Pofred on the spot to avenge his second son and intimidate the other archdukes. As a result, the long-discussed plan to dispatch troops by the king and the Imperial Conference had to be pushed forward. But the calamity and Kilika that came at night woke up almost everyone in Dragon Cloud City from their sweet dreams. Then, the great dragon, which had not been seen for hundreds of years, came again. Then, Leespan encountered the biggest problem in his life. The king was missing. Leespan had seen the bloody battle in the 38th century ground 20 years ago, experienced the most dangerous day before the bitter cold winter 16 years ago, received the bad news of Prince Soria's defeat in the Battle of White Mountain, learned of the dangerous situation of the glacier orcs causing a massive uproar, had a headache over the tense situation of the Archduke of Black Sand region dying in battle, and had faced the dangerous situation of insufficient supplies during the war with Constellation. But none of them could compare to the current situation. The various strange things in Dragon Cloud City made him fearful and extremely anxious. Heroic Spirit Palace? The gatehouse? The Prime Minister felt that there was one more thing on his mind. But he seemed to have vaguely grasped something. It might be the answer to the question. Leespan turned his head. His Majesty still hasn't been found? No news from the White Blade Guards either? Where's Nicholas? Viscount Lysden's face darkened. No. Only a few scattered White Blade Guards. They survived the battle against the calamities with heavy injuries. They know nothing. Lysden shook his head. Also, the rumors in the city are growing. Count Leespan nodded and sighed. Rumors, the Prime Minister muttered. Rumors about the Constellations assassinating His Majesty? Impossible. Leespan furrowed his brows. His Majesty worked with the Prince of Constellation last night to uncover the traitor among the Archdukes. But, what about the Prince of Constellation? And His Majesty's granddaughter? Prime Minister Leespan raised his head and looked at Lysden. His Majesty was also looking for them, wasn't he? Viscount Lysden still shook his head. His Majesty gave this task to the secret room, but he hasn't seen Madame Calchon for a long time. The veins on the back of Count Lispan's hand tightened. What a bad feeling. He exhaled deeply, his expression solemn. After the great dragon appeared, Dragon Cloud City was actually in chaos. The Prime Minister raised his head. Is there anything else unusual? Yes. Viscount Lysden's eyes shone. The number of patrols. At that moment, the gazes of the two high-ranking officials moved simultaneously. Go on, Count Leespan said flatly. The chaos in the city has not ended, and the martial law around Shield District has not been lifted. But, Viscount Lysden said cautiously, 2 disciplinary officers under me reported that they saw at least 2 patrols coming out of Shield District. I have already sent people to investigate, he said solemnly. Leespan did not speak. But the clues were already connected. The password of the gatehouse is not that easy to tamper with. The Prime Minister frowned. Combined with this strange information, my God. His expression did not change, but his tone was filled with unease. Viscount Lysden's expression changed. You mean, Prime Minister Leespan nodded. His expression was solemn. I'm afraid something has happened at the first gatehouse in front of Heroic Spirit Palace. The chief garrison officer clenched his fist. No way. The Viscount exhaled in disbelief. Those are the soldiers of a gatehouse. And behind them are the reinforcements from Heroic Spirit Palace. Speaking of this, Lysden's eyebrows twitched again. There are 4 archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace. He murmured, don't tell me they're working together. No, it's too early to say. The Prime Minister waved his hand. A deep suspicion surged in his heart. But there's only one thing I'm sure of. Before there's news from His Majesty, we can't sit here and wait. Leespan raised his head. His gaze was sharp. We have to at least inform the 4 archdukes. Lysden frowned. If they're really behind the scenes, then it'll be time for them to give themselves away. Leespan clenched his fists. His heart was in a mess. I hope His Majesty is safe, but once, he did not continue. But Lysden knew the worry in the Prime Minister's heart. Once something happened in Dragon Cloud City, could they still detain or even kill the 4 archdukes? Then, they would truly become extant sinners. What are you going to do? Viscount Lysden paused for a moment. His expression was worried. Without the king's warrant, we can't directly recruit militia. Or do you want to recruit your own troops? Or can we write a letter ourselves and summon the counts outside the city? Leespan did not speak. In a situation where the king was missing, a count and a viscount would privately lead troops, and even summon the vassals to lead troops into the capital. Both of them knew what this decision entailed. No. This is not conventional, and it'll take too much time. Count Leespan stood up and shook his head. I have a feeling that by that time, it'll be too late. Give up on the usual means of communication. Release the messenger crow and contact Heroic Spirit Palace. See the Archduke's reaction. His pupils shrank slightly. Also, gather the military forces of the main disciplinary hall and recall the existing patrols. We'll bring our current military forces and rush to the gatehouse. We'll see who's behind this. Whether it's the cowards from Constellation. Or someone else. Prime Minister Leesban thought to himself. Nicholas frowned with a serious expression. Kalshan, on the other hand, flashed a gentle smile again. Thales, on the other hand, looked puzzled. In the next second, the Red Witch leaned forward and whispered something into Nicholas' ear. That's strange, her voice was too soft. Thales frowned. The Red Witch was speaking in a whisper, and he could not hear her clearly. But this did not stop him from seeing Nicholas' back suddenly tremble. His guarantee, is it? Kalshan's voice was intermittent. Thales felt as if there were countless ants crawling over his heart, this feeling of only listening to half of what she said, it's really annoying. Nicholas froze for a moment. Then, the Star Killer sighed and leaned over to the Red Witch's ear. He also whispered something into her ear. He still has blood, Thales sighed. He still did not hear anything. Compared to Thales, who could eavesdrop, the people standing a distance away from the two felt anxious. They watched anxiously, but did not dare to act rashly. Are they going to drink? Cohen raised his eyebrows and mocked. But just as he finished speaking, the masters of the secret room and White Blade ended their conversation. Nicholas turned around and absent-mindedly walked towards the others. The Red Witch raised her head and smiled at the group. Then, she bowed slightly, turned around, and left the cave. Watching the two separate, Thales had inexplicable questions in his heart. What's going on? The White Blade guards in the secret room, what are they? At that moment, Raphael, Miranda, Cohen, Waya, Ralph, and the other White Blade guards all looked at the Star Killer with puzzled expressions. But Nicholas only had a stunned expression on his face. This kind of Star Killer is rare, Thales thought in his heart. What happened? Thales could not help but ask, are they going to trap us here until we die? Nicholas suddenly snapped out of his daze. Let's go. The Star Killer raised his head and swept his gaze over everyone. We are safe. The secret room has retreated, he said in a flat tone and absent-mindedly, and for some reason, the people from Black Sand region did not appear. Raphael raised his eyebrows and walked forward. Why did she leave? The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department cautiously observed his surroundings and secretly held the hilt of his sword. Where is Caslin? Nicholas subconsciously let out a cold laugh. She let us go. The Star Killer shook his head. As for Caslin, I don't know. Thales was slightly stunned. Let us go? He stared blankly at the empty cave entrance and blinked, as if he could not believe it. How is this possible? Cohen slapped his head and looked serious. Oh, she let us go, but in the next moment, the police officer's expression changed drastically. What? He opened his mouth wide and his expression became exaggerated. Let us go? Cohen widened his eyes. What did you do? Nicholas raised his head and forced a disdainful smile. I showed her my handsome face. He looked at Cohen and mocked him coldly, then her heart softened. Cohen blinked his eyes in confusion and looked at Miranda and Raphael for help. Miranda raised her eyebrows. You don't know how to tell jokes, Your Grace. Miranda sighed. You don't have to force yourself. Nicholas' smile disappeared and he snorted coldly. Thales pursed his lips. He looked at Raphael's thoughtful expression and asked, What did you say to her? Nicholas raised his head and looked outside the cave entrance, at the northland sky. He exhaled with an indecipherable expression. His expression was subtle and complicated. We made a deal, the Star Killer said slowly. We made a deal. I offered a bargaining chip to the secret room in exchange for our freedom, he murmured in a low voice. Thales was shocked. Bargaining chip. What bargaining chip? What did Nicholas say to the Red Witch? What kind of price would make the secret room give up on the heir of Constellation and the heir of the Northern Territory? Give up on the Walton bloodline of Dragon Cloud City? But Nicholas only shook his head. A very big bargaining chip. A bargaining chip that he did not know whether it was good or bad. Nicholas thought in a daze. Chapter 223. When the group of people walked out of the secret tunnel, filled with doubts and uneasiness, Thales had a vague illusion that he had seen the light of day again. But whenever he thought of everything that happened in Dragon Cloud City, his mood seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. The assassination, conspiracy, and betrayal became more and more tainted, and he could not get rid of it. He was sent to put an end to the potential war between the two countries. But Nuven's head, which had rolled on the ground, and Lampard's rough and cold face appeared before Thales' eyes. He could not help but hold his breath. The second prince raised his head and looked at the grey Northland sky, but only felt even more lost. What's the next step? Miranda was still vigilantly looking around. In a remote and narrow corner of the city, the mottled stone wall was full of traces of time and weather. She turned to the Star Killer and said, "Your plan? To find the vassals who are still loyal to the Walton family?" But Nicholas only stared at his weapon with a serious expression. He turned a deaf ear to her words, as though he was still immersed in the negotiation with the Red Witch. The one who answered her was Raphael. Dragon Cloud City is still very dangerous, even for the Walton family's vassals. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department frowned. "We can't just show up like this. His Highness' safety is our first priority." "It concerns the stability of Constellation," Waya interrupted and sighed. "Right now, all the Northlanders in Dragon Cloud City are looking for him. In a few days, all of Extet might join in. We are such a large group of people." Thales sighed. Ralph patted his shoulder. The latter shook his head at Waya with a stern gaze. Wyatt did not continue, but he still glanced at the white blade guards. His face was filled with deep worry. Thales felt many gazes on him, intentionally or unintentionally. He understood what Wyatt meant. These white blade guards were Northlanders after all. Maybe they had a common enemy, maybe their goals and interests were temporarily the same, but they were not on his side after all. Getting out of trouble and finding a chance to part ways with them, this was the safest thing to do. The common crisis made the Constellations and Northlanders temporarily work together. But after escaping danger, the tension of hostility seemed to have returned. It could be seen from their clear formation. And the reason the white blade guards are here. Thales turned his head and met Little Rascal's gaze. It was a pair of confused and nervous eyes that didn't know what to do. Thales was momentarily stunned. The silent Nicholas seemed to have finally snapped out of his daze. He raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked forward. "We'll think about these things after we've settled down." The Star Killer exhaled a long breath. "The people who will receive us will be here soon." "Let's go to the shelter first." Thales frowned. "Shelter?" "From the moment we arrived, this city has had a lot of opinions about the prince." Cohen also revealed a puzzled expression. "Not to mention, after such a major incident, who can still protect us in Dragon Cloud City?" Raphael shook his head, his expression deep. "For some existences, no matter how big the matter is, it's just a dispute between mortals." Thales was instantly stunned. The next moment, a sturdy figure appeared at the corner ahead. The group immediately entered a state of alert. But Nicholas waved his hand and asked them to remove their guard. "We're on the same side," the Star Killer said briefly, then glanced at the newcomer with a complicated expression. It was a burly man with a crew cut. Thales couldn't help but narrow his eyes, trying to see who it was. "That person seems a little familiar," Thales' heart skipped a beat. Shock and astonishment surged in his heart. Merc? The prince looked at the newcomer and could not help but call out his name in great shock and bewilderment. Lord Merc? The newcomer's expression froze slightly. The former king's administrator of Dragon Cloud City, the criminal exiled by King Niven himself in the Hall of Heroes, Lord Burn Merc walked towards them with a warrior's gait. He looked at the Prince of Constellation, who had witnessed the tragedy in the Hall of Heroes, with a complicated expression. His Majesty has stripped me of my position and title. You might as well change the way you address me. Merc exhaled and said in a low voice, Good day, Prince Thales. Many images surged into Thales' mind. Alex's twitching body and her limp hands. Merc's tearful confession as he knelt on the ground. King Niven's roar filled with hatred and pain. Merc held his daughter, who was no longer breathing, and staggered out of the hall absent-mindedly. You. Thales felt suffocated. He opened his mouth, but the words were cut off when they reached his lips. He saw Merc's gaze. The former administrator's expression was calm, but his eyes were a lifeless gray. It was as if there was nothing else in the world that could pique his interest. Thales suddenly thought of another pair of eyes, Black Sword's eyes. It was strange, but Thales had this feeling. The former king's administrator looked at Little Rascal behind Thales with a complicated gaze. Little Rascal did not seem to expect to see the former administrator here. She seemed to have remembered something and lowered her head subconsciously. Merc shut his mouth. His expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Nothing unexpected happened. Nicholas walked forward and clasped Merc's hand tightly before he released it. Merc shook his head but did not say a word. Please come with me. Merc looked at the group of people with a calm expression, turned around and walked back. Try to be quiet and respectful. Cohen looked at his surroundings, and doubts arose in his mind. There was no one around. The dilapidated walls and floor tiles, the unswept snow and withered branches looked like the backyard of a noble's house that had not been cleaned for many years. Respectful? The police officer exhaled and raised his head to look at a majestic stone house with only a small door. Speaking of which, what is this place? Miranda seemed to have noticed something. She raised her index finger to her lips and gestured for him to keep quiet. Just do as I say. Cohen raised his eyebrows and followed the group forward. Thales turned his head and looked at Nicholas anxiously. Why, the Star Killer's words were stuck in his throat. I know what you're thinking. Nicholas lowered his head. He looked at Merc's back with a subtle expression. Yes, King Niven exiled him, and the Star Killer immediately raised his head. His gaze slowly became firm. But Burn Merc, he was, or at least was a White Blade Guard. Thales frowned. He's still loyal to Walton? Nicholas shook his head. He's loyal to his creed. The Star Killer sighed. No one knew what he was thinking about. No matter what happens, this has never changed. This is also the reason why we, the White Blade Guards, are here. Thales was slightly stunned. He remembered the scene when the 4 White Blade Guards hugged each other's arms and surrounded him and Little Rascal under the crossbows of Black Sand region. He sighed softly. Thank you, Lord Nicholas. There was a barely discernible emotion in Thales' tone. And thank you, White Blade Guards. Nicholas raised his eyebrows slightly. If you really want to thank me, strange boy, then return the favor. The Star Killer and Thales' gazes met in the air. One day, when you sit on the throne, then return the favor. Thales did not speak. He only smiled faintly and followed the group into the small door of the stone house. Be careful. Thales heard Waya whisper to Ralph from behind him. God knows what this place is, and God knows what's waiting for us in front. Ralph let out a muffled snort that was hard to decipher. It seemed to be a little disdainful. The stone house was very spacious. It seemed to be a large back hall, but the lights in the hall were dim. The lighting was not from the chandelier, but from the layers of portable everlasting lamps hanging on the wall. Thales could not adapt to the sudden darkness for a while. He widened his eyes and tried to see his surroundings clearly. There was a thick smell of lamp oil in the air. Thales thought, with this thick smell of eternal oil, it seems that the owner of this stone house is either rich or of high status. Raphael seemed to be very familiar with this place. He walked into the darkness ahead, and when he came out again, his hands were already covered with bandages and medicine. He casually tossed one of the rolls of bandages to the puzzled Cohen, and carefully handed a bottle of medicine to the stunned Miranda. Treat your wounds and recover as soon as possible. Raphael pointed at the wound on Cohen's body, which was tightened with his power of eradication. His expression was solemn. Our battle is not over yet. This is the sanctuary? What is this place? Waya narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone walls and floor tiles around him. His hand was still firmly on the hilt of his sword. Wait, I think I've seen buildings of this style before. At this moment, two figures appeared in the darkness ahead. Your Highness. A younger figure walked forward quickly. There was a smile on his face, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Thank you, gods, for your safe return. Thales was stunned. You are Willow? It was the new recruit they brought with them at Broken Dragon Fortress. The one who was almost hanged as a deserter. Your Highness, you. The other figure, who was slightly more mature, sighed in relief. I knew it, the veteran Genid stared at Thales with a complicated gaze. I knew it. Thales looked at the two familiar people in the Constellation Diplomat group and felt as if a shackle had been lifted from his heart. You. Thales looked at the group and thought of something. Where are the others? As soon as he finished speaking, another familiar voice came from the darkness ahead. Looks like everything went smoothly. Thales' heart trembled. He immediately blurted out, Putre. Under everyone's gazes, the experienced and knowledgeable vice diplomat of the Constellation Diplomat Group, Lord Nemain Putre, came before them. The thin man still held his pipe in his hand. He seemed very calm, but even though his pipe was filled with tobacco, it was not lit. Your Highness. Putre flashed a faint smile, but there was a hint of gratification in his tone. I'm very happy to see you return safely. Thales stared at his vice diplomat quietly. A few seconds later, he flashed a smile and exhaled. I'm also very happy to see you safe and sound. The prince let down his guard and said with a smile, Your Excellency. Putre nodded and turned to look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. Were there any accidents in the gatehouse? The vice diplomat asked faintly. There were some accidents. Raphael's expression changed slightly. But, it's settled. Thales thought of something. Putre and the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, they seem to be very close? That's good. Putre looked at Nicholas and Merk and nodded slowly. Thank you for your hard work. Nicholas snorted coldly and turned to leave. Merk, on the other hand, nodded emotionlessly in response. Thales frowned. He's also very close to the White Blade Guards. Try to rest for a while. Putre did not care about the White Blade Guard's indifference. He forced himself to give the prince a meaningful smile. We still have a long journey ahead of us. Thales gave him a deep look and raised his eyebrows. At that moment, he had a lot of things to say and many questions to ask. The calamities, the dragon, Black Sword, Nuven's death, Lampard's conspiracy, Shadow Shield, the secret room schemes, the strangeness of the Secret Intelligence Department, the secrets of the White Blade Guards. But when these words reached the tip of his tongue, they stopped abruptly and turned into an empty sigh. Thales' expression darkened. Along with nervousness and apprehension, fatigue and drowsiness attacked him again. It's not over yet, right? The prince turned his head with a complicated expression and looked at Little Rascal, who was surrounded by the White Blade Guards. He said dejectedly, This nightmare. Putre looked at him quietly and did not say a word. He could only sigh silently in his heart. It will end, the vice diplomat said flatly. A nightmare is also a dream. At this moment, a young girl dressed in a silver-white robe walked forward slowly. Her expression was solemn and respectful as she bowed slightly to the people of Constellation. Thales was slightly stunned. He saw the pattern on the girl's robe clearly, a crescent moon. "The High Priestess wants to see him," the girl said softly. Her voice was hollow and seemingly emotionless. Raphael raised his eyebrows. "Who?" The girl did not speak. She only quietly cast her gaze at the crowd. After a full 3 seconds, Thales realized that she was looking at him. "Why?" Putre frowned. "His Highness, the High Priestess' request is God's will." The young girl turned to the side and raised her hand behind her in an inviting manner. Thales was immediately stunned. "Huh?" Perplexed, he asked the people around him, "What will it be?" Putre pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He seemed a little worried. But even without his explanation, Thales recognized this place. His eyes had already adapted to the dim light. He could barely see the walls on both sides. They were full of murals and reliefs. The direction the girl was pointing at was a huge stone statue surrounded by everlasting lamps. On the stone statue, there was a woman with an indifferent expression. She held her left shoulder with her right hand and pressed her right hip bone with her left hand. Behind the stone statue was a huge full moon, but there were arcs carved out of the moon's surface. It looked like it was expressing the layers of changes in the moon's phase. Thales was stunned. He recognized the stone statue. Thales knew what kind of place the sanctuary he was in was. In the next second, Thales' gaze was suddenly attracted by a slim figure under the stone statue. In front of the stone statue, a masked female figure stood quietly. She wore a silver robe, and the robe was embroidered with a crescent moon and a full moon. Just like the bright moon goddess statue, Thales also recognized the woman. It was the woman Thales had met once in the Hall of Heroes. The woman who had witnessed the duel between King Nuvan and Pofret. The High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple, Jol Holm. She was quietly looking at Thales with a pair of beautiful, emotionless eyes behind her veil. His eyes darted around the altar, and he could not help but say, actually, he could not go on. Holm interrupted him coldly. "Have you ever seen a god?" Thales raised an eyebrow. Oh my god. He really wasn't in the mood to discuss this right now. Outside the temple, Lampard, the Walton family, Extet, and Constellation had a whole lot of trouble waiting for him. When he thought of this, Thales sighed. "I'm sorry, but the High Priestess did not seem to want him to speak." Since an unknown period of history, when all living beings in the mortal world began to compete with each other for their own insignificant lives, the concept of gods has existed in the minds of mortals, Holmes said flatly. Thales was slightly stunned. What? High Priestess Holmes' eyes shone with the color of clear water, and her voice was tranquil and natural. In the history of the mortal world, the first batch of gods were closely related to the images in the hearts of mortals, she said softly. Holy sun, bright moon, dark night, mountains, sea shepherd, harvest, desert. Thales' eyelids twitched. From the mysterious temple to the legends spoken by the people, he had heard a few of them. These gods do not have their own names. They do not have names that can be called by the mortals, and they do not have names that can be understood by the mortals, the High Priestess said slowly, but her next sentence took a turn. But do these gods really exist? Thales was shocked. What the hell? In the face of the High Priestess' baffling question, he looked at the stone statue and the altar behind the High Priestess, then at the High Priestess' veil. He was a little troubled about how to answer and how to quickly escape. If I remember correctly, you are the priestess of the goddess behind me, Thales said awkwardly, grabbing his hair. And for you to ask me this question, it is a little. There is no conflict, Holmes said flatly. Thales raised his eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. High Priestess Holmes turned her head and glanced at the stone statue behind her. The gods that mortals believe in and the gods themselves are not the same thing. Huh? Thales was stunned again. The gods they believe in are not the same as the real gods. Should this be something a high priestess, or even a high priestess, the spokesperson of the gods in the world should say? Why does it sound so reactionary? High Priestess Holmes said softly, have you ever wondered why the bright moon behind me has the image of a human? Thales' eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked at the stone statue behind Holmes. The goddess' expression was still cold and indifferent. Why? He asked involuntarily. Holmes' veil trembled slightly. As she spoke, it vibrated. Do you know the bright god? The bright god? Thales thought of something. Wait, I've heard of this name. Holmes did not let him continue. The supreme god of light, Lo Sophia. The head priestess of the bright moon divine hall said indifferently, she was once the only true god recognized by the entire empire, the creator of the world, the supreme god among gods. It wasn't the earliest recorded god in the mortal world, but it was certainly the most widely spread god among the humans. When the war between the humans and the orcs broke out, its name was sung among the first batch of human believers of the god. For 1,000 years, until the ancient empire disappeared and completely collapsed, the rise and fall of the bright god church was interspersed in human history, witnessing the independence, unification, and expansion of humans. Thales listened to Holmes' history lesson in embarrassment. He was a little dazed. Usually, he would be very curious and interested. But now, God. Is there a better way to politely express something like, I'm hanging up or I'm going offline, face to face? High Priestess Holmes did not seem to care about Thales' embarrassment at all. She only continued to speak. That's why humans look like gods. She did not seem to care about Thales' embarrassment at all. She continued to speak, that's why humans look like gods. She lowered her head and looked at Thales. Do you believe it? Thales was startled again. He shrugged. As he thought of a reason to escape, he answered perfunctorily, I don't know. However, the other party did not seem to want him to answer. The truth is, when the bright god church fell apart with the fall of the ancient empire, the glory of the supreme bright god gradually dimmed. Holmes' voice gradually became softer, as though she was brewing a wave of emotions. Even humans themselves rarely mentioned the existence of the bright god. The high priestess shook her head slowly. She seemed to be a little mocking and emotional. If gods really exist, if they really are the creator of all things in the world, why would they allow such a thing to happen? Thales frowned slightly. So, gods don't exist? He spread his hands and asked tentatively, all the gods are imagined by the believers? All right, it's a very interesting point of view. I understand. I still have something to do, so I'll first. But Holmes interrupted his attempt to stop the conversation again. You're not listening to me. Thales shrugged helplessly. All right, but is it really okay to talk about these things to a child? High Priestess Holmes shook her head and said flatly, you and I both know that you're not a child. This simple sentence suddenly made Thales nervous. The High Priestess continued softly, do not look down on something just because it is inconspicuous or not related to the current priority. From the moment you embarked on your journey, every inconspicuous detail could be an opportunity to dominate your future. The statue, the dagger, the shawl, the fangs, the brooch, the messenger crow, the statue, the glasses, the bloodline. High Priestess Holmes narrowed her eyes. Every detail. I believe you have a deep feeling about this. Thales frowned. He sensed something unusual from the High Priestess' words. 3 seconds later, Thales sighed helplessly. I really don't have time. We're still running for our lives, aren't we? But, so, he asked weakly, what is a god? Holm raised her head slowly and stared at the stone statue behind her. The gods that believers believe in are only their own gods. All right. If I really have to ramble on and on about these things, Thales took a deep breath. The second prince raised his head, braced himself, and said seriously to the high priestess, "So, the real gods are different from the gods in faith? Is this what you want to say?" Holm did not speak. She only stared at Thales quietly. Thales returned her gaze, trying his best not to think about his current predicament and problem. It was very strange. During the process of meeting the high priestess' gaze, the heavy feeling in his heart slowly dissipated. A few seconds later, Holmes spoke softly. Mortals often use their own limited imagination to understand the gods in their hearts. There seemed to be a kind of magic in the high priestess' eyes that attracted Thales' gaze. Those are the gods that they look forward to, fear, loathe, revere, love, and worship. At that moment, Thales had the illusion that the high priestess' eyes were shining. According to what they know, mortals endow the gods in their hearts with all kinds of existences and definitions, from their images to their actions, from their deeds to their personalities, from their birth to their end. They even give them names similar to mortals. Holm narrowed her eyes slightly. With one hand on her shoulder and the other on her hip, she struck a pose similar to that of the goddess behind her. For example, Errol. Thales frowned slightly. So, he stared at the statue behind the high priestess. Curiosity welled up in his heart. Does the bright moon goddess have a name? Are there other gods? Sunset? Dark night? Master of mountains? Holmes shook her head slowly. To be given a mortal name by mortals in the hearts of the people, and then be called out by the mouths of the people in unison, this is a connection with extraordinary significance. In the known records and long history, only two gods have accepted, or rather, been willing to accept this connection. Holm continued, they are also the gods who are most deeply involved with the world of mortals. They are even used to name the world of mortals. Thales was stunned again. A mortal name that is called out by the people is an extraordinary connection? For some reason, at that moment, he suddenly remembered Asda's words. When you become a mystic and find your own name of origin. Mortal name. Thales' eyelids twitched. Why do they all emphasize the importance of names? His curiosity was suddenly piqued. Two gods with names, mortal names? The second prince scratched his head. All right, one of them is Errol. I know this, it's the Errol world. Then, who is the other one? You are not listening to me, High Priestess Holm repeated coldly. She had no intention of satisfying his curiosity. Thales narrowed his eyes. But this time, in front of the High Priestess, the prince felt as if he was being lectured by a teacher. Why are you so stupid? Before he could react, Holm had already continued to speak. Mortals portray gods in their own image because that is the scope of what mortals know, the High Priestess said flatly. Faith is born amidst countless feelings of love and hate. People who believe in gods gather in groups, connect with each other, resonate with each other, entrust their hearts to each other. Churches, temples, altars, and rituals are built one after another. Holm raised her hand and gestured at the temples around her. Just like that, formless faith becomes a tangible existence. The communication between the gods and mortals completed the first cycle of reincarnation. Thales furrowed his brows and listened to High Priestess Holm. Why does the bright moon goddess have such an appearance? The High Priestess returned to her original topic. It is not because God created humans in her own image, but because the people who believe in her look like this. But perhaps you need to understand. High Priestess Holm's eyes shone with fierceness. Gods are gods, and faith is faith. The former is in God, and the latter is in humans. Thales thought of something. Wait a minute, you mean? Thales pondered over the High Priestess' words and said slowly, so, gods exist independently, and the gods in the believers' hearts are imagined by themselves? Holm did not answer him directly. High Priestess Holm's eyes shone with a strange emotion. At the beginning of faith, mortals were used to categorizing things they could not understand into the category of gods. They only needed to understand the existence of gods, and then hand over the things they could not understand to the gods to solve. It is as if by believing in the existence of gods, they can solve those incomprehensible puzzles. This is precisely the biggest problem. Thales raised his eyebrows. He did not quite understand her intentions. High Priestess Holmes stared straight into Thales' eyes. Gods are obviously things that mortals cannot understand. But mortals think that they understand gods. From the beginning to the end, they believe in gods with shallow thinking, and rely on gods to create gods. This is where the contradiction lies. Thales exhaled and shrugged. Are you trying to say that the existence of God surpasses the understanding of mortals? High Priestess Holmes' veil moved slightly, giving Thales the illusion that she was smiling. Or conversely, the understanding of mortals surpasses the existence of gods. High Priestess Holmes sighed softly. She closed her eyes and said slowly, mortals always judge gods with their own poor thinking. Because of their short lifespans, they imagine gods to be eternal and immortal existences. Because of their weak power, they presume gods to be existences with unparalleled power. Because they think of themselves as a member of the multitude of living beings, they imagine gods to be stronger and of a higher level than them. Under Thales' gaze, Holmes suddenly opened her eyes. Her speech gradually sped up. The problem is, eternity, power, life, these mortal things. If gods are indeed beyond the understanding of mortals and stand in a different perspective, then do they really care about these things? Do they care about faith? Do they care about believers? Do they care about power and eternity? In fact, do they even care about whether they exist or not? Thales watched Holmes finish her words in puzzlement, but he did not want to interrupt her. I'm not a god, am I? Thales scratched his head and sighed. But in the myths, Errol sacrificed himself to save the world, didn't he? He said with a headache, the god of dark night always descends to the mortal world. The master of mountains even asked his believers to help those in the day before the bitter cold winter. Thales did not continue. Because he saw Holmes smiling. Despite the veil, Thales could somehow recognize that the high priestess of Bright Moon Temple was smiling faintly. Where did you hear these words? The high priestess asked softly, as if she was afraid of waking up a sleeping child. Of course. Thales exhaled, but he was immediately stunned and his words stopped at the tip of his tongue. He mumbled, the temple, and the rumors. Thales raised his head and asked tentatively, but this is the understanding of mortals, right? The real gods, perhaps far beyond our imagination, are another kind of existence. Holmes inhaled slowly. Her veil trembled slightly. Believers always exist before their gods. Only then can they believe in gods that belong to them alone, she said faintly. Thales frowned again. He thought of something. High Priestess Holmes, he said tentatively, you are the spokesperson of the Bright Moon Goddess. You have also prayed, communicated with God, and conveyed God's will, right? Holmes did not answer. Thales slowly lifted the corners of his mouth and asked cautiously, if, as you say, gods are truly those incomprehensible existences, then why did she respond to you? Holmes slowly raised her eyes. Her clear pupils were like a light source that shone straight into Thales' heart. Oh. High Priestess Holmes' thin veil moved slightly, and her clear voice came from behind. It was a rhetorical question. Did she respond? Thales was completely stunned. High Priestess Holmes slowly turned to face the stone statue of the Bright Moon Goddess and the altar. Only then did Thales notice that in the center of the altar, there was a special eternal oil lamp. It shone with silver flames? Thales' heart skipped a beat. There are flames of this color? Thales stared at the priestess back in confusion. The doubts in his heart grew. Why? He could not help but ask, why are you saying these things? The existence of gods. Holmes shook her head slowly. Last night, you made your first choice. Choice. Last night's choice, last night. Thales's breathing slowed down without him realizing it. But one day, the high priestess of the bright moon goddess said slowly, you may face an important choice again, perhaps even a choice. Choice. Face an important choice again, what? What does all this mean? High Priestess Holmes' back seemed to contain a mysterious power. Her voice traveled slowly and was extremely clear. When that time comes, when you stand at an angle and height that no existence can imagine, and think with a mind that transcends mortals, you may recall what I said today. Thales's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. A mind that transcends mortals. At that moment, Thales recalled the moment when he knocked on the door. That experience, an experience that seemed like a dream. That delusion that he was the world. That languid and contented feeling that everything was not within his attention. At this second, as he stared at Holmes' mysterious back, Thales was truly a little afraid. His arms began to tremble. How did she know? What does she know? What does she intend to do? Thales' breathing became faster and more urgent. Finally, he could no longer suppress the fear and doubts in his heart. He blurted out, why, High Priestess Holmes? What do you mean? What do you want? Whether it's the sanctuary or, all these words today, what are they all for? Why me? He said loudly. In front of the altar, High Priestess Holmes slowly turned her head. Under the illumination of the silver light, her veil emitted a brilliant light. He was like a god from the legends. Because Holmes' gaze shone with a different brilliance. An old friend asked me to take care of you. Thales seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. The impulse in his heart compelled him to get to the bottom of it. Old friend? The second prince lost his composure and asked loudly, who? He believes that you are different. But High Priestess Holmes only sighed and did not reveal the answer. He believes that you will do better. He has sacrificed too much. Don't let him down. Thales froze on the spot. I'm different? And next time, call me Jewel, High Priestess Jewel, Holmes said softly. In comparison, I prefer this name. You can go now, High Priestess Holmes said flatly with her back facing him, be careful of your choices. In the next second, the High Priestess closed her mouth. No matter how Thales asked, she did not speak again. A few minutes later, Thales finally left the altar absent-mindedly. Only Jewel was left standing quietly in front of the altar and the statue. After a while, Jewel slowly raised her head. I'm watching him. High Priestess Jewel Holmes, who was standing under the bright moon goddess statue, looked up at the bright moon goddess in a silver robe and veil, and said calmly, I warned him, right? On the altar, the bright moon goddess' expression was still cold. She did not move. Chapter 225. Guard against theft. How do we end this? In the moving carriage, Lampard lowered his head and absent-mindedly fiddled with his saber. His expression was subtle, but he did not answer. King Nuvan is dead, but Dragon Cloud City is still powerful. There are still 4 important archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace. I don't think they're fools. Thales observed the archduke's expression and said cautiously, and the Prince of Constellation assassinating the common elected king, this outcome will definitely not satisfy everyone, especially when the army of Black Sand regions suddenly appeared. Thales stared at Lampard's face and said softly, how are you going to explain this to them? Or do you want to kill them all and be done with it? Lampard said nothing. His expression was wooden. Thales clenched his fists slightly. The carriage was still moving forward. He did not know how far away it was from Heroic Spirit Palace. He also did not know how far away he was from the end of his life. There's no other way. I have to take a drastic measure. Thales took a deep breath and said flatly, if nothing goes wrong, once the news of Nuvan's death spreads, the King's Selection Congress will be held soon. Do you think you still have a chance? As expected, Lampard's gaze moved and he looked at him. Thales suppressed the nervousness in his heart and responded with the calmest expression. Not to mention that you're Niven's enemy and have a terrible reputation for killing your brother, Thales said slowly. The archdukes will not let you become king. Lampard's gaze was fixed on his sword. King. The archduke raised his voice and uttered the word in a questioning tone. Then, he snorted softly and repeated it sarcastically. King. You were born in the Jade Star royal family, a descendant of the emperor, the natural, legitimate, and legal ruling family of Constellation, Lampard said faintly. Of course you don't have such concerns, do you? Thales' heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he seemed to have grasped something. Concerns? He asked naturally. Lampard ignored him. His sharp gaze was still fixed on his old sword. Since Niven's grandfather, they viewed Black Sand region as a thorn in their side. At that time, the Walton family had already begun to monopolize the throne of Dragon Cloud City. Little Rascal blinked. When it came to Niven's father, the Walton family began to attempt to control Black Sand region, Lampard continued. His gaze was a little dazed. For example, recruiting the youngest son of the Archduke of Black Sand region into the White Blade Guards, or marrying his daughter, the noble princess of Ekstedt, to her father, the heir of the Archduke of Black Sand region, in the name of the king. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. He seemed to have heard a similar story during the duel between King Nuven and Pofrit. That's how my parents got married. Lampard sighed. Then, a rare smile appeared on the Archduke of Black Sand region's face. Unexpectedly, this marriage, which was purely based on the king's will, turned out to be a good one. According to the old servants, my mother did everything she could to make my father fall in love with her. She gave birth to 2 sons and 3 daughters for him. This love lasted until my father became the Archduke. The carriage entered a narrow alley. It seemed to be taking a shortcut or taking a detour. Lampard continued to speak. Just like that, my father resisted the corruption of Dragon Cloud City with his own power, even though this corruption originated from the woman he loved the most by his side, his family and power. He hovered in this balance all his life. Thales and Little Rascal listened quietly. Such an Archduke of Black Sand region was rare. Since we were very young, Harold and I were brought back and forth between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region by our mother. Archduke Lampard exhaled. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. Until we came of age, until Harold took over the governance of Black Sand region. Harold? Thales' heart skipped a beat. The name seemed a little unfamiliar. He is, Lampard paused for a moment. Harold Lampard, my eldest brother. Gloom and mockery flashed in the Archduke's eyes. A ridiculous fool. There's no one more foolish than him in the world. He said faintly. Little Rascal seemed to recall something. She stared at Lampard with a slightly pale face. Thales sensed a different emotion in Lampard's tone. You don't have a brother, do you? Lampard's gaze was still fixed on the sword. A few seconds later, he said desolately, how lucky. Thales raised his eyebrows. He remembered the 2 small stone jars in the Jade Star family tomb. His elder sister and brother in name. Lydia and Luther Jade Star. Lampard gently pulled out his saber. The Archduke's expression was complicated. His fingers gently stroked the sharp blade. Until 12 years ago. Lampard raised his head slightly and looked at Thales. His tone turned cold. Everything changed. His actions sent a chill down the prince's spine. Wait a minute. Thales' brain began to work. 12 years ago. 12 years ago again? That means, an unprecedented civil strife broke out in Constellation. It was extremely chaotic. Lampard's voice rang in the carriage, narrating the history that Thales was all too familiar with. Since the Fourth Peninsular War, Ekstedt has been waiting for a rare opportunity in 100 years, to unify Northland and completely eliminate the threat from Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales stared at the sword in Lampard's hand in a daze. Nuvan is ready to send his troops south. He has contacted almost every archduke. As a response, Harold, as the heir of Black Sand region, was sent to attend the meeting of all the archdukes in Dragoncloud City. Lampard inhaled a mouthful of cold air slowly and continued. An accident happened. Thal's heart skipped a beat. One of Harold's followers suddenly went berserk and assassinated Nuvan's eldest son. Lampard's rough voice was deep and dignified, as if there was a hidden power in it. He snorted coldly. Prince Soria, who thought himself infallible, was cruel and bloodthirsty, and was practically carved out of the same mold as his father, died in Harold's group. At that moment, Thal's heart skipped a beat. The second prince remained motionless as he digested Lampard's story. Little Rascal's grip on his hand tightened. He had heard this story before. Last night. The news reached Black Sand region. Harold's follower assassinated the prince. Lampard pressed on the hilt of his sword. His expression was cold. Nuvan would not let us go. Because of this, my father was even prepared to go to war with Dragoncloud City. Unexpectedly, Harold, who was supposed to be responsible for this, was not reprimanded at all, let alone imprisoned or detained. Nuvan comforted him with soft words, personally spoke on his behalf, and even allowed him to participate in the meeting. He even sent him back to Black Sand region with great courtesy. Lampard sneered. Even though Nuvan lost his most important eldest son, Harold was not put in a difficult position. My father sensed that something was wrong at that time. Lampard stared at his saber, but his gaze began to lose focus, as if he was looking at something else. I still remember the day Harold returned. At the dining table, he reported Nuvan's opinion and advised my father to support Dragoncloud City. He even wanted to allow the king's officials to be stationed there in preparation for war. My father and him had a heated argument. I had no choice but to stand between them so that they would not draw their swords against each other, the Archduke said slowly. It was also on that day that my father suddenly realized that Harold Lampard, the eldest son and heir he had high hopes for, had long become the staunchest supporter and subservient of Dragoncloud City and the common elected king, just like his youngest brother, Caslin. Thales frowned deeply. Just like Beacon Illumination City? Poffert's despairing expression appeared before his eyes. Lampard turned to him expressionlessly. Thales' heart clenched. Just like Beacon Illumination City, he calmly confirmed Thales' words. My father could not accept this fact. My father felt that if this continued, when Harold inherited Black Sand region, it would only be a matter of time before we became the king's vassals. Lampard's expression was cold and threatening. Even the position of the Archduke of Black Sand region would soon become a vassal matter that Dragoncloud City could decide with just a word. Through sincere talks, threats, scolding, lecturing, and even having me advise him, my father used every method to change Harold's mind. But it was all in vain. Little Rascal shrank behind Thales with a pale face. The terrifying Archduke of Black Sand region lowered his head. His expression was rather gloomy. Finally, my father made up his mind to take back Harold's right of inheritance. Things went haywire at that time. Lampard shook his head slowly. My father briefly mentioned this idea in front of the vassals, and he was immediately met with fierce opposition and admonishment. That's not all. From the day father insisted on stripping Harold of his inheritance rights, the harvest decreased, the finances were in trouble, and the trade routes were blocked. Strangely, the troubles in Black Sand region increased. What happened in Beacon Illumination City is now happening in Black Sand region. Lampard sneered. There was a deep sarcasm in his tone. It was only when the entire Black Sand region was in an uproar that my father realized with a start that in the past 30 years, the Lampard family's bloodline was not the only thing that infiltrated Dragoncloud City. Nuvan did not just rope Harold to his side. Harold refused to yield, my father refused to compromise, and the situation in the territory worsened. The forces supporting Harold, both inside and outside the territory, were beyond my father's control. He became more and more desperate and haggard. Lampard's tone grew deeper, and the emotions in his words grew paler. Black Sand region was no match for Dragon Cloud City. Finally, on the day the king's messenger came again. My exhausted father called me to his room. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but think of Chapman Lampard's famous, or rather infamous, or even infamous deeds. Lampard raised his head and looked at the streets of Dragon Cloud City outside the window. I still remember my father's eyes. They were filled with determination and gloom. Thales could not help but tighten his grip on little rascal behind him. He talked to me for a very, very long time. The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze grew colder, and his tone became calmer. I hugged his thigh and cried. I begged him with all the words I could think of. I even pulled up my sleeves and showed him the wound I got when I was hunting when I was 14. Harold dragged me out of the mouth of a snow leopard. The Archduke's words became flatter. But Thales' heart grew tighter. Archduke Lampard narrated as if nothing had happened. Child, we are Lampard, of the Rebellion King's bloodline, my father said. Our clan's motto is never yield, whether it's to the outside world or to the inside world. Whether it's to the Emperor or to the King. The Archduke exhaled. The darkness in his eyes was incomparably deep. His tone was firm and resolute. We will never yield. Thales listened to Lampard's words in a daze. Little rascal widened her eyes. Lampard snorted. He lowered his head and looked at the weapon in his hand. In the end, he gave me this sword. It was an old weapon with a worn scabbard and a worn hilt. It was as if it was his most important treasure. A week later, I challenged Harold to a duel in front of everyone. My father approved it. Thales held his breath, not daring to even exhale. My mother knelt in front of the study room and cried for the whole night. My father sat in the study room with the light on for the whole night. Lampard slowly turned his saber around and caressed the emblem of an iron fist on the hilt. Until my mother fainted and was sent away by the servants. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. For a time, only the sound of the wheels scraping against the ground could be heard. This is... Thales opened his mouth with difficulty, but was interrupted by Lampard. On the day of the duel, Harold had at least 3 chances to take my life and his brother's life, the Archduke said steadily, but his voice was a little hollow and trembling. At least 3 times. Lampard's hand, which was caressing the hilt, stopped moving. His voice became ethereal, as if he was speaking from a very, very far away place. In the end, when I pierced his heart, I saw his face clearly, the Archduke said flatly. He was smiling. Lampard took a deep breath. With his head lowered, his expression was indecipherable. It was the same smile as the day he dragged me out of the snow leopard's mouth. Thales sighed. This is simply... Harold pulled my collar and whispered his last words into my ear. Lampard snorted softly, as though he was telling a story from someone else's dinner. Remember, Chapman. Lampard shook his head, and he looked at Lampard. We will never give in. Lampard chuckled, his emotions indecipherable. Thales raised his head and stared at his sword in a daze. The sword that belonged to the Archduke of Black Sand region, the one that killed his brother. The next day, Lampard's voice traveled into Thales' ears. Mother jumped from the highest lookout post in the castle. Thales and little rascal did not move. A wordless sorrow filled the carriage. The story of Lampard's family made him feel all sorts of emotions. Lampard took a deep breath. On the 3rd day, Niven ordered me to go to Eternal Star City and declare war on all of Constellation. As the carriage drove past a depression, the carriage trembled slightly. A month later, at Raymond Pass, when the kingdom's wrath broke through the encirclement with the last of their courage and arrived in front of my father did not evade or raise his sword. He allowed Mu to break his neck. Lampard chuckled softly. Only later did I realize that my father was probably seeking death. Perhaps he could reunite with my mother and Harold under Hell's River. Lampard stopped talking. Thales exhaled slowly. So, everything you did was for revenge? Thales frowned and asked with difficulty, "Do you want Niven to pay the price, or Dragon Cloud's city to be destroyed?" Lampard sneered mockingly. He slowly leaned back and revealed his face under the light again. Hatred? That ridiculous thing? Don't compare me to a coward like Pofret. Thales frowned. Then why are you telling me this story? The prince asked in bewilderment. Don't tell me you just want to talk to a dying man. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's gaze slowly darkened. Lampard looked at him condescendingly and shook his head slowly. His voice was low and cold, and his words were chilling. You are indeed very special, child, but your vision is still stuck at the level of those mediocre people. As for what I really want, compared to self-preservation, revenge, the death of a king, and the destruction of a territory, Lampard inhaled slowly and said in a firm tone, I want a little more. Thales stared at Lampard's face seriously, quickly trying to figure out what he was thinking. Of course. Lampard snorted softly. You were born in the Jade Star royal family and lived in the era after the virtuous king. You won't understand this kind of sorrow. The Archduke's words ended there. Lampard closed his saber and said no more. Thales was slightly stunned. The virtuous king. It was not the first time he heard this title from the Northlanders. The last time he heard it was from King Niven. At that time, Thales did not react. But this time, Thales remembered. He subconsciously touched his chest. The virtuous king, Mindy's Jade Star III. One of the 3 kings of Constellation. A king was not respected by his bloodline, but his bloodline was honored by the king. Why? Why did King Niven and Archduke Lampard mention the supreme king of Constellation from more than 100 years ago? What did he do? Chapter 226. Little Rascal sat on a wooden crate in a daze, watching the white blade guards around her bustle about, treating, changing, discussing, and making final preparations before departing. Every single one of them was respectful to her. Even during the most hectic times, they did not forget to clear a place for her to rest, and ensured her clean water and food. She was very sleepy. However, the fear and nervousness that constantly invaded her brain were like alarm bells, waking her up from the brink of sleep. It made her feel as if she was living in a half-awake state. But there's nothing wrong with that, is there? Little Rascal lowered her head and asked herself bitterly. Isn't everything I've experienced from last night a nightmare? But Little Rascal sniffled and touched her small face, which had been wiped clean. She sat on the wooden crate in solitude, watching people come and go. Although the clothes on her body were warm, she felt that she had never felt so cold before. Lost and lonely. She had nothing to rely on. At this moment, oh, you're here. A low sigh was heard. Little Rascal turned her head and unexpectedly saw Thales walking towards her with a bitter expression on his face. The second prince of Constellation did not stand on ceremony. He sat down on the empty ground beside her. Thales. Little Rascal was a little surprised and delighted. Why are you? Thales was in a daze. He picked up a piece of bread from the plate beside Little Rascal, ignoring the angry glare of a white blade guard in the distance. The food prepared for the Constellations over there is very bad. The priests are also Northlanders. Thales casually bit into the fluffy bread. The bread offered to the temple was indeed different. He buried half of his face in it, snorted, and said in a muffled voice, I came to rub against you. Little Rascal stared at him in a daze. Thales clenched his teeth with all his might and pulled his face out of the bread. The second prince did not raise his head. He only chewed fiercely and stared at the half-eaten bread in his hand. His gaze was dazed. Little Rascal looked at him and blinked. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten most of her troubles. You didn't stay with them. Thales swallowed a mouthful of bread without feeling anything. He felt his stomach slowly fill up. He gestured with his chin at Nicholas and Merc, who were discussing something in the distance. Did they not treat you well? Little Rascal raised her head and looked hesitantly at the two people in the distance. No, they respect me very much. The girl shook her head and almost shook her glasses off again. She was so scared that she hurriedly pressed her hand against the bridge of her nose and said with grievance, "That's why I'm scared." The disheveled girl bit her lip. You know, they were there before, they all know, it's not important anymore, Thales suddenly said. Little Rascal glanced at the prince in surprise. Thales held the bread in his hand and stared straight ahead, but his eyes were not focused. Only his mouth would occasionally chew. Thales narrowed his eyes and said bitterly, "No matter what happened in the Hall of Heroes, does it still matter now?" He shook his head indifferently. After we escape from this nightmare, none of this matters anymore. Thales thought absent-mindedly. Only one thing. We can escape from the nightmare, but the nightmare won't let us go. Thales. Little Rascal pressed her hands to her sides and leaned forward worriedly. Are you okay? Thales snapped out of his daze and glanced at her. No. Thales lowered his head and sighed deeply. I'm not okay. Little Rascal smacked her lips timidly. She looked at Thales and blinked, not knowing what to do. Little Rascal. Thales stared at the wooden crate under the girl, then at her tiny feet in the air. Do you know, the prince said absent-mindedly, I came with a mission, even though I didn't want to. Little Rascal stared at him in a daze, not knowing how to react. But I failed, he concluded dryly. His voice was filled with hesitation and pain. Little Rascal only nodded instinctively. Thales suddenly burst out in laughter. And now we have to escape, leave behind a mess. His laughter was desolate and desolate. Little Rascal felt a pang in her heart when she heard it. Then run away with our tails between our legs. Thales listlessly put the bread that he had taken 2 bites of back onto the plate. He leaned back and leaned against the wooden crate Little Rascal was sitting on. He stared at the dark ceiling quietly and vaguely recognized the mural on it. In front of a white ball, 3 blurry figures were born. This place belongs to the gods, right? Thales thought absent-mindedly. According to High Priestess Holm, the bright moon goddess probably doesn't care about the conflicts between these mortals. If only I could be like them, indifferent to everything, that would be great. Thales smiled bitterly, then his expression relaxed again. Little Rascal stared at him quietly, not saying a word. She was like a docile kitten. Do you know? Thales continued to stare at the ceiling. His gaze was unfocused and his voice was faint, as if there was a veil between them. Extet will probably use the excuse of me assassinating the king to send troops south, not just one archduke. Little Rascal nodded lightly. Thales' vision became blurry. He seemed to see Araka and Sonia's figures, as well as the Fury Guards falling one by one. Broken Dragon Fortress might be lost, and the Northern Territory might also be lost. We can't stop them. Many people will die. Thales seemed to have seen many more people die. They died in the abandoned house, in the manor, on the streets, in the birch forest, in front of the fortress, and in Dragon Cloud City. This made him feel even more exhausted. They die in war, they die in famine, they die in chaos, they die in a world without order or reason. Also, because of the diplomat group and the heir's incompetence and failure, the Jade Star royal family will probably face the most severe criticism and attack in history. The nobles are all looking forward to this opportunity, the prince said flatly, as if this was a trivial matter. As for Lampard will get everything he wants, no matter what it is. Thales rested his head on his arm and said in a daze, he is the final victor, standing on top of our failure. Do you know, I even talked nonsense in his tent, mocking him for being despicable, shameless, cold-blooded, and heartless. Thales sneered indecipherable. Little Rascal. His voice became deeper and more solemn. I failed, and I can't do anything about it. I I always thought I could do it. Thales laughed bitterly, remembering Gilbert's earnest teachings in Mindy's hall. Although I'm not very smart, I'm not too stupid either. I also had Putre and the others' help, Thales suddenly felt a pang in his heart. But I can't do it, the prince said bitterly, as if his tongue weighed 1,000 pounds. It's too difficult. Little Rascal jumped down from the wooden crate, leaned against him, and sat down. She nodded slightly. Thales shut his eyes hard and exhaled a long breath. His heart surged with endless gloom and resentment. It's not just Lampard, it's not just King Nuven, the self-righteous kingdom's secret intelligence department, always wanting to control everything in their hands, the so-called arbitrary father, who never cares about other people's wishes and feelings. They always catch me off guard. Thales rubbed the space between his eyebrows, as if he wanted to spit out all the dissatisfaction he had for the past month. I really want to do something, Of course, they probably even blame me for acting smart and ruining their plans. Thales immediately sneered and said mockingly, of course, if it weren't for me, they would probably be celebrating their victory in a corner somewhere. Thales sighed. And I have neither the right nor the right to criticize them, the prince said desolately, just like you, I'm nothing at all. Stop saying, Alright, it seems like your mind is indeed wandering. Little Rascal raised her head as if she had suddenly woken up. Thales leaned against the wooden crate and tilted his head. There was a helpless smile in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the frightened girl. Little Rascal lowered her head in embarrassment and covered her face with her hands. Thales exhaled through his nose and smiled faintly. Forget it. He shook his head helplessly. Alright, thank you for your thoughtful comfort, and thank you for patiently listening to me pour out my grievances, but at this moment, Thales suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He turned his head in astonishment and saw Little Rascal move closer to him. She spread her tiny arms, one in front of the other, and hugged his neck tightly from the side. Thales stared blankly at Little Rascal, who was right in front of him. He stared at her clean and fair face, but her big eyes behind her thick-rimmed glasses stood out. What are you doing? He asked in a daze. Little Rascal's chest was pressed tightly against Thales' shoulder. Her expression was sincere and solemn. Comforting you. Comforting? The puzzled Thales was slightly stunned. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. A long, long time ago, my mother did this. Little Rascal tightened her arms around Thales' neck. Her expression was especially stubborn and serious. When I was sick or hungry, my mother would hug me. I didn't want her to, so she hugged me from the side, from night till dawn. Thales narrowed his eyes as he was hugged by her. You remember your mother? Little Rascal pressed her chin against Thales' shoulder. Yes, but I don't remember it clearly. Thales looked at her serious expression and asked subconsciously, what happened after that? What happened to her? Little Rascal's body trembled slightly. Her expression dimmed. She sold me, Little Rascal said dejectedly. She was very poor. She went to work early every day and only returned home late at night with very little food. She couldn't not sell me, or else, the little girl said quietly. There was a rare stubbornness on her face. Or else, she wouldn't be able to live. Thales sighed. From afar, Nicholas saw the scene, the two children snuggled up to each other tightly. The Star Killer frowned and strode forward. But a hand clamped down on his shoulder. They're just children. With a cold expression, Merc pressed down on Nicholas' shoulder and shook his head slightly. Nicholas cast a profound glance at his former colleague and did not say anything else. So, this is your way of comforting me? Thales chuckled softly. I have a suggestion. When you grow up, you better get rid of this habit. You can't just comfort people like this. Little Rascal nodded and said innocently, oh. All right, let me go. Thales patted Little Rascal's hand and said with a smile, before Nicholas rushes over with a knife. Only then did little rascal let go of the little prince. Don't worry about losing. She seemed to be unconvinced by the effect of her comforting words. She continued to mutter, a moment of victory or defeat is but a fleeting moment. 100 years of chess is the foundation of all ages. Thales raised his eyebrows and mulled over this sentence. Who said this? Little rascal's eyes lit up. She seemed to be extremely excited because she found a topic that interested Thales. Your king. Thales furrowed his brows. Ours? Yes. The virtuous king from more than 100 years ago, Mindy's Jadestar III. Little rascal nodded. She seemed to have entered the reading mode where her eyes shone brightly. He ascended the throne after the Red King's nightmarish and bloody rule ended. He governed the country with superb political skills and safely survived the Fourth Peninsular War. Thales thought of something. Mindy's III. I remember now. Mindy's III's reign was obviously later than Midir IV's. Thales seemed to have realized something. But in Constellation's currency, Mindy's portrait is engraved on the silver coins. It's even more valuable than Midir's copper coins. Wait a minute. The virtuous king? This title. Both King Niven and Chapman Lampard mentioned him at the same time. Their words were laced with emotion. On the way to the Northland, Putre had also mentioned that Mindy's III was the one who led the alliance between the sea and the clear night continent, thus changing the form of the Continental War in one fell swoop. The 100-year-old chess game is the foundation of all ages? Thales mumbled. Thales turned his head abruptly. Tell me about Mindy's III. The young prince's serious expression seemed to have frightened little rascal. What exactly did he do? Only then can one be called a virtuous king. After Archduke Chalon, the number of books in the library increased by a lot, but, little rascal said timidly, although Constellation calls him the virtuous king, but, among the famous 3 kings of Constellation, the Northlanders admire the oath-keeper Midir IV the most, who came to the north alone to provide reinforcements. The second most admired was the king of Renaissance, who opened up new territories. They, on the other hand, did not think much of the virtuous king, who did not have many achievements in battle. In fact, the Northlanders' brief political affairs of years 500 to 600 of the calendar of eradication even said that he was a weak king who compromised with the commoners. Thales' heart trembled slightly. Weak king? He came back to his senses, and his gaze sharpened. Chapter 227. Raphael spread out a map and carefully studied the route on it. The insides of his right arm were still aching. As the Black Prophet had said, he had used that power too often. That insatiable, bloodthirsty monster. Raphael frowned slightly. But he immediately cast the matter aside. He had too many things to worry about. For example, the mess in Northland. Another example was the little boy behind him. Raphael sighed and rolled up the map from Dragon Cloud City to the City of Faraway Prayers. Then, he looked at the second prince standing beside him. But the moment he turned around, he acutely noticed that Thales' expression was not quite right. Thales frowned and stared at Raphael with a complicated gaze. You should rest. Our journey will not be peaceful. Raphael felt a little uncomfortable under his stare. He could not help but say, you'd better be energetic, but Thales only stared at him. His gaze slowly shifted to Raphael's hands. Just as the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department started to get impatient, the second prince spoke softly. The person who crippled your hands was the Duke of the Northern Territory, Val Arund. I guess. Raphael's breath froze for a moment. His face twitched a little, but it immediately turned into a relaxed smile. Just a wild guess isn't, Thales interrupted him. I recognize the letters on the brand on your hands. Thales said quietly. That's the letter of the ancient empire engraved, the Arund family that represents the White Falcon. Raphael's words were stuck in his mouth. His face stiffened. A few seconds later, the man from the Secret Intelligence Department exhaled softly and remained silent. After a long while, Raphael shifted his gaze. "Looks like the cunning fox taught you well," he said flatly, as if he did not care. "Although it's only been a short month." Thales, who received a tacit answer, took a deep breath and recalled what little rascal had just told him. "I once heard from Val Arun that his cooperation with Lampard and seizing the throne was just the first step." Thales stared straight into Raphael's eyes with a sharp gaze. "More importantly, we must forge a northern region without the flames of war." The second prince said softly, "For example, his daughter will be married to Lampard's son, and the two kings who have been enemies for 1,000 years will take the first step towards reconciliation. Constellation and the dragon will slowly merge into one, and the northern territory will enjoy eternal peace." Raphael did not move. He just listened to the prince in silence. Thales stared at his expression and suddenly revealed a complicated smile. "I'm guessing that when he found out that his daughter already had a lover of low status, he must have been very distressed." Thales sighed. His gaze never left Raphael's face as he said softly, "And it was a barren bone man." Raphael, who had always been expressionless, finally frowned when he heard this. "So, Duke Arund crippled your sword-wielding hands as a punishment and a warning." Thales stared at Raphael's hands and shook his head slowly. "He took away the most important thing in you, and destroyed a swordsman's pride and reliance, right?" Raphael lowered his head. At that moment, his hands seemed to be burning in pain. It was the unforgettable burning pain that came from the depths of his bone marrow the moment the hot soldering iron penetrated deep into his muscles, bones, and flesh. It seemed like it happened yesterday. Not just that, and the days after that, in the endless dark abyss, in the boundless bloody hell. Raphael's gaze froze in midair. Took away the most important thing? From a promising seat of the Tower of Eradication to a cripple? Or crawl out of the most terrible torture? No, Raphael's unfocused gaze refocused. "You should put your intelligence to good use," the young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department said flatly, his expression returning to normal. But Thales still did not let it go. "Why did he spare your life?" "He had no reason to spare you." "Isn't it good for a Raphael who has disappeared forever?" Raphael closed his eyes. "A long time ago, I saved his daughter's life, and he was very grateful to me," the man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department replied slowly. "But Val is a stubborn and unyielding man. Not taking my life was already the greatest mercy he could muster." Thales exhaled. "That explains it," he murmured. Raphael's gaze shifted. "What?" The second prince slowly leaned against the wall. His expression was dejected and lonely. "His Majesty knew a long time ago, didn't he?" Thales said with a sigh. His voice was so soft that it did not seem like it came from his mouth. Raphael frowned. "Knew what?" Thales let out a slow sigh and slowly spoke of what he had just figured out. Duke Arund. His conspiracy and his rebellion, his attempt to usurp the throne, and even the plans of the New Star nobles. Thales said absent-mindedly, Father, he knew a long time ago, didn't he?" Raphael frowned and looked at Thales solemnly. "This boy, do not speculate about your king, even if you are a prince." The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department warned, "This is a warning from the kingdom's secret intelligence department." Thales snorted softly, as if he did not care at all. The prince took a step forward. His expression was complicated as he looked at Raphael. His gaze gradually became clear. So, he did know. From the beginning, he knew about Arun's rebellious intentions and his attempt to usurp the throne. Thales sighed. And the reason why His Majesty did not take any action and even allowed things to take their own course was because he was waiting for the other party to truly rebel. Raphael's frown deepened. Waiting? The man from the secret intelligence department snorted in disdain, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. "You think too much," if His Majesty knew about this from the beginning, why did he allow the situation to worsen and allow the Duke of the Northern Territory to truly embark on the path of rebellion, putting the Northern Territory in danger? Raphael shook his head. I said, do not speculate. Thales clenched his fists. He suddenly raised his voice, as if he wanted to roar out all the resentment and grievances he had accumulated over the past few days. Because he needed this opportunity. Damn it. Raphael's words stopped at the tip of his tongue. He looked at the prince, whose chest was heaving up and down. He was slightly surprised. Miranda told me that His Majesty had already sent officials to stabilize the situation in the Northern Territory. Thales panted and could not stop his chest from trembling. It's very reassuring, isn't it? But this is the key. Thales raised his head and gritted his teeth. Kessel's determined face appeared before his eyes. Tell me, Raphael. The prince stared at Raphael and stared into his red eyes. Thales could not help but think of the Nanchester family's one-eyed dragon, Koster, and the words he said before he left. You underestimate your father, underestimate the Iron Hand King, and underestimate the fear he instilled in the whole of Constellation. If Prince Mariah had not been assassinated, if Ekstedt had not been pressured by war, if Arund had not taken a risk out of desperation and ended up in prison, and if the Northern Territory had not become leaderless and lost, the prince opened and closed his mouth as he fiercely said, then His Majesty could still. Thales paused for a moment. Raphael's gaze dimmed slightly. Thales clenched his teeth and forced himself to finish the rest of his words. Then, he could still defend the enemy in the name of war without any hindrance, send his direct officials and nobles to Cold Castle, as a matter of course, increase the standing military strength in the fortress, and then take over the important territorial affairs such as taxation, adjudication, land, and so on, until the Jade Star royal family completely replaced the Duke of the Northern Territory in prison, so that the Northern Territory, which has been ruled by the Arund family for generations, would be completely taken into the royal power? Thales, who had forcefully said these words, only felt a pain in his head. He could not help but sway. He supported himself against the wall with one hand and pressed his other hand hard against his forehead, rubbing it continuously. Val Arund, Kessel Jade Star, the shocking change in the Ekstedt diplomat group, everything in the Hall of Stars, his appearance, and what he thought was his ingenious way of breaking through the situation. Now, from the looks of it, all of it, Thales felt his forehead hurting more and more. There, a piece of memory fragment surged out uncontrollably and returned to the vast sea of memories. It was a fragment formed by a few words, but it made people's hearts turn cold. Uncle Zheng, Zheng Bok, Duan Yuyan. As His Majesty's greatest and most important spy and conspirator, the kingdom's secret intelligence department, tell me, is this true? Thales opened his eyes and tried his best to control his voice. But even so, he still made half the people in the room turn their heads repeatedly. Raphael did not speak for a long, long time. But the prince seemed to be very patient. He stared at the person from the secret intelligence department without moving. His eyes surged with extremely complicated emotions. Finally, Raphael let out a long sigh. His expression was filled with the same complicated and subtle endless emotions. He spat out a few powerless and helpless words, no comment. This was an answer that did not seem like an answer. But the prince had already obtained the information he wanted to know. At that moment, Thales slowly relaxed like a balloon that had its air released. He subconsciously leaned against the wall, his expression stiff. Why? Raphael looked at Thales indifferently. There was a hint of solemnity in his words. Why would you think so? Thales subconsciously snorted softly. Even though you've told me many times not to believe the Red Witch's words, the prince's voice was very tired, as if he was speaking to another person. You have to know that lies that are strong enough to sway people's hearts are built on certain facts. Raphael's expression changed slightly. Calshan's words to Miranda. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled fiercely. If you don't want this land to be taken away by despicable means, Northland only belongs to Northlanders. Now I understand. The Red Witch does not speak without thinking. He laughed bitterly. His laughter was desolate. Ekstedt and Lampard are not the only ones who want to seize the Northern Territory from Arund. I didn't think that much at first, until I heard about the history of virtuous King Mindys III from a long time ago, Thales said absent-mindedly. It instantly solved many of my doubts. Raphael frowned slightly. Virtuous King? His Majesty, he. The corners of Thales' mouth twitched slightly. He tried to recall the Iron Hand King's appearance, but what appeared in his mind was always his cold and solemn voice, and his short but powerful movements. Isn't he afraid that the extensions will really invade the south in large numbers? Not afraid that they will seize the Northern Territory? Thales clenched his fists and clenched the scars on his palms. Raphael sighed slightly. Forgive me for being blunt, Your Highness, Raphael said softly. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department shook his head slowly. If it wasn't for your unexpected actions, including giving the doctor a chance to contact the secret room, as well as your inexplicable appearance outside Heroic Spirit Palace, Ekstedt would have become a mess according to our expectations. For some reason, Thales laughed. His chest trembled slightly. His laughter was endless, and the meaning behind it was unclear. Has he always been this risky? The prince said weakly. Or has he only been like this since the bloody year? Raphael did not speak. But he did not understand what was so funny about it. Thales chuckled softly in the end. He lowered his gaze to the ground, and his expression was unclear. About the ownership of the Northern Territory, does Miranda know? He stopped smiling and said softly, Does she know that you are also in it? This time, Raphael froze on the spot. Miranda. That girl. Nothing to say. Raphael still said the same thing, but this time, there was quite a bit of pause and trembling in his words. Raphael's red eyes trembled slightly, and his breathing quickened. Miranda. A girl with such meticulous thoughts and keen senses, how could she? Raphael closed his eyes. How could he not know? If this is what you are here for. Panting heavily, the man from the Secret Intelligence Department tried to end the conversation. But he was interrupted by Thales once again. Help me. 2 words were spoken softly. Short. Forceful. But not dejected or dejected. Raphael was slightly startled. What? The man from the Secret Intelligence Department opened his eyes slightly and looked at the prince in puzzlement. In front of him, Thales also slowly raised his head. I'll say. The hesitation and weakness from before had completely disappeared from the prince's voice. It became resolute, firm, and unquestionable. The prince cast a rare gaze from his gray eyes and stared straight into Raphael's eyes. I need your support, Raphael Lindbergh. Help me convince them, help me. Raphael stared blankly at him. What are you going to do? The man from the Secret Intelligence Department asked subconsciously. He even forgot to address Raphael respectfully. Thales chuckled. His hand had long since left the wall. He stood firmly on the ground and looked straight at Raphael. His face was full of optimism and relief. Raphael suddenly realized, to his surprise, that Thales was different now. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented vigor. It was as if they were burning with a raging flame. It would never be extinguished. Whether it's you or me, whether it's the Secret Intelligence Department or the kingdom, Thales said slowly. His face was as cold as ice, and his tone was like steel, filled with a rare determination, whether it's an accident, a failure, my mistake, or your negligence. But after we've worked so hard for so long, put in so much effort, and experienced so much, you're willing to lose all your chips in Lampard's hands? Push the kingdom into the abyss of war? You're willing to accept this tragic situation and tacitly accept this terrible ending? Things have already come to this, you. Raphael frowned. Looking at the prince like this, he only felt lost. What else do you want to do? What else can I do? Thales flashed a mysterious smile at him. At that moment, Raphael felt like it was the first time he got to know the Prince of Constellation, who had returned from an accident and brought about countless accidents. He was not the helpless little boy who was pushed along by the waves in Mindy's Hall. He was also not the desperate prince who gritted his teeth and fought hard in the Hall of Stars. He was also not a marionette who struggled in the Game of Thrones. He was Prince Thales. The one and only Thales Jade Star. "What do you want to do?" The Prince of Constellation asked faintly, as if what he was facing was just a small problem. "Of course it's..." Chapman Lampard's figure suddenly appeared in front of Thales, along with his determined and patient face. The prince's eyes lit up. Chapter 228. Just as Thales and the others fled the gatehouse, a tense confrontation that was rarely seen since the founding of Extet took place in front of the Hall of Heroes in Heroic Spirit Palace. Under the flickering flames, the guards of the 4 archdukes and the attendants of a few special nobles, the other nobles were not allowed to bring their attendants into the banquet, stood together with the White Blade Guards and the Palace Guards. With the tacit understanding unique to Northlanders, they formed a battle formation. Bows were nocked, swords were unsheathed, and they stood in front of the Hall of Heroes with unpleasant expressions, protecting the nobles in the oval stone hall. Opposite them were unfamiliar soldiers with unknown identities, who had the advantage in numbers. They guarded the corners and corridors. They were all dressed in the uniform and equipment of the patrol team. They were so densely packed that they almost filled every doorway outside the hall. These soldiers stepped on the tiles that had a long history. Many of them could not help but size up the decorations around them with strange and reverent gazes. It seemed that it was their first time here, and they were not used to this palace, which was of great significance to Northland. What was even stranger was that the leader of this group of uninvited guests was a short-haired swordswoman. Her gaze was indifferent and fearless, and the fingers of her right hand kept flicking on the hilt of her sword. Under the illumination of the brazier, Archduke Rockney of the City of Faraway Prayers walked out of the dark Hall of Heroes with a cold and sullen expression. The guards and attendants on both sides made way for him, but they never let down their guard. The long-haired Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers waved away an attendant who was about to put a cloak on him. He stared coldly at the uninvited guests in front of him, and his gaze lingered on their swords. "Show yourself, there's no need to hide anymore." Archduke Kulgan Rockney retracted his fierce gaze and said coldly, "We are separated by 3 stone steps, but we can still smell the disgusting scent unique to your territory. Although we are all from Northland, your soldiers are different." The first row of patrol soldiers exchanged a few glances, but they seemed to be well trained and still did not say a word. They just stared coldly at the guards and guards guarding the Hall of Heroes. "Where is the Fire Knight?" Archduke Rockney snorted coldly without looking at the female leader. "No matter what you want to do, whether it's besieging Heroic Spirit Palace or murdering the Archduke, you don't have to let a weak woman lead the troops, do you?" The short-haired swordswoman's face turned cold. Her right hand no longer moved. Instead, she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and took a provocative step forward. "Be careful, Your Grace," she said in an unfriendly tone, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. "Your life is in the hands of this weak woman. Little girl." Archduke Rockney shook his head in disdain. "Go home and weave. The long sword is very heavy." Clang! The swordswoman suddenly unsheathed her weapon. Like a flock of birds startled by a bowstring, the guards beside the Archduke, be it the White Blade Guards, the Palace Guards, or the attendants from the City of Faraway Prayers, all surged forward nervously. But they stopped abruptly. Archduke Rockney raised his right palm and firmly stopped them by his side. The swordswoman looked at the Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers with a frosty expression. The tip of her sword stopped right in front of Archduke Rockney's throat. The Grand Duke did not move from his eyes to his body. He stared at her without flinching, as if it was not a sword that was pressed against his throat. "It's fine," Rockney said coldly. "Let's see if our little cutie really has the ability to hold a sword." A cold glare flashed in his eyes. And the courage to kill an archduke. The swordswoman's gaze turned cold. The tip of her sword moved forward without hesitation and touched his skin. Rocknee's pupils shrank. He felt a chill on his neck, and blood flowed down. Behind the Grand Duke, the attendants' inhales could be heard clearly. But there was still no expression on Rocknee's resolute face. At this moment, a deep and sonorous male voice came from the patrol team. "Be more polite, Croche." A middle-aged nobleman in armor with a weathered face and steady footsteps slowly walked out of the crowd. "We are not here to fight." Behind him were two noblemen. One of them was dressed in plate armor and had an old-fashioned face, while the other was tall and thin with a sharp gaze. The swordswoman, Croche, snorted softly. Then, she stepped back and sheathed her sword. Rocknee slowly lowered his head and extended his hand to wipe his neck. He stared at the blood on his hand with a subtle expression. The soldiers in the patrol team made way for the newcomers. "There's no need to be so nervous, everyone." The tall and thin young noble smiled slightly and bowed politely at the guards. "We are not enemies. We should not point our swords at each other." Rocknee lowered his hand. His gaze swept over the three newcomers and he snorted softly without showing them any respect. As expected, surprises are never late. Archduke Rocknee's expression grew colder. He fixed his gaze on the middle-aged noble. "Chapman Lampard." His attendants frowned in unison. Archduke Lampard nodded imperceptibly. The two archdukes' gazes met in the air. One was as cold as ice, while the other was calm. In the next second, Rocknee's gaze shifted back to the swordswoman. "Hey, Croche, is it?" Archduke Rocknee's tone changed. He raised his eyebrows in interest and a different expression appeared in his eyes. "Your sword is very steady." He stared at Croche's long sword, felt the pain on his neck, and nodded in approval. "You have guts." But Croche only stared at him coldly and did not speak. Archduke Rocknee's gaze flickered. "My wife passed away a year ago. The Rocknee family and the city of faraway prayers both lack an archduchess." Archduke Rocknee's gaze was unrestrained as he sized up Croche from head to toe. He then said sternly, "Are you interested?" Lampard watched their interaction and frowned slightly. Croche also narrowed her eyes. "Go find an obedient female worker who only knows how to weave, Your Grace." She sheathed her long sword. Her words were cold and fierce. "So that on our wedding night, I won't." Croche openly glanced at the Archduke's crotch. "Cut off your two balls." Archduke Rocknee laughed boldly, but his gaze on Croche became more and more subtle. Beside him, Archduke Lampard said flatly, "I'm afraid it's not appropriate to openly poach my subordinates, right?" Archduke Rocknee turned to Lampard. The smile on his resolute face was now devoid of warmth. "You won't get hurt even if you ask." Lampard raised his eyebrows. The tall noble next to him, Viscount Kenvita, whispered a few words in the Archduke's ear. Archduke Rocknee pulled his long hair to the back of his neck and said coldly, "Why? If I don't take this stab, will you never appear again?" "Of course not." Lampard's expression did not change. "I just want to wait for everyone to arrive." At this moment, another voice cut into the conversation. "Don't worry." A smooth and experienced voice cleverly appeared in the gap between the two men's conversation. "We're all waiting for your arrival." A man with a bowl cut walked out from behind Archduke Rocknee. He was the Archduke of Reformation Tower, Porphyus Trent Ida of the Trent Ida family. He had a playful smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with wariness and coldness. "When was the last time we met, Chapman?" Trent Ida said with a grin. 12 years ago." Lampard stared at his neighbor of Reformation Tower, who was also in the south of Ekstedt and adjacent to Black Sand region. There was wariness and contemplation in his eyes. 5 years ago, he said flatly, when Constellation was at war with the Orcs, the three southern archdukes held an emergency meeting. "Oh. Is that so?" Trent Ida patted his bowl-cut head and said in sudden realization, "That's right. You wouldn't appear without benefits." "That's you." He snickered. The Archduke of Black Sand Region, the one who ignored the king's invitation, but only brought 1,000 men to force their way into Heroic Spirit Palace when the king disappeared and Dragon Cloud City was in chaos? Archduke Trenida's protruding chin moved slightly. He stared at the soldiers beside Lampard and asked meaningfully, "This is why I'm here to look for all of you." Archduke Lampard said slowly, "We are facing an unusual situation that concerns everyone's vital interests." Archduke Rockney tilted his head and sneered disdainfully. "An unusual situation?" Another deep voice entered the conversation between the three men. "What do you mean?" The boorish Rabian Alcius, who was dressed in classic attire, also appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. The Archduke of Prestige Orchid's full beard was extremely eye-catching and memorable. At this moment, he stared coldly at Lampard. His eyes were filled with suspicion and wariness. Lampard's gaze swept across the three archdukes. "The king passed away last night," Chapman Lampard said flatly, as though he was talking about a trivial matter. "We need to talk about Extet's future." The moment he said that, there was quite a commotion on both Black Sand Region's and Heroic Spirit Palace's side. Viscount Kenvita and Croche suppressed their subordinates in dissatisfaction. However, Lampard's eyebrows were furrowed tightly. Because he clearly saw that the three archdukes before him were still as calm and composed as ever. It was as though they already knew everything. Looks like it's going to be more difficult than I thought." Lampard thought to himself. "But so what? It's just another hurdle I have to cross." "But the other Nuven." "Oh." Finally, an aged voice rang out from behind the three archdukes. It was the most senior Archduke of Defense City, the bald Rogers Letko. He coughed as he slowly walked out. "That's unfortunate." The old Archduke sighed and said, "I think, regarding the king's death, you, Chapman, who suddenly appeared here, have some important news to tell us?" "As you said, Rogers," the Archduke of Black Sand Region said solemnly, "I'm here to tell you something." Archduke Letko laughed. Staring at the floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace, he said thoughtfully, "Then why don't we talk about it in the Hall of Heroes?" He raised his eyebrows slightly, turned sideways, and revealed the flickering light from the brazier. "It's just the five of us. That's enough. We don't need so many pawns." The moment he said that, the three archdukes from Heroic Spirit Palace looked at Lampard in unison. Their gazes were different. But all of them were filled with deep suspicion and wariness. "This is Extet." Lampard sighed softly in his heart, then snorted softly. "My Extet." His gaze gradually focused. Under the gazes of the four archdukes of Extet, who held high positions of power and were on equal footing with him, Chapman Lampard calmly extended his hand and stopped Count Levon and Viscount Kenvita behind him, who were about to speak. "Of course." His gaze became solemn. He swept his gaze over his four colleagues, as well as the White Blade Guards and Palace Guards who were standing in a semicircle formation and firmly guarding the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. He nodded and said, "These words and this matter can only be spread among the five of us." Croche cast Lampard a questioning look, but Archduke Lampard only extended his palm and made a downward gesture. In the next second, Chapman Lampard strode forward without hesitation. Under countless gazes, he left the encirclement of the Black Sand Region soldiers alone. He walked past the countless shining blades and walked towards the stone door of the Hall of Heroes. He walked into the impenetrable formation of the Heroic Spirit Palace soldiers, leaving them staring at each other in dismay. He walked past Rockney, who was at the forefront, and received a surprised and admiring gaze from the latter. He walked past Archduke Alcius. The bearded Archduke furrowed his brows, his thoughts unclear. He walked past Trent Ida and Letko. The two of them exchanged glances, revealing worry and apprehension. He walked past Trent Ida and Letko. The iron fist pattern that represented the Lampard family could be vaguely seen on the Archduke of Black Sand Region's cloak. The four archdukes only snapped out of their daze when he walked completely into the darkness of the Hall of Heroes. They exchanged glances. Count Vita and Count Levon glared at them fiercely. Croce even tapped the hilt of her sword in her hand. Her threat was self-evident. "What do you say?" Trentida's eyes darted around. Alcius and Letko furrowed their brows and did not speak. "No." Rockne looked at the dark hall and said coldly, "Let's see what he has to say." Chapman Lampard stood quietly in the Hall of Heroes. He stood beside the long, brownish-black table. The braziers on the 6 metal racks illuminated his face, causing it to flicker between light and darkness. His imposing manner was unstable. He knew that the young Archduke Concret Poffert's neck was broken by King Nuvan just 2 steps away from him last night. However, at this moment, Lampard only stared ahead quietly at the seat of honor at the innermost part of the long table. He remembered that his father and mother had brought him and Harold here countless times during the first half of his life to bow before the seat of honor. Nuvan Walton VII sat there, at the seat of honor, giving orders to the extension citizens, from the archdukes to the officials, from the nobles to the commoners. The common elected king sat there and controlled the entire Northland, no, more than half of Northland. After all, Constellation's northern territory was not yet in Extet's hands. His gaze swept around the stone hall and paused briefly on the cloud dragon spear flag that could be seen everywhere. On the innermost shelf, the Soul Slayer pike should have been placed there, but it was now empty. Just like the Walton family, who was once like the sun in the sky, and the cloud dragon spear that intimidated Northland. Cloud dragon spear. At that moment, Lampard actually wanted to laugh. "All right," Archduke Alcius' voice came from behind him in a rude manner. "We will not invite you to sit down." "Speak," the bearded man said coldly. Lampard closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Constellation. Chapman Lampard slowly turned around and faced the 4 archdukes. His gaze was sharp. That Prince of Constellation and their secret intelligence department plotted a conspiracy against Extet. Archduke Rockne frowned slightly. "They even used the calamities," Lampard said flatly. "Unfortunately, King Nuvan died in the conspiracy." Letko and Trentida looked at each other, their gazes seemingly meaningful. Lampard took a step forward and clenched his fists. "The kingdom of the Great Dragon is facing an unprecedented crisis," the Archduke of Black Sand Region said coldly. There was an unquestionable tone in his voice. "It is time for us to unite." Lampard's voice faded away. The 4 archdukes looked at each other. No one made a sound. No one moved. No one reacted. After a few seconds, the 4 archdukes chuckled at the same time. The chuckles turned into laughter. The laughter turned into sneers. And the sneers lasted for almost a minute. Archduke Lampard looked at the Archduke's sneers and could not help but frown. There was a deep chill in Alcius' smile. Trentida's smile had a profound meaning that was worth pondering. Letko's smile was very forced. Perhaps he did not want to laugh at all. Only Archduke Rockne's laughter was the loudest, longest, and coldest. The family emblem of the Canon of Knights from the city of faraway prayers shone brightly on his shoulder. Lampard's expression also turned cold. Finally, the Archduke stopped laughing. In the next second, Archduke Rockne took a step forward and met Lampard's gaze without flinching. Kulgan Rockne said coldly and rudely in his unique bold voice, "That's right. Go home and *CK yourself, Chapman Lampard." He spat harshly. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, as if they contained 10,000-year-old ice. Chapter 229. Dragon Cloud City, Bright Moon Temple, in a secluded room. Putre looked at the busy Constellatiate soldiers not far away and could not help but let out a long sigh. In the first half of his life, he had experienced failures. In fact, the failures he had seen were more terrifying, and the price they paid was heavier. For example, 12 years ago. But now, Putre suddenly felt that the pipe in his hand was very heavy, and he lost the desire to take a puff. This was very rare for someone like him who valued smoking as much as his life. King Kessel used his bloodline as a hostage to try to eliminate the scourge of war. It should have been a generous and sincere act that the whole country would praise. But now, it had turned into a disaster. The prince was involved in the death of the king of Extet, bringing about the worst situation that should have been avoided. Worse still, the Jade Star royal family would once again suffer a huge blow to their reputation. After that child returns to Constellation, what he has to face. Putre recalled Thale's dejected look, and his mood became gloomy. He silently reached out and knocked the burning tobacco out of the pipe. "I'm sorry, Gilbert. Other than bringing him out of danger, there is nothing I can do. Just like how I watched His Highness pass away. I've disappointed you, old friend. Again." While Putre was lost in his memories, the new soldier, Willow, interrupted his thoughts. "My lord. What is it?" Putre raised his eyebrows. "Please go to the back hall, the hall we entered from." Willow seemed a little confused, but he still carried out the order. "This is Prince Thales's order." Putre's expression changed. Cohen packed his things and checked his weapons for the last time. "Are you not going to ask Raphael anymore?" The police officer looked at Putre, who was talking to the Constellatiate soldiers in the distance. He sighed and turned to Miranda beside him. "You know, about the disaster swords, the secret intelligence department, his hands." At this point, he remembered that his good friend, a swordsman, had both his hands crippled. He did not know when his hands had turned into such monsters. Cohen could not help but grit his teeth. What did that guy go through? Miranda, who was leaning against the wooden crate, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was calm, and her expression was natural. However, his voice was slightly hoarse. "There's no need. He has already made his decision," the swordswoman said softly. "There are some things that will only be futile to ask." Cohen looked at Miranda's expressionless face and wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shrugged and lowered his head to adjust his sword belt. A few seconds later, the police officer said in a low voice, "Then how do we report to Tower?" "I met 3 disaster swordsmen in Dragon Cloud City, and one of them has an unknown identity." Miranda's eyes flickered. "What about you?" Pretend that we've never been to Extet or Dragon Cloud City. It was as if there was no room for doubt. Cohen did not answer immediately. He was silent for a few seconds. His gaze focused on the dark sky. "But, Miranda," Cohen finally said softly. He seemed to be hesitant and uneasy. "The truth is, we've been here." Miranda said nothing. Cohen slapped the wooden crate and nimbly sat up. He rested his hands on his knees. His expression was stern and unpleasant. "Not only have we been here, but we've also participated in so many things and witnessed so much." He sighed slowly. The Secret Intelligence Department, calamities, dragons, princes, assassinations, conspiracies. People came, people left, people died, people were injured, and in the end, they left behind a mess, Cohen said absent-mindedly. "Waiting for others to clean up and bear the consequences. And you know what we left behind. You heard what Uncle Putre said." Cohen's gaze shifted to the vice diplomat in the distance. He watched as he spoke to the soldier with the dual pistols. "Even if we escape safely, the Northern Territory will still face," he also said. Miranda frowned, "that there is nothing we can do." Cohen's expression darkened. He looked like he was struggling. "Is it powerless?" Cohen snorted softly and clenched his fists subconsciously. "Or is it that we can't do anything?" Miranda did not answer. That's your Northern Territory, Miranda. It's the territory your family has protected for generations. The police officer took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. You've also witnessed the devastation of that land when it was ravaged by the flames of war, haven't you? Back then, you and Raphael were there, thud. Miranda's scabbard fiercely stabbed into a wooden crate that was used to store miscellaneous items. Enough. The swordswoman's gaze became sharp and terrifying. Her tone was frosty. That's enough. But Cohen smiled. You know, the young disaster swordsman we met earlier was about your age. The police officer lowered his head and raised his unique silver saber. He asked me for the name of this sword. Miranda's gaze froze. Bearer. She looked at her classmate's saber and remembered the fights she had with it over the past few years. She said flatly, the Caribbean family's treasured sword. Cohen nodded. His arm muscles tightened as he steadily raised his weapon. Bearer. It's too heavy, Cohen said absent-mindedly. He thought of the gloomy old castle and his family, and the scene when his old man took it out from inside. The day before we went to the Tower of Eradication, my father gave it to me. I couldn't even lift it with both hands. I could only tie a rope around it and drag it along. Cohen nodded. His gaze slowly focused as he recalled the past. But the old man said, there are some things we have to bear. His gaze became clearer and firmer. There are some things we can't stop here. At this moment, a voice that both of them were extremely familiar with rang out. You know, asking for trouble for the sake of pointless persistence. Raphael's relaxed and bright voice rang out behind them. Nothing good usually comes out of it. Miranda turned her head abruptly. Cohen turned around in surprise. Everyone, go to the back hall, the young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department said flatly. His red eyes flickered in the dim light. It's not time yet. Miranda frowned. Why are we going to the back hall? Raphael let out a sigh as if he was helpless. He also seemed to be hesitating. But he only paused for a second before he raised his eyes and looked at the two of them. I told you. Raphael snorted coldly. Chapter 230. In the back hall of Bright Moon Temple. In the not-so-wide hall, the Prince of Constellations stood calmly in the center. Under the illumination of the everlasting lamp, Thales stared at the bright moon goddess statue in the darkness from afar. He quietly observed the bright moon goddess in different expression. Behind him, little Rascal propped up her glasses and looked around nervously. She said timidly, if we just sneak out like this. Nicholas and the others will, Thales said flatly, I know. They're probably on their way to find you. Little Rascal's face paled. Then Thales interrupted her softly. Little Rascal. The Prince of Constellations stared at the bright moon goddess in a daze. I want to do something, but I need your help. Little Rascal was slightly stunned. What is it? She asked curiously. Thales did not speak. He only clenched his fists lightly. You've read a lot of books, but do you know what we went through last night? Little Rascal's expression froze slightly. She lowered her head and recalled everything in Heroic Spirit Palace and Shield District. She subconsciously clenched her teeth. Alex's limp hand. The king's ring. The Calamity's presumptuous laughter. The civilians running around, wailing and dying in despair. A second later, Little Rascal blinked her bloodshot eyes and nodded silently. Thales turned his head and looked at Little Rascal. He flashed a gentle smile. The soldier just now, Willow Ken, do you know his story? Little Rascal looked puzzled and shook her head. He was originally a civilian in the Northern Territory. Although he wasn't rich, he had a cute younger sister and healthy parents. Thales recalled the story in the snow and said absent-mindedly, but in the winter 12 years ago, he suddenly learned to fish, learned to use a spear, learned to survive with difficulty, and learned to bear the loss of his family. Little Rascal was slightly stunned. It's not just them. Thales sighed. That veteran by the name of Genid was probably a commoner when he was young, but it was 12 years ago that he became what he is today. Thales narrowed his eyes and recalled the veteran who struggled to follow him. He felt a little sentimental. To him, he is still living in the years of war. He can't wake up, and he doesn't want to wake up. That big sister called Miranda. 12 years ago, her family was wiped out, and she spent her childhood in the Tower of Eradication. Thales lifted his head and stared straight at Little Rascal, who was at a loss for words. It's not just Constellation either. The second prince uttered a name flatly. Burn Merc. Little Rascal remembered something, and her face instantly turned pale. Don't be afraid. Thales walked forward and held her small hand. Feeling the coldness and trembling in his palm, he said sincerely, I'm here. No one can hurt you. Little Rascal's breathing gradually calmed down. But you heard it with your own ears. "12 years ago, he lost his vow to protect and the love of his life. Since then, he has fallen into the boundless hell, struggling to catch his last breath." Thales stared at her quietly. "And Chapman Lampard?" Thales' eyes dimmed. 12 years ago, his hands were stained with his elder brother's blood. In the whirlpool of his father's generation and power, he transformed into the current Archduke of Black Sand region. With a solemn expression, Thales let go of the girl's hand, but held her shoulders. Little Rascal could only stare at him blankly. Look, so many people's fates have been decided just like that. Thales' voice was a little intermittent, sometimes soft, sometimes heavy. It's all because of that incident 12 years ago. Little Rascal inhaled and stared back into the prince's gray eyes. The bloody year? Thales stared at her seriously and nodded. The bloody year. Little Rascal's gaze was conflicted. She nodded slightly, as if she understood. Thales first closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Then, he opened his eyes. With a solemn expression that he had never shown since he arrived in this world, he said with a straight face, "Little Rascal. Everything we've seen and heard tonight is not just a family drama between a few people, but a major event that concerns the future of millions of people in 2 countries. Thales stared at the girl's blank eyes behind her glasses with a solemn expression. He clenched his teeth. In that second, the Potemkin village that he saw after leaving the capital appeared in front of his eyes. The majestic star-shaped fortress, Broken Dragon Fortress, the Northland villagers in the Mountain Pass village, and the black stone at the Raymond Pass, the place where Horace died. There might be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people whose fates will change because of this, Thales said with difficulty. No, in Dragon Cloud City, the fates of countless people have already changed. Many of them have even reached the end. Thales lowered his eyelids and said dejectedly, like Alex, and the Shield district that we passed through. Like ourselves. Little Rascal was stunned for a second. If we just walk away like this and leave everything behind. Thales sighed. He felt that his chest was heavy. That kind of burden will make me feel like I can't breathe. Little Rascal bit her lower lip. Causing thousands of people to suffer and lose their homes. Thales tried his best to put on an ugly smile. That's too unbearable. His hands, which were clasped around Little Rascal's shoulders, trembled slightly. We can't go, we can't escape, Little Rascal sniffled lightly and interrupted him. I understand. The girl opened her mouth with difficulty, her platinum hair was particularly eye-catching. You want me to, with a sorrowful expression, she did not continue. She seemed to be hesitating. Thales gulped and nodded. I want to make up for everything, avoid the worst consequences, and mend the wounds we left behind, whether it's our responsibility or not. Little Rascal seemed to have figured something out. Her face was pale. I understand. What you need is not little rascal. She trembled and stared at Thales in disbelief. What you need is Saroma Walton. You want me to become her, to become His Majesty's granddaughter. In that instant, little rascal's eyes turned red. Thales froze for a moment. For a moment, he could not continue. He lowered his head and remembered their conversation in the butcher's shop. Choose who you want to be. But now, Thales gritted his teeth. He felt as if his tongue weighed 1,000 pounds. No. A second later, he raised his head abruptly and stared straight into little rascal's eyes. What I need is still little rascal, not Saroma. Little rascal widened her eyes in shock. That little rascal who accompanied me through all the disasters, who never left me, Thales said seriously, enunciating each word. That silly little girl, the little girl who did not know how to hide when she was in danger. I need her to accompany me for one more time. Thales stared at her quietly, his gaze gentle. Although this request might be too much. Little rascal stared at him blankly, as if she had forgotten to think. I know you're afraid. Thales' hand on little rascal's shoulder unknowingly clenched into a fist. I know you want to escape from all this. But, Thales' face contorted, but after a few seconds, he raised his eyes again and stared straight into little rascal's eyes. Raise your head and face it, just like how you faced the great dragon. Little rascal did not answer. She only stared at Thales with tears welling up in her eyes. A few seconds later, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. There's nothing like this in the books, little rascal said fearfully, tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't know, she bit her lips, tears flowing down her cheeks. Thales sighed in his heart. Maybe there is, Thales said softly, it's just that we don't know. Little rascal sniffled. If there really isn't. Thales sighed and moved his hands to her head. That would be even better. Thales stretched out his fingers and gently wiped away her tears. Then, he held her black-rimmed glasses and gently straightened the crooked and damaged glasses. He stared at little rascal with a solemn expression and a stern tone. After reading so many books and reading so many other people's stories, it's time for you to write your own story. Little rascal subconsciously let out a sob. The girl stared at Thales with a dazed expression and a blank gaze. It was as if she was flipping through a random book instead of staring at a determined boy. A few seconds later, little rascal pursed her lips and slowly opened them. She said softly, "Will you always be by my side?" "Yes." He nodded. Her eyes brightened. "Will you face all of this with me?" "Yes." He flashed a smile. Her expression changed and she gritted her teeth. "You will protect me." He sighed, raised his head and touched her forehead. Through the glasses, their eyes met. The boy spoke softly, his tone was resolute. "I will." At this moment, Thales heard footsteps behind him. He gently let go of the dazed little rascal and turned to the person. "You better have a good explanation, little prince." The Star Killer's pale and cold face appeared before him. His expression was unfriendly and his tone harsh, about abducting the Walton bloodline. Sorry. Nicholas cast a glance at little rascal, who was deep in thought. "Come back with us. You shouldn't have too much contact with this dangerous prince, my lady." Little rascal pursed her lips and hid behind Thales. Nicholas furrowed his brows. Thales took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Nicholas. And Merc, who was behind him. Thales ignored the Star Killer and said softly to Merc, "Lord Merc, I'm sorry. I'm still used to calling you Lord." The listless Merc was a little startled. Nicholas, on the other hand, was slightly startled. "Why did you come back to help the Walton family?" Thales looked at Merc calmly. "You're no longer an administrator. I remember that King Niven has exiled you forever." Merc's expression became sorrowful and desperate. His muscles tensed up without him realizing it. "In King Niven's eyes, you're the sinner who killed his son, aren't you?" The prince said flatly, "He took your child away because of this. He treated you like this, so you should treat him fairly. Mirk shuddered violently. Nicholas stared at his former colleague, and his expression changed. Hey, you, little prince, the Star Killer said decisively, someone interrupted him, but it was not Thales. Yes. Mirk trembled and raised his head. His eyes burned with a strange and complicated emotion. But that's his opinion, he said painfully, but I will always belong to the White Blade Guards. My duty is to be loyal to the king. The former administrator clenched his teeth. No matter how he treats me. Thales' eyes brightened. Mirk's hands were trembling. He seemed to be remembering many things in the past. This has never changed. I fulfill my duty. That's all. Finally, the former administrator clenched his teeth and looked back at Thales with determination. Nicholas stared at his comrade in a daze. Thales smiled faintly. Not only that, the prince said softly, it's also because of Prince Soria, right? You've always felt guilty towards him. Mirk swayed a little. Thales observed his expression, lowered his head, and sighed slowly. You did your best to do one thing, but fate played a joke on you. You made a huge mistake and committed a great crime. Thales observed Thales' expression and sighed slowly. But you can't undo it. Mirk tilted his head and closed his eyes. He looked like he was struggling. So you want to make up for it, Thales said regretfully. You want to atone for it. Nicholas took a step forward impatiently. Enough. I don't know why you're saying these meaningless things, but, at this moment, Thales raised his head abruptly. His gaze was sharp. Because this is what we're facing now. Thales almost interrupted Nicholas with a roar. The Star Killer was stunned. He stared at the Prince of Constellation with a shocked and bewildered expression. Thales panted slightly to calm his aching throat. Look around us. He clenched his teeth. King Nuvan's skull and blood are spilled on his own land. Lampard walks openly in Dragon Cloud City. His palms cover the sky of Northland. Kalshan, Shiles, and Caslin greet us with smiles in the dark. Nicholas listened to Thales' words quietly. But his eyes were gradually burning with anger. War and disaster are coming. Countless people are about to be killed and destroyed. Thales exhaled laboriously. And we're like stray dogs, running for our lives and fleeing in panic. Hiding in a corner and comforting ourselves with, this is the only thing we can do. Then, we sleep with a clear conscience, as if nothing happened in our dreams. Mirk heaved a sigh and looked panicked. Nicholas clenched his fists tightly. Humph, he snorted coldly. It's all thanks to your secret intelligence department. Thales ignored him and only shook his head. His gaze was sharp. But, is this all? Nicholas furrowed his brows. Is this the end? The prince raised his hands and waved them forcefully in the air. Are you satisfied just like that? Nicholas, the Star Killer? He brazenly called Nicholas by his nickname. Nicholas' expression was sullen. His nails dug into his palms, and he finally exhaled through his nose. Then what the F***ck do you want? The Star Killer gritted his teeth and said hatefully, poor little prince. Thales raised his head. His expression was solemn and stern. I want to change, I want to redeem myself, he said sternly. I want to do something. I want to fight back. Nicholas' gaze froze. He lowered his head and met the prince's gaze in silence. A few seconds later, ha! Nicholas laughed out loud. His tone was full of mockery. Very humorous. Thales narrowed his eyes. Laugh all you want, the prince said softly. But this is my decision, Thales said in a firm and unquestionable tone, and what I'm going to do next. I'm just informing you. Do you want to come together? Northlanders? Hearing this, Mirk's expression changed. Nicholas' expression froze. If you ask me, this is indeed not a good idea. A steady and mature male voice traveled into their ears. If this is the reason why you summoned us, Your Highness. Together with Ralph, Waya, Willow, Jenned, and the others, Putre appeared in their line of sight. The vice diplomat nodded slightly at the prince. His eyes were filled with worry. Thales turned to his entourage of the diplomat group. Putre. Thales heaved a sigh of relief. His expression softened a little. You have followed me all the way here and witnessed so many things. I am very grateful. Without your strategies and suggestions, would not have been able to come this far. Putre frowned. He wanted to take out his pipe, but he only raised his hand halfway before he put it down. He stared at Thales with an extremely complicated gaze. Do you understand what you are saying? The vice diplomat said hesitantly, but there was a profound meaning in his words. I know that you are very unwilling, but I have the duty to advise you to give up on this unwise decision. Thales forced himself to laugh. Thank you. But no matter how hard he tried, his laughter still sounded very forced and desolate. But I do not want to disappoint them. Putre looked up slightly. Who? A lot of people. Thales seemed to be a little absent-minded. He subconsciously said, Do you remember, Putre, Waya, Ralph? Do you remember that most of the Jade Star family's private soldiers died in the birch tree forest, under the claws of the Blood Clan and the conspiracy of the nobles? Do you remember that Baron Murch carried me on his back and charged into the enemy's formation? Do you remember that the kingdom's Wrath Guards sacrificed countless lives in front of the fortress? Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Countless figures flashed before his eyes. All to send me into Extet's territory. To eliminate the scourge of war. To stop those scumbags who cheered for war but were indifferent to life. For a stable constellation. Putre lowered his head and let out a long sigh. I also remember the White Blade Guards, the many people I did not know, but they gave up their lives for me. Thales snapped out of his daze. And Dragon Cloud City, the people in the Northern Territory who will be implicated by our failure, and the people who will be destroyed again because of the war in the future. We can't even protect ourselves. Putre unconsciously pinched 3 fingers on his right hand, as if he was pinching a pipe. Any impulsive action may cause us to once again fall into the dangerous situation we escaped from with great difficulty and make the situation worse. Thales looked at his instructor quietly and remembered the first time they met next to the carriage. Oh, no, it was the second time they met. The first time they met was at the Western City Gate. The child beggars took away Putre's Grand Library pass. Thales smiled. But we can't get any worse, can we? He said softly. Don't forget, I am the murderer who killed King Niven. Putre's expression froze. We have already ruined the kingdom's hard-won peace and pushed it into the abyss of war. The second prince shrugged and laughed mockingly. Just as you said, when I return to the capital, the Northlanders will be marching southwards in large numbers. The fortress will be burned, the land will be trampled, and human lives will be mercilessly harvested like straws. Millions and millions of people will curse all of our names. Willow, the new soldier, trembled slightly when he heard this. Thales shook his head slightly. And once we lose the Northern Territory and our greatest barrier, very soon, I will have to face a weak kingdom that is in danger, full of grief, covered in wounds, and in danger for the rest of my life. I will become a mediocre and muddle-headed king, guarding a weak kingdom, and wait for the day when the name of Constellation ends in my hands, Thales concluded dejectedly. As the king of a fallen kingdom, you're tuning into the A Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.